Chapter 101, 11's First Profundity. Chapter 101, 11's First Profundity. Following that, Shiyu did not stay idle. He tested his physique after breaking through. Naturally, it was an experiment with Buggy. Worm Silk, teaching. Pa. G. A white light flashed. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Oh. Looking at the cooldown time, Shiyu's eyes lit up and he threw Buggy aside. He only needed a 4-hour cooldown time after teaching Worm Silk? Then the cooldowns of skills at other levels would probably be reduced by about 4 hours? Not bad. Shiyu thought to himself. The further a beast tamer advanced, the more obvious the improvement in their physique. He had just leveled up a little, and he got a 4-hour reduction in cooldown time. Not bad. He estimated that if he broke through 1 or 2 more times, he would be able to teach a level skill like the Worm Silk without any pressure. Sai, as expected, being an insect-catching youth was more suitable for him. This fellow had many development directions, though it would probably give him eye bags for the exhaustion. After the experiment was completed, Shiyu began to calculate the cost of the other skills. If he wanted to make hardening become transcendent level, this cool-down time reduction added up to nearly 200 hours. This was equivalent to saving nearly 200,000. However, the cost of maxing out the skill was still quite a lot. He needed about 800,000 yuan to buy 8 beans. Although it was luxurious, he couldn't save this money. The hardening level was also used to quickly increase 11's growth level and help it break through to the transcendent level. Shiyu felt that there was still Thunder Palm he had to match. Right now, the Thunder Palm's level was at the proficiency level. After reaching the perfect level, it could harden into Thunder Armor profundities. At this time, 11's battle power would experience a qualitative leap. Perhaps, at that time, even if it didn't multiply itself, it could still fight evenly with the Ice Dragon Phantom at the same level. And if he wanted to upgrade the Thunder Palm to perfect level, he would probably need less than 5 divine beans. Together, 13 beans, 1.3 million. After some calculations, although Shiyu's heart was bleeding slightly, it was still within the range he could withstand at the moment. Krypton. The next day, Shiyu and the delivery guy completed a deal tacitly. Shiyu directly bought 30 divine beans and some supplementary supplements. He only had 2.5 million left in his little savings. I wonder how long these can last. Sai, I'll sell the ice crystal someday. The quality of the more than 1,000 ice element energy crystals in the ruins was pretty good. The first level market price was 5,000 yuan each, and the second level was 20,000 yuan each. It was not a problem to sell them for more than 10 million yuan. With this amount of resources as support, Shiyu could still be at ease and increase his points before the vocation assessment. Where's 11? After carrying a box of divine beans into the villa, Shiyu started to call 11. Who? In the villa, 11 carefully peeked out and looked at the box of supplements in Shiyu's hand. Woo! A moment later, it revealed a determined expression as if it was prepared to die and ran to Shiyu's side. Come on! Become stronger. It was already mentally prepared. It also wanted to see where Shiyu's limit was after breaking through. Gee! On the window sill, Buggy nodded secretly. As expected of a leader. How much effort would it take to repay such a huge box of supplements? Even so, the leader could still challenge resolutely. This determination was worth learning. Do you plan to increase the Thunder Palm first, or do you plan to increase the hardening first? Looking at the Koi 11, Shiyu asked with a smile. Of course, I'll definitely upgrade all of them in the end. However, different choices can allow you to experience different things in advance. Hardening first means you might break through to the transcendent level first. Add the Thunder Palm first, and you might master the profundities of the Thunder Armor in advance. 11 _ proper subset symbol. Woo! 11 thought about it carefully and made a choice. Thunder Palm first. It had been eyeing Master Lin Hongyan's Iron-Eating Beast's thunder armor profundity for a long time. Reaching the transcendent level meant that its strength had become stronger. But thunder armor was awesome. Then come on. Shiyu also showed a determined expression. Intermediate level skills, a 40-hour week period. It required 12 additional points to reach perfect. It was just 12 times, just 2 days. He wasn't afraid. For the next 2 days, lightning flashed in the training villa. Buzz? Thunderpalm, Expert +1. Buzz? Proficiency +1 +1 +1 +1. 2 days later. Skill, Thunderpalm, perfect. In the training villa, 11 closed its eyes and stood quietly on the field. Buggy and Shiyu, who was holding a thermos, watched from afar. Woo! Perfect grade Thunderpalm. 11 roared and opened his eyes. Lightning seemed to shoot out of its mouth and eyes. Zzz. At first, its hands were filled with a large amount of electricity. Then, the electricity flowed through its entire body as if it was being controlled. Rip! Surrounded by electricity, 11's black and white hair shone. It looked fluffy, soft, and had a clear texture. He couldn't help but want to give it a rub. However, it seemed that he would just be electrocuted at this stage. Bang! The power of the perfect level Thunderpalm was that it could rely on the electric current to stimulate the muscles and increase cell activity, producing a powerful explosive speed to increase the strength and penetration of the Thunderpalm. At this moment, 11's feet stepped on the ground. Under the eruption of lightning, it immediately displayed a terrifying explosive power. Its figure flashed like lightning and was much faster than the previous Thunderpalm attack. Crack! At the same time that the ground was shattered by the eruption of lightning, 11's figure had already appeared dozens of meters away. In its charging path, a huge trail of stone directly exploded from the center, accompanied by lightning. Countless rocks wrapped in electricity stopped in the air. A moment later, gravel fell to the ground piece by piece. Every landing sound hit hard. At this moment, after 11 braked hard, it stabilized itself and tried its best not to fall. It showed an excited expression. Woo! So strong! So strong! It was just a little difficult to control. It almost capsized. 11 fearfully reported the experience to Shiyu. I know. Shiyu licked his lips. It was precisely because it was difficult to control that Hall Master Lin combined the Thunderpalm and hardening into profundities. If it wasn't easy to control, he might as well give up control and directly strengthen his defense and speed to the limit, charging straight at the opponent. However, this flaw could be improved by Shiyu and the others. Hall Master Lin's Iron-Eating Beast's Thunderpalm proficiency had only reached perfect level, and there was still room for improvement. Perhaps, at that time, 11's Thunderpalm proficiency would be higher and it would be easier to control once it reached perfection. Apart from that, 11 could better lock onto the target in a high-speed state with supervision. This was also an improved direction. The reason why Shiyu had let 11 train its coordination control these few months was for this day. A single skill, even if it added points to perfection, wasn't omnipotent. If he wanted to make up for the various shortcomings of the pet, he had to rely on the combination of different skills. Then let's begin the hardening increase. At the same time, your training mission has become to start developing the Thunder Armor profundities. Hardening plus Thunderpalm plus Super Sight. A perfect Thunder Armor profundity. Woo! 11 waved his hand excitedly. Now, the only pity Shiyu felt was that the enlarged state wasn't compatible with the perfect grade Thunderpalm. The former sacrificed speed in exchange for strength, while the latter was an acceleration skill. The advantages couldn't be coordinated at all. However, it wasn't a big problem. At the very least, its shrunken state was quite compatible with the perfect level Thunderpalm. 11, who was in a 1-meter state, could currently maximize his speed advantage. He might as well just pursue destructive power with the giant Thunderpalm. Then, 11 started to perfect the Thunder Armor's profundity according to Shiyu's request. Those were high-end skills that only master-level beast tamers would develop. As for Shiyu and the others, they had just approached the door of the professional level and were already about to start researching it. It completely exceeded the versions of beast tamers at the same level. However, it was indeed not simple to perfect a profundity. In the subsequent attempts, it accidentally injured itself and couldn't control it perfectly. The perfect level Thunder Palm was a skill that stimulated the body strongly. It was an explosive skill. If one's whole body was covered in hardening at this time, the level of conflict between the two energies would be several times higher than the ordinary Thunder Palm and ordinary hardening combination skill. If he had to take into account the flow and superposition of the hardened substance midway, the requirement for the pet's coordination and control would only be higher. This was also why Master Lin Hongnian had reminded Shiyu back then that in the future, regardless of whether it was training combination skills or profundities, he had to be very careful. If he didn't understand, he could ask him for guidance. Each of the profundities was completed through continuous trial and error. The difficulty was much higher than the combination skill. Regarding this, Shiyu and 11 indeed felt that it was troublesome. However, the problem was still not big. If he was injured, it would use high-speed healing to treat itself. 11 was really determined. In addition, as the training time was not long, 11 could not perfectly coordinate the two perfect level skills. This was also fine. If the coordination was poor, he would continue to increase the proficiency of the single skill. If the proficiency of a single skill was high, this would reduce the requirement on coordination control. Therefore, with Shiyu and 11's double efforts, 11's Thunder Armor profundities had already taken shape in just 3 days. Name Thian-Eating Beast. Name Thian-Eating Beast. Skill, Hardening, Perfect plus 24, Thunder Palm, Perfect, High-Speed Healing, Expert, Super Sight, Expert, Deterrence, Expert, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Multiplication, Expert. Obscure, Thunder Armor, Hardening plus Thunder Palm plus Super Sight. Woo! In the past 2 days, 11, who was in Thunder Armor mode, could often be seen shooting lightning in the ruins. The metal on its body hardened, and lightning shot out from its body. The destructive power of its skill was astonishing. They didn't know what the situation would be like if it fought with that Ice Dragon Phantom again. Gee! Looking at 11's impressive figure, Buggy was very envious. What happened to working hard together? Why was the leader so obsessed with being given points these 2 days that he couldn't free itself? It's all right. When 11 breaks through to the transcendent level, it'll be your turn. Shiyu, who was wearing a cotton jacket, holding a thermos, and a scarf, said to Buggy with a smile. Buggy, okay. December 7th. There were still 3 weeks until the vocation assessment. On this day, 11's hardening finally reached transcendent. Skill, Hardening, Transcendent. It was also at this moment that 11 completed the most important growth transformation. It could also be said to be a transcendent transformation. Under the influence of its racial skills, it directly grew to the transcendent level without being 2 years old. Chapter 102, Beyond Transcendent. Chapter 102, Beyond Transcendent. 11 finally broke through to the transcendent level. Woo! Shiyu shouted. Of course, it wasn't anything concerning the whole ancestor thing. Though, when he saw the little fatty 11 running around happily, he also played with it. This kind of happy thing had to be celebrated together. Right, Buggy. GGG. Buggy also crawled around to celebrate. However, this guy seemed even less agile than 11. When it evolved, it would be agile. Hee, Shiyu smiled and stretched his fingers. Some more power was connected back to him? Not bad. Unfortunately, compared to the increase in the level of the beast taming space, it was a little insignificant. It was better than nothing. On second thought, Shiyu sensed 11's current state. At this moment, the energy that was as loose as a stream in its body had become as dense as a stream under the push of the transcendent transformation. be it the quality of energy, the total physical fitness, or the physical fitness, 11 had received an astonishing increase. Not bad. At this moment, 11 should be able to easily defeat and kill that Ice Dragon Phantom. Well, the premise was an awakening level Ice Dragon Phantom. As for the Ice Dragon Phantom at the same level, it was still difficult. After a trip to the ancient capital, Shiyu gained a lot of knowledge. He could already clearly determine 11's current strength. 11 was basically equivalent to a young monarch at the same level of growth. Generally speaking, a monarch race would definitely master a super skill. As for the Overlord race, they had mastered 2 transcendent skills at least. After witnessing the power of the inner power super skill, Shiyu had a clear understanding of 11's battle power. In other words, a transcendent low-level skill could only barely touch the threshold of entry-level super-level skills. Therefore, the increase in strength brought by a super skill to a pet was very scary. 11 had yet to master super skills, so if it faced a monarch species cub who had mastered a super skill at the same level, it could only rely on the high proficiency of other low, medium, and high-level skills to close the gap between super skills and physical fitness. If the other party's low, medium, and high-level skill proficiency wasn't low either, then 11's advantage would be lesser. If the other party still had a beast tamer, and if the beast tamer had a battle talent, then you and 11 might fall into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Shiyu and 11 did not need to worry about this at the moment. In the vocation assessment, everyone was a low-level beast tamer. There shouldn't be a baby of a monarch race. Commander race cubs were roughly the limit. When they could encounter monarch races and overlord races, 11 would probably also have mastered super skills and evolved. For example, the Frost Dragon was a classic overlord race. This was also why it was very difficult for 11 to fight the Ice Dragon Phantom that only knew Ice Breath and Ice Rending Claw. The other party's physical fitness alone made Shiyu and the others suffer. If the Frost Dragon Phantom back then had mastered 1 or 2 transcendent skills, Shiyu and the others wouldn't have had a chance to clear the ruins. Under normal circumstances, 11 can actually try to evolve now, but... Shiyu looked at 11, who had just broken through, and was so excited that his whole body hardened. Then, it entered the Thunder Armor state to test his battle power, and Shiyu fell into deep thought. He felt that it was better to get hardening to the next stage before trying to evolve. The most important reason was that he still didn't have money for the time being. It was the same for Buggy. Perhaps there would be more gains and surprises when the time came. Compared to the current 11, Buggy's battle power was a little low. Even among the extraordinary pets of the awakening stage, its battle power was only in the middle. The ice dragon that it transformed into was simply a showcase. Without the use of props, the compatibility was completely insufficient. The ice dragon's strength had yet to project itself, so it was stronger to put on another layer of the green silkworm's alternate identity. Shiyu gave the current strength of the green worm a position. Relying on the transcendent level worm silk, the expert level absolute sleep, and the expert level illusion, it was roughly equivalent to a middle-level transcendent pet that had been cultivated well at level 10. However, it was still lacking compared to a high-level transcendent. Shiyu thought of Chen Kai's ice-armored beast. If Chen Kai's ice-armored beast awakened at level 10 and trained its racial skills to the expert level, its current strength would be comparable to the green silkworm. Therefore, the current worm was beating Chen Kai. It could compare to Chen Kai's ice-armored beast, but not to the pets like the Wings of Wind and the Nethercat that he had encountered when he was competing for the Evolution Sacred Spring. Although the worm had 2 expert high-level skills, its main body was too weak. This couldn't be helped. Sometimes, the difference in the physical fitness of high-level pets was even greater than the difference in skills. Next, I'll continue to upgrade the worm silk. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64. Shiyu looked forward to levels above transcendent proficiency. The effect of the transcendent level worm silk was probably close to an expert low-level skill. Then, what about the insect silk above transcendent? He decided to try. At this moment, Shiyu's beast taming space had reached level 2, and 11 had reached the transcendent level. After spending nearly 3 months of hard work, he finally became a quasi-professional beast tamer. However, this was not the end. Before the vocation assessment, Shiyu felt that he could continue to increase his strength. Then, 11 was thrown into the ruins by Shiyu to repay the debt. The Thunder Palm had been added to perfect level, and the hardening level had been added to transcendent level. According to the training time of Hall Master Lin's Iron-Eating Beast, 11 would have to work hard for at least 10 years. However, Shiyu wasn't a demon. He wouldn't really specify any training volume. It was up to 11 to decide. 11, QAQ, the Beast Tamer is a little fierce this time. Buggy, come here. Then, it was finally Buggy's turn to add points. Buggy was excited and looking forward to it. Originally, under 11's persuasion, it resisted the ability to add points to corrode the mind and thought that hard work could temper willpower. But who knew that 11 would be more proactive than anyone when it came to increasing points? That was how 11 explained it. It was because the additional points were too corrosive that he had to face it bravely and not dodge. When he could rely on his hard work to repay the debt he owed, he would truly conquer itself. Challenging temptation was not shameful, but it was shameful to not dare to face temptation. 11 proficiently used and taught this set of words that Shiyu had used to deceive 11 back then. What else could Buggy do? It could only follow the footsteps of the spiritual leader, 11, and accept the challenge of fate. This time, Buggy also got his wish fulfilled and tried the taste of its soul being corroded. It was indeed worth challenging and overcoming. Just like that, another half a month later. This time, Shiyu's team was completely reborn. Name Green Silkworm. Level of growth, Transcendent. Skill, Worm Silk, Max, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Illusion, Expert +4. After some hard work, Shiyu's Worm Silk level was directly maxed out. Why was it max level? Because at this moment, the skill index already showed that it couldn't teach the Worm Silk anymore. On the page of the Worm Silk skill, there was also an additional deletion symbol. This change made Shiyu fall silent for a long time. He finally realized that apart from contracting a new pet, this was the second way to increase the skill index space. That was, if he filled a pet with a recorded skill, he could directly delete it from the records. As for how many times the so-called max number needed, Shiyu estimated that it was about 256. He upgraded about 192 more times on the basis of the worm's transcendent Worm Silk, and the index showed that he couldn't continue teaching. Including the previous points, it was 256 times. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64, 256. This time, Shiyu finally discovered the general pattern of the index. He was exhausted to death, but it felt so good. Shiyu did not know how to describe the Worm Silk above the level of Transcendent. Shiyu only knew that during this process, the green silkworm naturally broke through to the Transcendent level. Moreover, the use of its insect silk had also undergone an extremely ridiculous change. Firstly, in terms of toughness, even if 11 used Transcendent level hardening, it couldn't destroy the silk at all. Shiyu even tried burning it, but it was impossible. In the end, 11 had to use the combination skill of perfect level hardening and perfect level Thunder Palm to cut the thread. Secondly, in terms of sharpness, it could leave a mark even when facing 11's Transcendent hardening. Although the injuries weren't serious and were only ordinary scratches, at this stage, how many pets had such high defense power like his panda? Then, in terms of the most ridiculous spatial nature, apart from the transparent Worm Silk, the current Worm Silk could even ignore Shiyu's etherealization and touch Shiyu with the Worm Silk. Even 11 couldn't do this. Perhaps, at the moment, Shiyu and the others had encountered a pet proficient in space. The effect of Buggy was even greater than 11. In other aspects, it was the numerous small skills derived from the Worm Silk. After the Worm Silk was added to the maximum level, it could be said that with just one skill of the Worm Silk, the battle power of the worm would not be inferior to other transcendent pets of the same level. If it included Absolute Sleep and Phantom Illusion, it could strengthen itself again. It wasn't possible for its battle power to be comparable to a low-level commander species cub of the same level. This time, Buggy really stood up. At the same time, Shiyu was even more worried about whether it would suffocate to death in the cocoon when it evolved. This max-level worm silk seemed to be even harder to deal with than the transcendent worm silk. However, if it evolved, it would probably be even stronger. The current pinnacle of the green silkworm's evolution experiment was a transcendent-level green silkworm with phoenix-related evolution materials. It was to evolve into the ice phoenix moth of a monarch race. Shiyu estimated that his family's buggy might have a chance of becoming an overlord. Well, the premise was that he had to prepare a skill that could 100% break through the cocoon for the worm in advance. Otherwise, things would get out of hand. In fact, Shiyu only used 5 days to fill the worm silk. However, after filling the worm's silk, his medicine didn't stop. He continued to increase other skills. For example, the green silkworm's high-level skill, Illusion, was upgraded for more times. Apart from that, 11 was also strengthened by Shiyu. Name: Thine-Eating Beast. Level of growth: Transcendent. Skill: Hardening, Transcendent. Thunder Palm, Perfect. High-Speed Healing, Expert. Super Sight, Perfect. Deterrence, Expert. Absolute Sleep, Expert. Multiplication, Expert. Obscure: Thunder Armor, Hardening plus Thunder Palm plus Super Sight. Shiyu also got 11's mid-level supervision to perfect level. The reason why he chose this was very simple. It was to perfect the Thunder Armor's profundity one step closer. The proficient level supervision was only 360 degrees without any blind spots, while the perfect level supervision could already achieve simple energy vision and see the energy flow. There were roughly 2 main uses for energy vision. The first was to determine the opponent's level by looking at the size of the opponent's energy clearly. The index detection function of the cell phone was actually similar to this. Second, he could observe his own energy flow and coordinate the energy flow between different skills. This had a very important support role for 11's coordination of Hardening and Thunder Palm. It could be said that with the perfect level Super Sight, the current Thunder Armor profundity was completely completed. In fact, Shiyu still had a small goal, which was to level the Thunder Palm to Transcendent. Although Shiyu didn't know the effect of the Transcendent level Thunder Palm, he knew the effect of the Transcendent level low-level skill Electricity. Even a low-level skill like Electricity could be easily built into a magnetic field when trained to perfection. Thunder Palm should be able to too. At that time, with the Transcendent level Thunder Palm, Hardening, and perfect level Super Sight, Shiyu felt that it shouldn't be a problem for 11 to develop the second profundity skill. It was the long-distance profundity skill, Electromagnetic Cannon. He could condense a metal cannonball with Transcendent level Hardening, then use the Thunder Palm to construct a miniature electromagnetic field and shoot the metal cannonball out with electromagnetic acceleration. Shiyu felt that this profundity was even more difficult than the Thunder Armor, but with the support of supervision that could see the energy flow, he should be able to give it a try. But now, this small goal might have to be delayed for a period of time. Firstly, it was because the supplements were running out of time again. Secondly, there were only a few days left until the vocation assessment this year. There might not be enough time. Shiyu arrived at the second-story balcony of the villa and looked at the blue sky. He sighed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been 9 months since he transmigrated to this world. The small goal he set back then seemed to be to become a professional beast tamer within a year. Was he really going to achieve it now? Although he did get help from a rich woman, but... As expected of you, Shiyu. The vocation assessment is equivalent to the college entrance examination in the beast-taming world. Be it entering a top-level institute, becoming an official member of Bureau 11, or enjoying comprehensive privileges, the professional beast-tamer certificate is a threshold that can't be avoided. To put it bluntly, countless beast-tamers will flock to the vocation assessment every batch. This is the first stage for the vast number of beast-tamers to showcase themselves. Then let's give it a try. Shiyu called out at the round 11, which was now basically the size of a 0.4 meter Pikachu, and Buggy, who was in training. Who? 11 carried the cell phone that Shiyu had provided for it and Buggy and walked over eagerly. Gee! The green worm also crawled over with excitement. They were also counting on the time. they knew the vocation assessment would be starting soon. These two guys naturally knew what the vocation assessment was. After all, it was hard not to know when they were doing 2 sets of papers every day. I've decided. I'll return to the ancient capital tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. Don't screw up in this vocation assessment. Shiyu looked at them sternly. Woo! Gee! 11 and Buggy reassured Shiyu. He couldn't guarantee the written test, but in terms of battle, they would definitely give their lives away. Otherwise, they would really be letting down Shiyu's points for this period of time. With that, 11 raised its cell phone. It would leave the other things to them, but was wondering if it could trouble Shiyu to take a few photos for them to remember during the competition. Please? Shiyu? How many times have I said this? I'm a beast tamer, not a photographer. Chapter 103, Progress of the Iron-Eating Beast Research Group. Chapter 103, Progress of the Iron-Eating Beast Research Group. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The weather in the ancient capital had already turned cold in December. Outside the ancient capital airport, flights after flights made the place very lively. It was almost January. At the moment, the entire country was paying attention to one thing. Job assessment. In the ancient kingdom of Donghuang, every city above level 2 had already started preparing for the vocation assessment. Among them, the professional assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association of the 9 first-level cities was the highest number of participants and the highest quality of participants. At that moment, most of the quasi-professional beast tamers from the dozen or so second-tier cities around ancient capital that were the size of Icefield City arrived at this time. Beast tamers gathered. It was much more lively than the opening day of Ancient Capital University in September. In the airport, Shiyu was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a panda pattern in the center. He wore an ordinary pair of black sports pants and carried a black backpack. His white sports shoes stepped on the ground as he tried his best to leave the crowd. Damn it, there are more people than last time. Shiyu, who had finally left the crowd, took a deep breath, as if he had been reborn. Over here. Just as they left the airport, Shiyu was still looking around when a luxury car honked. The window was lowered, and the panda senior in the driver's seat poked her head out and waved at Shiyu. The gazes of the young people who had also come out of the airport stayed in the luxurious car and the beautiful panda senior for a long time. Then, they saw Shiyu get into the car with a smile and couldn't help but feel jealous. How envious! They were all here in the ancient capital, so why did you have a luxury car and beautiful woman to pick you up? Where did the car come from? Shiyu asked curiously after getting into the car. Although this car wasn't a mechanical life, it probably wasn't any cheaper than a pet of a good race. Junior Lin Yue. Lin Xiaozhu smiled and said, I borrowed it to pick you up. Oh. Shiyu nodded. The 7 archaeological elites. Among the beast tamers who could enter the ancient capital university to study, apart from some geniuses who had rare beast taming talents or just had pure talent, most were rich second-generation heirs and second-generation heirs. It wasn't strange for them to have a luxury car. In the past few months, the archaeological 7 elites had been so high that they exploded. Hall Master Lin Xiaozhu, and other specializations in the feeding department, research department, and archaeology department of the ancient capital university established an iron-eating beast evolution research group. The 7 archaeological elites also successfully infiltrated. Although they were only doing some miscellaneous work at the moment, it could be said that they had added a beautiful sum to their learning resume. In 3 months, Hall Master Lin and the others' study of the iron-eating beast's evolution was almost coming to an end. At the invitation of Hall Master Lin and the others, 2 master-level iron-eating beast tamers who cultivated iron-eating beasts in the country completed the evolution, proving the feasibility of this evolution method. At the same time, they also tricked a large amount of research funds from them. In addition, by comparing the various data on the evolution forms of ordinary iron-eating beasts and iron-eating beasts, the research team also researched how to let ordinary iron-eating beasts awaken their giant transformation skills at the awakening stage before the evolution. If he could find a stable awakening method, the iron-eating beast's race level might even be reassessed. It wasn't impossible for it to become a high-level transcendent race. Shiyu was relatively satisfied with the research efficiency of this research team. Unfortunately, 11 didn't have to learn giant transformation at all. The principle of giant transformation was the same as multiplication, and it couldn't be superimposed and used like hardening an impregnable iron. It was meaningless. When will the evolution of the iron-eating beasts be announced? In the car, Shiyu asked. We're still lacking some data. There's also some controversy regarding the evaluation of race level. After experimenting with the iron-eating beasts of the other two masters, we finally confirmed how many evolution materials the iron-eating beasts use to evolve. It determines the race potential of the iron-eating beasts after evolution. For example, the racial level of my father's iron-eating beast after evolution was evaluated as middle-class monarch. Mid-level monarch? Not bad. Well, firstly, it's because the skill inner power is an extremely outstanding battle skill even among super skills. Secondly, it's because the iron-eating beast's overall physical quality after evolution is completely not inferior to some alternative dragons. It's all thanks to its physical fitness. Shiyu nodded. However, there's a master who used fewer evolution materials. This iron-eating beast's body strength is much weaker after evolution. It can only be considered to have reached the evaluation standard of a low-level monarch race. There's also a master. Because of the comparison. Therefore, her iron-eating beast only used a small portion of the evolution materials to complete the evolution. After the evolution, it didn't awaken any transcendent skills, and its species rank can only be judged as high-class commander rank. Iron-eating beasts are a rare race that are not fixed after evolution. Oh right, during the process, we also tried to use other high-level alloys to complete the evolution, but we all failed. The alloy synthesized by Dean Howe according to the metal sheet is the best evolutionary ingredient ratio. So, in the future when your 11 evolves, you mustn't save on evolution materials. Sell everything you've got. It's a pity that you don't have suitable experimental subjects and don't have enough funds. Otherwise, we would have to study whether the iron-eating beast can evolve in the giant armor no matter what. Shiyu? Previously, Qiyingjie had even said that 11 could shrink to more than 10 centimeters and then wear an alloy battle armor to evolve. This could save a lot of money, but from the looks of it, they were indeed in a pit. If he really did that, it would delay 11's evolution potential. However, wearing battle armor after becoming a giant? If he let it multiply to dozens of meters and wear armor that was dozens of meters tall, how much would it cost? Not even 10 billion could cover it. Even if they could stimulate better racial potential, could they find so many evolution materials in the country? Shiyu's expression darkened. However, the research team had researched that there was a chance of awakening the giant transformation before the iron-eating beast evolved. Perhaps that was how the giant transformation was used. Hey, what's wrong with you? The panda senior looked at Shiyu sitting weakly beside her and asked blankly. Shiyu, no, I'm fine. I just have a stomachache. This research team was really established correctly. Shiyu was now very puzzled. Was this research team here to resolve his problems or to deceive him into paying money? Although it's a little controversial, it won't be long. At the moment, the final assessment process is underway. It's estimated that in at most a month, the information on the iron-eating beast's evolution will be announced. At the same time, it will be included in the textbooks and exam questions. The panda senior placed her hand on the steering wheel and smiled. Unfortunately, there's no progress in the study of inscriptions. We're almost here. This time, Shiyu did not need to stay in a hotel. He just needed to stay in ancient capital university. The Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute that was built half a month ago was not small. It could completely vacate a spot for Shiyu. Although Shiyu was currently a man who did nothing, no matter what, he still seemed to be the in charge of this project. After arriving at the research institute, Shiyu realized that Master Lin Hongyan and the others weren't around. Instead, a few of the archaeological 7 elites were idling here. What should be there was not there, what shouldn't be there was all there. He still wanted to touch the restrained giant panda and replicate his hand skill. It looked like there was no chance today. Junior Shiyu, you're here. Lin Yue, another girl, Lu Yao, Song Yingjie, and Wang Le were playing cards on the first floor of the research institute. When he saw them, Shiyu's face darkened. Good lord. He was chilling around because he was here to get ready for the assessment, but why were these guys chilling too? The panda senior beside Shiyu smiled and said, have you fed the iron-eating beast? Are the experimental equipment checked? We're done, we're done. Everyone said. However, it was still because their mission was not heavy. In the research institute, there were still a few little metal-eating beasts in the backyard at the awakening stage for use in cooperation with research. Their mission was to serve the little iron-eating beasts well and record their growth data. They were clearly from the archaeology department, but were doing the work of the feeding department and research department. Fortunately, this wasn't a difficult task. With the guidance of an ancient major feeding department graduate who specialized in the cultivation of iron-eating beasts, Lin Xiuzhu was basically fine. Junior, seeing how energetic you are, you must be ready. How is it? The level of the beast taming space has increased, right? The iron-eating beast has also reached the transcendent level, right? Have you contracted a second pet? As Shiyu arrived, the few of them stopped their card entertainment and began to ask Shiyu about his training results curiously. Initially, after the research institute was built, everyone invited Shiyu to stay over. However, Shiyu rejected it immediately. What a joke! There were so many people here, how could he be at ease and upgrade his pet's points? Yes, there's basically no problem. Shiyu smiled. Now, the only uncertainty was the written test. The question bank for the vocation assessment was much deeper than the items in the textbooks during school. He had only trained them for this for a period of time. He didn't know if it would work. Although one didn't have to give outstanding grades and pass the written test, if one didn't pass the written test, they would also be directly eliminated. What a scam! This mechanism was too complicated. That's good. Zheng Yingjie nodded and said, by the way, do you want any news? I heard that there are several monster geniuses participating in this vocation assessment. I wonder if you can meet them. Tell me about it. At this moment, Shiyu had already sat down and was drinking ice. He quietly listened to his seniors brag. There seems to be a person. His father is a spirit medium, and his mother's dragon tamer. He's even more ridiculous. He contracted a nether bone young dragon of both undead and dragon elements, as well as second pet. A remnant soul of a dragon of the undead family. The most ridiculous thing is that his two pets can still fuse together to fight. Although one is a bone dragon and the other is a dragon soul, they can't be considered real dragons, but together, it feels pretty much the same. Probably not even a single commander-type pet can withstand it. Zheng Yingjie clicked his tongue. I heard that before the assessment even started, he had already been reserved by our combat college's combat faculty and battle club. By the way, his parents seem to be graduates of Ancient Capital University, famous top-notch masters. This is definitely a planned growth route. Shiyu, M. Initially, Shiyu didn't mind because even if the opponent was a commander species creature, as long as its growth level was still at the transcendent level, 11 could fight it. However, what the hell was the point of the two pets merging? Dragon Soul Possession Bone Dragon? That worked too. In comparison, he felt that 11 and Buggy didn't cooperate much. It was negligent. It was mainly because there was too much time and he didn't have time to give 11 and Buggy a powerful double combat strategy. Also, I heard that Legend Yin's 12-year-old son is also going to participate in this vocation assessment. I don't know if it's true, but it's ridiculous. I haven't even awakened my beast-taming talent at the age of 12. Why are there 12-year-olds? Shiyu was speechless. It wasn't strange for there to be candidates aged 32, 42, and 52, but 12 years old was too much. Maybe he inherited Legend Yin's beast taming talent. His special beast taming talent strength can rank in the top 30 among all beast taming talents. What talent? Shi Yu asked. Special beast taming talent. Speaking of which, if his skill index was also considered a special beast taming talent, it probably belonged to an extremely abnormal level. At the moment, the known strongest beast taming talent was still a beast tamer from the last century. It was said that he had the evolution talent and could help any pet complete evolution at the smallest cost. At the same time, he was the beast tamer closest to the mythical domain in the legends. Shi Yu felt that his skill index was a little inferior to this evolution talent. Sometimes, special talents were so unreasonable compared to strengthening talents. The weakest beast taming talent must be special talents, but the strongest beast taming talent must also be special talents. Chapter 104, This Shi Yu is poor. Chapter 104, This Shi Yu is poor. His beast taming talent is spatial strengthening talent. Speaking of this talent, Singing Jia showed an envious expression, almost drooling. Didn't you say just now that it was a special talent? Why did it become a strengthening talent? Shi Yu curled his lips. Ah, sorry. There are two spatial strengthening talents. One is spatial strength strengthening talent. This classification is strengthening. It's used on pets. It's also very strong. His beast taming talent is beast taming space enhancement. It's used on oneself, so it's a special type. It can strengthen the beast tamer's affinity for the beast taming space and strengthen the strength, scale, and environment of the beast taming space. Let me put it this way. Ordinary beast trainers can only contract one pet. They can contract transcendent race pets, but with this talent, they can contract 2 pets at the trainee stage and contract commander pets. The beast taming space, after it reached the 2nd level, would make it so that the upper limit can contract for pets, which is twice that of an ordinary beast tamer. At the same time, the growth level and race level of the contracted pet are also higher than that of a beast tamer of the same level. This is the beast taming talent of the legendary beast tamer Yin Zhongrong, the legend of the ancient capital. If his son also inherits this talent, that would be awesome. He would definitely be another legendary beast tamer in the future. Beast taming space strengthening talent? Good lord. Shi Yu was stunned. This guy's talent was so unscientific. It was cheating. How were the other beast tamers supposed to deal with this? However, his skill index wasn't much better. It seemed to be cheating in other aspects too. He had already mastered one of the combination skills mastered by a master-level beast tamer. On the other hand, beast tamers who had the beast taming space strengthening talent could enjoy the benefits of the high-level beast taming space at a low level. He felt that this beast taming talent was also very fragrant. Skill index, you have to be more careful. It's fine if you say that there's a limit to the number of skill replications, and it's fine if the teaching cost is so high, but you actually have some confidence. When can you be a little more promising and evolve an ability to replicate beast taming talents? Shi Yu thought. Shi Yu expressed that he also wanted to learn skills. This talent is low in the top 30. I feel that it can be ranked in the top 20 since ancient times, Wang Le said. Zheng Yingjie said that the beast taming space enhancement talent could also be ranked in the top 30 of all beast taming talents. Regarding this, Wang Le denied his views. Who cares? This kind of thing has never been ranked official before. In short, it's very strong, Zheng Yingjie said. But the more powerful this beast taming talent is, the greater the burden on beast tamers. I heard that Legend Yin's money to buy cultivation resources every year is insane. You could travel around the world with that. It's slow enough for ordinary people to increase the level of the beast taming space. It's only harder for beast tamers with space enhancement talent to increase the level of the beast taming space. It's purely a rich man's talent. However, with a legendary father, Legend Yin's son should be able to cultivate very comfortably. He probably grew up on a pile of ethereal stones. His first pet must also be of a high race. It's so frustrating. My legendary beast tamer father, Zheng Yingjie, also wanted to be able to say a sentence like that. What kind of vocation assessment was this? He came to participate in the vocation assessment at the age of 12 purely to attack people. Everyone looked at Shiyu in unison. Strangely, Shiyu looked calm at that moment. He didn't seem to be under any pressure. What was going on? Why was he not worried? Shiyu was stunned and said, "What are you looking at me for?" There were also rankings for those who passed the vocation assessment. Rankings were also the goal of many quasi-level beast tamers. The few of them thought that Shiyu was lazy and did not want to compete. "Aren't you going to compete?" Senior Panda leaned against the wall and hugged her chest. She smiled and saw through Shiyu's true nature. To put it bluntly, someone like Shiyu lacked motivation. 11 has mastered so many powerful techniques and even a combination technique. It's not necessarily inferior to those supernatural commander-level beast pets. Why don't you guys give it a try? The higher your ranking, the greater the benefits. For example, if you can rank in the top 20 of this year's assessment and enter the Ancient Capital University, not only will you be exempted from the 4-year tuition fees, but the school will also provide a huge enrollment scholarship and credits that can be exchanged for various resources as a reward. As for the top 5, the top-grade commander-level Beast Cub School can also get you one of their cubs. It's not too much to say that it's a 10 million level scholarship. First place, well, there should still be cultivation resources worth tens of millions. After the annual vocation assessment, it's very common to try and keep people in. The main reason is to prevent the genius beast tamers from taking the assessment in the ancient capital from being transferred to other top-level colleges. Therefore, the school will spend a lot of money to keep these geniuses, Senior Panda said. This was the advantage of being in a top-notch school. As long as one had talent, they could compete and nurture many resources. It was far easier than obtaining resources in society. That's right. Junior Shiyu, charge! There's only one chance, Zengingjia and the others said. At this moment, after everyone finished speaking, Shiyu was slightly stunned. Not hidden benefits, but true gold and silver? How could they be so direct? He had already decided to enroll in the Ancient Capital University's Department of Archaeology. Because it was introduced by Senior Lu, the benefits and treatment were probably not bad. However, this was indeed a little suspicious. If he could use his potential to obtain resources, he might be able to use it more comfortably. After all, the discovery of the iron-eating beast ruins was considered one. In addition to the vocation assessment, it should be able to represent his comprehensive potential. This school might indeed be a very good place to develop. I didn't say that we weren't competing. But there's no need to risk our lives. Let's just perform normally. Shiyu said seriously. Originally, he was also prepared to test the results of his training with the vocation assessment. This time, he had an even more important reason. Alright, whether it was a bone dragon or a dragon soul, or a 12-year-old kid, although he still didn't know how powerful they were. For the sake of the scholarship, please experience the weight of nearly 10 million supplements later. That night, when he heard that Shiyu had returned to the ancient capital, Hall Master Lin also returned to the Iron Beast Research Institute. In order to study the evolution of the iron-eating beasts and find experimental subjects, he had been so busy these days that his scalp had gone numb. In order to study the evolution of the iron-eating beasts and find experimental subjects, he had been so busy these days that his scalp had gone numb. For example, it was not a bad thing to have researched the evolutionary materials that determined the evolution potential of the iron-eating beasts. Instead, it was a good thing. This greatly reduced the threshold for ordinary beast tamers to nurture iron-eating beasts to evolve. This allowed the iron-eating beasts to have good value in the low-level, middle-level, and high-level markets. Now, it was a pity that the iron-eating beast only displayed combat value. Now, the Beastmaster Association favored the beast pet races that had low requirements for evolution and could evolve smoothly and bring huge financial benefits. For example, a pet that could produce such resources was a pet that could bring financial benefits. And those pets that could farm. This kind of pet that had mastered special abilities was the main demand in today's era. This was also why some researchers had been studying the evolution of the green silkworm in exchange for fame and benefits. The green silkworm was highly malleable and had many evolution directions. Perhaps they could develop an evolution form that could cause changes in a certain field. However, the evolution form of the iron-eating beasts was actually not bad. After all, the upper limit was a high-end battle power that might approach the overlord races. If high-level battle power was thrown into the wild for future city developments, the economic benefits were not bad, maybe even better. With such a racial level and the fact that the iron-eating beast was a unique pet of the Dong Huang, it was not impossible for the iron-eating beast to become the national treasure of the country. The final goal of the iron-eating beast research group was to operate the iron-eating beast into one of the national treasures of the nation. Regardless of whether it could succeed in the end, when the time came, Shi Yu, who discovered that the iron-eating beast had evolved, would definitely become popular. He would directly gain both fame and fortune. How nice. At night, because Shi Yu said he wanted to see the iron-eating beast evolve, Hall Master Lin Hongyan directly let his iron-eating beast out. Then, they saw Shi Yu go up and touch and pet it as if he had seen a relative, leaving Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast at a loss. This guy wasn't even petting his own iron-eating beast baby, so why would he be petting a 20-year-old iron-eating beast veteran? Confirm recording. Skill, inner power. Skill level, super level. Status, no target. Before long, Shi Yu stopped with a smile. The other skills weren't important. He had to let 11 learn this godly skill quickly. After Lin Hongyan's research, this skill, even if it didn't cost him, had very strong battle power. As long as the iron-eating beast didn't release its strength and was in a restrained and cute state, it was actually a process of accumulating strength. It was equivalent to the iron-eating beast being able to slowly accumulate additional energy in its body even at full strength, waiting for the time to directly erupt. Now, Shi Yu was very curious if he could teach super skills with his physique. As he was too anxious to verify it, Shi Yu didn't talk to Hall Master Lin and the others about the research progress and the vocation assessment for too long. He directly returned to the room and summoned 11. Who? After coming out of the ruins bead, 11 looked at Shi Yu in confusion. Then, it quickly saw Shi Yu's expression. Shi Yu even revealed a look of despair. Skill, inner power. Status, cannot be taught. Damn. Why? Shi Yu, yuan hash percent hash yuan hash percent hash percent hash. 11. It was the same as the super skill plant control. It couldn't be taught. At that time, Shi Yu concluded 3 reasons. There were 2 reasons why pets didn't have enough compatibility and strength. Shi Yu didn't believe that 11 wouldn't meet these 2 conditions. So, it could only be the 3rd reason? Third, his physique was still too lousy and insufficient to withstand the teaching of super skills. The index was afraid that he would die, so it didn't allow him to teach. Just like the cooldown time, it was a protective mechanism. Shi Yu hated it. As expected, it was because he was too lousy? Woo-woo? Although 11 didn't know what had happened, it couldn't help but pat Shi Yu's thigh comfortingly when it saw his depressed look. It's all right, it's all right. Relax, he still had 11 and Buggy by his side. I still hate it. Shi Yu's eyes were filled with tears. It would take nearly a week to teach high-level skills, so super skills would probably be even more terrifying. When exactly could he teach them? This was still an entry-level super skill. If he still needed to increase some proficiency, Shi Yu didn't dare to imagine what he would become. Not only was the learning difficulty higher than low-level skills, but it would also be difficult to increase proficiency in the future. It was so tiring. Woo! 11 looked up. Was everything all right now? If so, it would go back to train. Yes. Shi Yu said weakly, it's time for the assessment soon. Just warm up appropriately. Why are you training? Come, do 2 sets of papers with me. Then, be good and turn into a big bed and sleep. 11, let the worm do it. It can change many more ways than I can. Chapter 105, Battle Restaurant. Chapter 105, Battle Restaurant. There were two ways to register for the vocation assessment. One was to register at the local Beast Tamer Association, and the other was to register online. Shiyu had signed up on the internet, so he just had to wait for the assessment to start. There's still a day. After waking up in the morning, Shiyu stretched. At the same time, he thought about whether he should give Eleven and Buggy a double combat strategy at the last minute. The first stage of the vocation assessment was alright. It was to verify the Beast Tamer's Beast Tamer level and pet level. It was similar to an interview. Beast Tamers who reached the threshold could pass. After being reminded by the Panda Senior, Shiyu knew that the most important stage was the final assessment. At that time, all the candidates who had passed the first three assessments would undergo the ranking battle. There were no restrictions in this assessment. For example, some Beast Tamers only cultivated one pet, but if their opponents cultivated two, they could only fight 1 against 2. To be precise, it was 2 against 3, because in this battle, Beast Tamers could also participate in the battle. This was to give some Beast Tamers with special talent a chance to display their strength. Therefore, this time, it was a test of the overall battle power of the Beast Tamer. For example, the 12-year-old prodigy Zheng Yingjie mentioned might be able to summon 3 or 4 pets with his talent. There were even candidates who had reached the 3rd level in the beast taming space in advance who could possibly summon 3 pets. This way, teamwork was especially important. Beast tamers who hadn't undergone this training would definitely suffer. Panda, Buggy. It doesn't match. After washing up, Shiyu began to think. In fact, he also trained Eleven and Buggy's tacit understanding. Eleven and Buggy often trained and fought together, so the two pets knew each other very well. However, due to race and skill restrictions, if they wanted to cooperate, it would be to use the worm silk to control the opponent while Eleven attacked. Although they could barely cooperate, he felt that there was no qualitative leap. It wasn't a perfect fit. It was far inferior to the Dragon Soul Possession Bone Dragon. The improvement brought by the integration strategy was more direct. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about it in the future. With the skill Illusory Phantom, if he wanted to, Buggy and any pet could cooperate very well, but he needed a lot of time to practice them. Now, Shiyu clearly didn't have much time. Moreover, Eleven and Buggy had yet to master their own pile of skills, so how could they have the time to study double combat tactics? Shiyu was hoping that Eleven and Buggy could rely on their outstanding individual qualities to fight 2 to 3. This was also a method. In short, as long as the pets were strong enough, the number of the enemy didn't matter. Moreover, Eleven also had the deterrent skill. No one? When Shiyu came out of his room, he realized that the research institute was cold and quiet. Only Senior Panda was there. It was only 9. He wasn't late either. They went to buy experimental equipment. Senior Panda was preparing a nutritious meal for the little iron eaters in the backyard. Oh. Shiyu nodded. Did you have breakfast? Do you want to drink the fresh milk prepared for the iron-eating beast? Forget it. Shiyu waved his hand. The iron-eating beasts drank too much milk. He was afraid that it would exceed the metal content. Panda smiled and said, "You can go to the school canteen to take a look. There seems to be instant noodles in the other cabinet too if you want. Then I'll go out and take a look." Shiyu didn't really want to eat instant noodles either. "If you want to go out, do you want to go to your own examination venue tomorrow?" asked the Panda Senior. "Ancient Capital is still pretty big. Do you know where your next examination venue is?" It would be too awkward if he missed the assessment because he was late to the wrong venue. Although it looked pretty stupid, there were such beast tamers every year. When Lin Xiaozhu participated in the assessment back then, she saw someone crying outside the examination hall because he was late. This group of unlucky children. There were all kinds of people in the world. Shiyu exclaimed. Which examination hall was he from? A certain someone fell into deep thought. He really didn't notice. He originally wanted to confirm his location today, but Senior Panda reminded him just in time. Shiyu took out his new cell phone and checked it. It looks like the Lotus Lake Arena. I'll go take a look later, said Shiyu. It's quite far from here, said the Panda Senior. Then why don't you send me there? Shiyu was addicted to sitting in the car. The Panda Senior rejected and said, go alone. I still have to take care of the iron-eating beasts. Besides, the car was also driven away by junior sister Lin Yue. I understand. Shiyu was sad. The vocation assessment was such a big thing. Didn't he get the treatment of getting a car? After all, he might become the Scholar of the Year this year. Shiyu went out alone. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. This assessment was like the college entrance examination. The candidates, parents, and official institutions were the ones who thought about it all day. Although outsiders would also pay attention, they were purely watching the commotion. Shiyu didn't have any relatives, so he was definitely being treated like an orphan. A taxi, my savior. It was not as convenient to buy a car. Next, Shiyu chose to listen to Senior Panda's suggestion and stepped on the examination venue in advance. The Lotus Lake Arena was a very large venue in ancient capital city. It could accommodate 50,000 people at most, so it was definitely not a problem to treat it as an examination hall. Shiyu took an hour via taxi before rushing over from the research institute. Without a traffic jam. From the looks of it, he had to get up early tomorrow. Otherwise, he would be dead if he got stuck in a traffic jam. Why don't we just not go home? Shiyu stood outside the arena and was silent for a long time. Finally, he picked up his cell phone and called Senior Panda. Are you there? The other side asked. We are here. It's a little further than I thought, so I won't be going back today. Panda? Was this how he did things? Is there still a place to stay? At this time, shouldn't the surrounding hotels be full? Don't worry, Shiyu said. He had the ruins bead. When the time came, he could just sleep on the panda bed in the bead. Why would he want a hotel? In order to avoid waking up early tomorrow and to consider the risk of traffic jams, Shiyu felt that it was safer to sleep near the examination hall. As expected of you, Shiyu. He directly eliminated the risk of being late. He sure was smart. Then, all right. Regarding this, Senior Panda was speechless. However, during the vocation assessment, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, she seemed to have rented a room near the examination hall. This was indeed the easiest way. After saying goodbye to the Panda Senior, Shiyu hung up. He looked at the arena. At the moment, the arena was in a sealed state. People were gathered around. Judging from the age distribution of the crowd, they should be similar to him. They were all here to set the stage in advance. In other words, they were all competitors. Forget it, let's not think too much. Let's find a place to eat first. Gulp. After confirming the examination venue, Shiyu began to pay attention to his stomach. He definitely didn't have time to eat breakfast, so he might as well eat lunch now. He held his cell phone and started to search for restaurants nearby through the food reviews. To be honest, Shiyu really found a restaurant that looked impressive. Halbert Eating Garden. Upon seeing the name, Shiyu felt that this place was not bad. It might even be a little trashy. This was a national chain restaurant that mainly used transcendent creatures as ingredients to make fantasy-level food. It was spread all over 9 first-level cities. The head chefs were all food tamers with professional strength and big bosses in the cooking world. At the moment, this restaurant was the most popular. Shiyu opened the comments and immediately knew the reason. This was still a high-level battle restaurant. The restaurant was in the midst of an activity. As long as any beast tamer who participated in the vocation assessment passed the battle test in the restaurant, the meal would be on the house. It's a fancy promotion. When Shiyu saw the rules, he immediately thought to himself that these guys were business masters. He understood the rules. Generally speaking, the restaurants welcomed the beast tamers who participated in the vocation assessment to eat. After the meal, the restaurant would arrange for two guests to battle. The winner of the battle was directly exempted. The losing party only needed to pay their own expenses, and there was no need for additional payment. From the looks of it, the store was at a huge disadvantage. Not only did they have to waive a single order, they also had to provide the venue. It was a discount activity that was beneficial to all the customers. However, when Shiyu saw the price of the food, who would believe that the store would lose money? As long as enough people went, even if only half of them spent money, the restaurant would still make a killing and even become famous. This marketing method was worth learning for other restaurants, because in this way, if every restaurant is like this, won't I be able to freeload every meal? Shiyu was clearly very confident in his own strength. He headed straight for the restaurant. He clearly knew that the restaurant was baiting, but who would think that they were being baited? Moreover, Shiyu didn't just do it for free. Eating is secondary. Why don't we take the opportunity to let Buggy battle? Shiyu thought to himself that the vocation assessment was coming soon. Apart from fighting 11, Buggy had never fought other pets. Should he let it experience it in advance? Otherwise, Buggy would fail at the critical moment. Chapter 106, Buggy's First Battle. Chapter 106, Buggy's First Battle. Halberd Eating Garden was originally called Halberd Eating Restaurant. It was established by a legendary beast tamer. It was said that when this legendary beast tamer was young, he accidentally entered a dangerous place and lost contact with the outside world. He lived alone in the wild for several years. For the past few years, in order to fill his stomach, he and his pets could only hunt those wild creatures for survival. Then, they ate wild food for several years. He had eaten creatures from the transcendent level to the commander level. As he ate, they killed their way through the wilderness. He successfully returned to human society. After returning, this beast tamer seemed to have opened the door to a new world, summarizing a philosophy of life: combat and delicacies are more compatible. Halberd Eating Restaurant was born because of this. He himself had also gone on the path of a gourmet beast tamer and never returned. In order to eat the taste of monarch-level creatures or even overlord-level creatures, he started to work hard in cultivation. In the end, he inexplicably became a legendary beast tamer in Donghuang. This is the power of a foodie? Shiyu browsed the introduction of Halberd Eating Garden on the internet and was a little shocked. Good lord! It was too inspirational. He just didn't know if this legendary beast tamer had tasted a dragon in the end. Shiyu arrived at the ancient capital's Halberd Eating Garden branch with the mood of worship. This place was very large. The entire restaurant was built in a huge courtyard that could accommodate thousands of people. Before entering, he could already see many people. As expected of a legendary beast tamer company, it looked very popular. Welcome, do you have an appointment? After Shiyu entered the courtyard, a waiter in a suit welcomed him and asked. No. After Shiyu simply explained to the waiter that he was here to participate in the event, the waiter immediately understood. Then, he led Shiyu to a single-person private room to eat. Then, Shiyu naturally ate a big meal. He ate very nourishing food. He could only say that he understood everything. Unfortunately, this was a restaurant targeted at beast tamers and didn't provide food for pets. Otherwise, Shiyu even wanted to call 11 and Buggy out to eat together. In any case, the meal might be free later. As the ingredients were all transcendent creatures and the taste was too delicious, Shiyu alone spent a total of 60,000 yuan. Actually, the price was all right, not even as expensive as a divine bean. However, this was also related to the fact that divine beans weren't prepared for ordinary professional beast tamers. They were standard supplements for master-level beast tamers. Shiyu might be the first person to eat something so nutritious at the trainee stage. After eating a pile of nourishing food, Shiyu wiped his mouth and fell into deep thought. Although after these supplements were cooked, they gave up part of their nutrition in pursuit of delicacies and didn't have the natural supplements, it seemed to be all right. If there were such events every day, he would come for a meal every time he finished adding points. Moreover, there would be free venues and sparring sessions. Wouldn't that be beautiful? But here's the problem again. Is it safe to let Buggy go? If it loses, it will be 60,000 yuan. Shiyu was stunned. The peak battle power of the worm was equivalent to that of a low-level commander pet cub. It was still risky. There shouldn't be any lousy candidates who would dare to eat at such a place, right? Forget it, forget it. It didn't matter. If Buggy dared to lose, it could just let it work to repay its debts. Its ability to earn money was still better than Eleven's. After pressing the bell for the waiter, Shiyu began to silently wait for the subsequent battle arrangements. At the same time, in another private room, two boys of similar age were drinking drinks and waiting. They are discussing a very important question. "Cousin, who's going to participate in the battle later?" A young man with a crew cut said. Halberd Eating Restaurant's activity this time supported multiple candidates eating together. When the time came, they just needed to send one representative to battle. There was no need for every candidate to battle. The restaurant would match its opponent according to the amount of money the customer spent. In the end, no matter who won, the restaurant would not lose. The two of us are about the same. Actually, it's the same for both of us. As long as we don't encounter commander-type pets, aren't we just killing randomly, the buzz-cut cousin said. In the vocation assessment, there were still very few who could contract the cubs of racial creatures. They didn't believe that they were so unlucky to have encountered it. That's right. Then, I'll go. But if I lose, you can't blame me. We'll split the meal 50-50, the short-haired cousin said. All right, the buzz-cut cousin said. But you have to be more serious. For the professional assessment, I'm a little tight on money now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to such a place to be a gambler. The short-haired cousin, it's not a big problem, not a big problem. I shouldn't lose. Not long later, a waiter in a suit entered the private room and said to the pair of cousins who were participating in the vocation assessment, "Sorry for the wait. I've already prepared a suitable opponent and venue for you." Ordinary restaurants definitely didn't have the right to casually prepare a battlefield area. Halberd Eating Garden was relatively special. After all, the founder was a legendary beast tamer. In Donghuang, the legendary beast tamer was the highest battle power below the National Guardian. They enjoyed special privileges everywhere. From the chefs to the waiters, everyone in the Halberd Eating Garden was a beast tamer. It was also considered a restaurant with a very special style. Next, under the lead of the waiter, the pair of cousins arrived at a battleground in the courtyard. It was extremely lively here. There were people fighting in every independent battleground. It seemed like they were all candidates who had come to participate in the vocation assessment to warm up. Is our opponent? After the short-haired brother was brought over by the waiter, he saw Shiyu, who was leaning against the edge of the venue, browsing his cell phone on the isolation net. Yes, the waiter said. The buzz-cut cousin stared at Shiyu and felt that he looked a little familiar. A moment later, he chuckled. This smile immediately made the waiter a little puzzled, and also made the cousin who was about to fight beside him a little puzzled. At the same time, it also attracted Shiyu's attention. "What is it?" asked his cousin. "I remember a happy thing," the buzz-cut cousin whispered. "You're safe in this battle." He finally remembered why Shiyu looked familiar. Back then, when he was visiting ancient capital university, he wanted to find a random person to fight and kill time. Then, he happened to find Shiyu in front of him. However, that battle could not be established in the end. The reason was very simple. At that time, Shiyu was too lousy. He said that his pet was only at the 9th level of awakening and had not even reached the transcendent level. When the buzzcut cousin heard that, he lost interest and directly rolled his eyes and left. The world was so small. Fate was indescribably wonderful. At a time like this, he liked rookies like Shiyu a lot. After all, he could freeload. He had only awakened level 9 3 months ago. Even if he broke through to the transcendent level 3 months later, how strong could Shiyu be? This guy's smile is so annoying. Do I know him? Shiyu looked at the two people the waiter brought and was a little stunned. He had completely forgotten that he had met the other party once. His head didn't remember useless things. It was filled with pet information and the rich lady's cell phone number. "Brother, how are you?" At this moment, the cousin who had been encouraged by his cousin walked forward and greeted Shiyu. Cousin knew him? He was a little more confident now. At the same time, he smiled. "Hello." Shiyu nodded. He was quite enthusiastic. However, he didn't look very smart or like an expert. Buggy should be stable. "Gentlemen, can we start the battle now?" "The battle rules are a one-on-one battle between pets," the waiter said. Time was money. They didn't have time to let the guests talk too much. It was also because of this that the battle rules here had always been a battle between pets. This could avoid a lot of trouble and shorten the battle time. "Sure," Shiyu and the straight-hair boy said at the same time. At this moment, as Shiyu and the straight-hair boy arrived at the two sides of the arena, the waiter also acted as the judge. The buzzcut cousin, who was watching by the side, touched his chin. "Great, I can save some money again." Next, in the center of the arena, the waiter and judge quickly repeated the rules and left the arena to the two parties. Shiyu and the boy named Zhao Rui quickly summoned their battle pets at the same time. Hoo. The same grey summoning array represented that both of them were beast tamers who had reached level 2 in the beast taming space. A huge figure 2 meters tall appeared in front of Zhao Rui. This figure had a strong brown body. Its body was like a huge wrapped branch, and its whole body was covered in green vines. Above its body, there were deep and empty yellow shining eyes and mouth, indicating that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary tree. Name: Tree Spirit. Attributes: Wood. Race level: High Transcendent. Race skill: Wood Spike, Wood Whip, Absorption, Wood Shield. This was a common but very powerful plant-type pet. The branches of the tree spirit were harder and stronger than steel bars, and it could be as agile as hands. The penetration power of the wooden spikes could easily penetrate most metal. Wood Shield and Absorption. One guaranteed the defense of the tree spirit, and the other guaranteed the continuation of the tree spirit by absorbing the nutrients of the opponent's body. Like the wings of wind, the tree spirit was one of the few pets with excellent comprehensive qualities among transcendent races. Moreover, it was obvious that this tree spirit's growth level had also reached the transcendent level. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to deal with. As long as the opponent isn't a fire element pet. In the arena, Zhao Rui summoned the formation and kept looking at the pet Shiyu had summoned. Then, he fell into deep thought about life. It wasn't just him. The waiter, judge, and Zhao Rui's older cousin also who? GG. In the small summoning array on Shiyu's side, a tiny caterpillar with a green furry body and innocent eyes crawled out. It had 2 yellow antennae on its head. It raised its head and looked at the tree spirit in front of it, smiling. It was the disgrace of the pet generation, the green silkworm. At this moment, Buggy looked at the tree spirit excitedly. Good, this time, it countered the other party. Birds countered bugs, while bugs countered plants. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Although that was the case, Zhao Rui and the tree spirit did not have the slightest awareness of being countered. They immediately felt depressed. Are you F*King serious? Zhao Rui was at a loss. As expected of my cousin, he really didn't lie to me. His opponent doesn't look very smart, so this wave was stable. Please be more serious, Shiyu said. You guys attack first. Seeing that his opponent seemed to be looking down on Buggy, Shiyu knew that the bug's deception was too strong, stronger than the cute form of an 11-year-old cub. This couldn't be helped. Damn! Zhao Rui's cousin was also stunned. Although he believed when his cousin said it was stable, he didn't expect things to be so stable. What was Shiyu doing? Doing charity? It wasn't that he despised the green silkworm, but at least let it evolve before coming. Even if it was the most basic evolution wind crystal butterfly, he wouldn't have such a reaction. An awkward cold wind blew, raising dust. Grab him and be gentle. Just throw him out of the arena. In the arena, Zhao Rui gave the order with a dark expression. He was also afraid that the tree spirit would smash the green worm into meat paste with a wooden whip. The command was very gentle. He was a kind person. Ah! The tree spirit cried out in difficulty. Then, an arm-thick brown branch stretched out from its body and grabbed the green worm opposite it. It was a very simple whipping, but it shouldn't be a problem. It was simply a waste of talent to deal with the green worm. However, in the face of such an attack, Buggy on the other side showed a dissatisfied expression. Gee! Can you be more serious? Usually, Buggy fought with 11, who didn't lose to the cubs of monarchs. It was clearly dissatisfied with this kind of attack. Swoosh! It spat out a crystalline white thread from its mouth. It didn't even use the spatial nature to make the worm's silk transparent as it spat it out. What? The green worm's action stunned everyone. Worm silk versus wooden whip? Good lord, was it the same level? However, before everyone could be stunned for long, their expressions froze in the next second. The worm silk spat out by the green silkworm immediately bent slightly from the middle when it approached the wooden whip wielded by the tree spirit. It was like a dancing sharp blade, waving and emitting a few whooshing sounds. Ah! Immediately after, the tree spirit suddenly shouted. Its wooden whip directly fell to the ground one by one, as if it had encountered an extremely sharp weapon cutting into it. The full-level worm silk that had been added 256 times could even leave a mark on 11's transcendent level hardening, let alone just cutting the small branch like this. In a round of confrontation, Buggy directly displayed his strength. Shiyu and Buggy weren't surprised, but as this scene happened, Zhao Rui and the others were directly stunned. How is this possible? Whoosh! This wasn't the end. After cutting through the opponent's wooden whip, Buggy's gaze focused as he continued to control the worm silk to shoot. Ah! At this moment, tree sap flowed out of the tree spirit's forehead. It was drenched in sweat. It sensed the pressure and quickly controlled the wooden whip to smash. Swoosh! However, the instant the thick branch and the thin worm silk collided, the outcome was still the same as before. In just an instant, the worm silk slashed out like the sharpest and toughest weapon, splitting the wooden whip into pieces. At that moment, Zhao Rui's expression nearly exploded, as if he had seen something that shattered his values. This was F** King Green Worm? This was F** King Worm Silk? What was going on? Wasn't his cousin hinting that the opponent was very weak? The pet race he sent out was indeed very weak, but this strength was unscientific. The buzzcut cousin was also shocked. What was with this green worm? He couldn't understand it at all. As for the waiter, his mouth was slightly agape from the start to the end. He could not understand the performance of the green worm. Would shield. At this moment, seeing that the green silkworm's worm silk was continuing to attack the tree spirit like a life-threatening rope, the veins on Zhao Rui's forehead popped up. Wood element natural fluctuations appeared on his body, and a strong wind swept up around him. At the same time, the quality of the energy in the tree spirit's body increased. After being enhanced by the beast tamer's wood element strengthening talent, its battle power increased greatly. As its body retreated, a row of wooden pillars bent in front of it, forming half an arched wall to protect itself. Swoosh! This time, the worm silk only left a white scratch on the wooden shield and did not successfully break through the defense. Zhao Rui was delighted. That's it? Unfortunately, he didn't last long. In the next moment, his expression collapsed again, and he put on the painful mask. The worm silk could only leave white marks on the wooden shield. This did not mean that the wood shield's defense was high. It was also because the green worm's current worm silk was not at its strongest state. Not only did it not activate all the spatial properties of the worm silk, but there were also relatively few worm silk at the moment. At the same time, it had yet to use illusions to manifest its stronger self in the dream realm. Gee! At this moment, in the face of a stronger opponent, the worm quickly retracted its worm silk. At the same time, dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads shot out of its mouth. Then, these silk threads were wrapped together, forming a thick pillar like a wooden whip. The head of the thread pillar was wrapped like a spear. At this moment, under the control of the green silkworm, it shot out at a high speed. At that moment, although everyone could not see the insect silk clearly due to the special nature of the worm's silk, the sudden sound of breaking through the air and the action of the green worm spitting out the worm's silk directly made everyone's expression change. This time, the destructive power of the worm's silk was so strong that it directly penetrated the wood shield with a bang. After the wood shield shattered, the thread pillar pierced through the tree spirit's body. In the next moment, the tree spirit's body slightly caved in, and it directly suffered a huge impact. Its pupils constricted, and its 2-meter-tall huge body was directly flipped over. It scraped the ground and slid for 3 to 4 meters before stopping. Gee! In normal state, the worm with full battle power directly destroyed the enemy's defense unreasonably. The expressions of the cousins froze and completely collapsed. They felt that they were dreaming. You lost. The green silkworm's worm silk has already pierced into the tree spirit's body. Now, it can start destroying the tree spirit's body from the inside with a thought. At the same time, Shiyu spoke directly. Because the other party had held back at the start, he also let Buggy hold back a little. After all, there was still an assessment in a few days. It would be bad if the tree spirit was injured too badly. It was just a meal. It was better to be friendly. At this moment, just as Tong Yu had said, the tree spirit on the ground didn't dare to move at all. Although it still had the strength to fight, it could clearly feel that there was a fatal killing weapon flowing in its body. There was another special quality to the max-level worm silk. Even after leaving the green silkworm's body, it could still be controlled by the green silkworm for a long time. At this moment, these transparent worm silk were like little worms, constantly waiting for their master's attack orders in the tree spirit's body. This move was very difficult to defend against. As long as one was stabbed in any part of the body by the silkworm's thread, it was equivalent to being sentenced to death by Shiyu. With the transparent nature of the skill, it was not much of a problem to say that worm was the strongest killer of the extraordinary race. At this moment, Zhao Rui's expression was unable to accept it. This was because he had received the tree spirit's feedback and knew that Shiyu wasn't lying. Because of this, his values were almost shattered and he couldn't understand at all. Green Silkworm. Green Silkworm was using the worm silk to suppress the transcendent level tree spirit? Was this what his cousin meant by "this wave is stable"? Stable his ass, liar, refund. But clearly, even his cousin didn't expect this situation at this time. Including the waiter, the three of them were extremely shocked. In the end, Zhao Rui's voice was almost hoarse. He said with a trembling voice, "Transcendent level green silkworm, transcendent level silkworm silk? You know your stuff." Shiyu nodded. Not bad. F***CK. What was not bad? This didn't make sense. As Shiyu confirmed it, Zhao Rui and the others did not feel the slightest joy of being enlightened. Instead, they felt that it was even more ridiculous. Was there really a F***king person who cultivated the green silkworm to the transcendent level? And even trained the worm silk to the transcendent level? This guy had a problem. The three of them were shocked to the extreme. Fortunately, no one here noticed. Otherwise, this place would only be more sensational. Putting aside whether the green silkworm could reach the transcendent level, just based on the fact that it had mastered the transcendent level worm silk, it could be determined that this green silkworm almost had the potential of a monarch race after evolution. This had already been proven. The cousins were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why such a candidate had appeared. This kind of pet, this kind of proficiency, was completely impossible to understand. The tree spirit reminded its beast tamer to stop wasting time. Quickly admit defeat. Its body was so itchy and in pain. It swore never to fight with bugs again. It was countered this time. Zhao Rui's face was in a mess. It could be imagined that he was also a genius from a certain place, an influential figure. He wasn't necessarily worse than the group of people who competed with Shiyu for the Evolution Sacred Spring back then. However, it was such a genius who had already seen the dangers of society before participating in the vocation assessment. In the boundless world, there were all kinds of beast tamers and pets. Zhao Rui was forced to admit defeat because the life and death of the tree spirit was indeed in Shiyu's hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. "Cousin, this really isn't my fault. You should be able to understand. It was clear that there's something wrong with this beast tamer and pet." Heh, Shiyu chuckled. Although the opponent was weak and the battle between the bugs would definitely not be enjoyable, it was good as long as it was free. Gee? At this moment, Buggy was indeed a little dissatisfied. It swept a glance at the crowd with stunned faces and silently turned around. There wasn't a single person who could fight, and it actually didn't even force out its dream form. It was boring. If the opponent in the vocation assessment was only at this level, it felt that it could destroy everything without his leader stepping up. Chapter 107, I'm Too Excellent. Chapter 107, I'm Too Excellent. After showing off, Shiyu left in satisfaction. At that moment, Buggy was very excited. He felt that one battle wasn't enough, and even wanted to fight a second one. "Why don't we have another meal tonight?" Shiyu had some crooked ideas, but soon, he was very disappointed in this restaurant. Because the event rule said that each person was limited to one event. Damn it! In any case, the restaurant guys couldn't lose out either, and they even F*King limited it. This is very lacking in trust. Where's the most basic trust between people? Alright, go back to the bead and fight 11, Shiyu said to Buggy on his shoulder. Buggy's face fell. Did it say it wanted to fight? It wanted to torture noobs. What kind of battle experience was there to fight with leader? At the moment, the strength of the worm was very good. After the worm's silk was raised to the maximum level, the effect was simply a qualitative change. Just the worm's silk alone could make it kill a large number of extraordinary creatures of the same level. If it used those two proficient high-level skills, at the same level of growth, it wouldn't be impossible for it to battle commander species creatures. Therefore, it was not a random claim that Buggy could kill most geniuses in second-tier cities. Usually, geniuses will be left for Buggy, while monster geniuses are left for 11. It's been arranged, Shiyu analyzed. In the afternoon, Shiyu couldn't be bothered to return to the research institute. As he couldn't think of where to go for the time being, he simply found an empty place and entered the ruins bead to do the papers. At the last minute, he had to sharpen his weapons, his skills. Even if it wasn't fast, it was light. If he could suppress one more thing, it would be another. After Shiyu entered the ruined space, there were no traces left in the outside world. But the disadvantage was that if Shiyu wanted to go out, he could only go out on the spot. When they went out later, would there be anyone around? It would be more difficult to deal with, but it wasn't a big problem. They could release the bug to scout the situation first. No one could see it. In the ruins bead, after Shiyu and Buggy entered, Buggy started to report the good news of their victory just now to 11. Woo? Gee! Woo! Gee! 11's blood boiled, and Shiyu's face darkened. Good lord, it was just a crushing battle, but it made Buggy describe it as a world-shaking battle. The worm's silk was like a vast white ocean. During the battle, there were gunshots and saber shadows, and the drums and horns sounded together. It was a rather spectacular sight. The worm opened its mouth and kept talking. The enemy wasn't simple either. With a clap of its hands, the tree realm descended, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by it with irresistible force. Shiyu rolled his eyes. Who had it learned this ability from? Oh, Shiyu knew. Cell phone. In order to allow 11 and Buggy to develop completely, Shiyu taught 11 and Buggy simple literacy. 11 was still all right. There weren't many changes. It did the question sincerely, but Buggy liked to hug its old cell phone and browse this and that all day. especially the fantasy advertisements that popped up on the webpage. It was very easy to immerse itself in them. None of that mattered. What made Shiyu speechless was that 11 actually listened attentively. It believed it. Sh*T, with this intelligence, why did it feel like the world was going to be overtaken by bugs very soon? Cell phones even had the ability to develop intelligence? This can't go on. Buggy even knows to learn idioms to brag. 11 just likes to do stupid stuff like take a selfie with the cell phone and completely won't use it in the right place. Looks like I have to let 11 come into contact with cell phones more. Maybe it can become smarter. After Shiyu took out 3 years simulation for the 5-job examination, he called 11 and Buggy over. 11 and Buggy stood in front of Shiyu obediently. Because they knew that as long as they dared to disobey Shiyu, they would suffer. When other beast tamers threatened their pets, the punishment would be doubled and they would not be allowed to eat. Now, Shiyu had a new trick. 11 was still happy if it was punishment training. Buggy's training was to sleep, so it was not a threat. Punishing 3 meals would affect the development of the pet. Shiyu felt that it was a huge loss. Therefore, Shiyu understood. In the future, the punishment measure would be to do the papers. This method was very useful. Both 11 and Buggy hated doing papers and didn't like it very much. But the key was that this wasn't useless. For example, Buggy was already familiar with memorizing the attribute list and counters. There was also 11, who could already recognize the names of thousands of pets. This made the beast tamer feel relieved. Only Shiyu could increase his points and not care about the amount of pet training. Otherwise, which proper beast tamer would let their pet do questions all day long? The time for pet training and rest was not enough. Don't do the papers today. I'll give you some homework on initiating intelligence. Shiyu smiled at 11 and Buggy. Ooh? Gee? 11 and Buggy were very happy to hear that they didn't have to do the papers anymore. However, what the hell was this little homework for initiating intelligence? Did Shiyu think they were stupid? The 2 pets looked at Shiyu with intelligence. 11, Buggy. Buggy, your homework is very simple. You have more than 10 worm silk usage skills now, right? Use your idiom talent more and give each skill a high, short, and appropriate skill name. When the time comes, I can give commands. Buggy was stunned and then pleasantly surprised. This homework was all right, it didn't reject it. 11, you. 11 had to be heavily arranged. From today onwards, you will learn acting skills. You have to familiarize yourself with the self-cultivation of an actor. Don't you like to take photos? Next, when facing the camera, you have to learn to control your gaze, expression, and every move. It's best if your acting skills reach the point where outsiders can't see through your true thoughts. From today onwards, you will learn acting skills. You have to familiarize yourself with the self-cultivation of an actor. Don't you like to take photos? Next, when facing the camera, you have to learn to control your gaze, expression, and every move. It's best if your acting skills reach the point where outsiders can't see through your true thoughts. 11? Shiyu chuckled. A pet with high acting skills would definitely not be too stupid. This was also very training in intelligence. Most importantly, after 11 learned the skill of inner power in the future, it would need to use acting skills. Under the restrained state of the skill, the basic requirement was to shrink all power and make oneself ordinary. However, this was only the foundation. How was just restrained power enough? Hiding one's form, expression, and emotions was the true success of restraint. This was a test of acting skills. You have to remember that from today onwards, you are a small iron-eating beast cub that is a few months old and 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Shiyu looked at 11, scaring 11 into shrinking to Shiyu's designated size. It understood. In essence, it was to hide their trump cards and use them one by one at the critical moment. Let the enemy see where their limit was at a glance, but never see where their real limit was. .jpg. You can do it. After arranging the homework for 11 and Buggy, Shiyu was satisfied and started doing the questions himself. The next day, outside the examination venue of the Lotus Lake Arena, there was a sea of people. Even if Shiyu slept on the ground outside the examination hall and had 11 alarm clocks, he could only line up after waking up. Good heavens, he was already sleeping not far from the examination hall, but there was actually someone earlier than him? Don't you all need to sleep? F***CK? Just as Shiyu was marveling at the enthusiasm of these people, a vulgar voice suddenly came from the side. A. Shiyu turned around and was immediately delighted. Weren't they the Beast Tamer brothers from yesterday? Morning, you guys are also in this examination hall. Morning, the straight-hair cousin's name was Zhao Rui, the cousin who lost to Shiyu. The cousin who had previously invited Shiyu to battle and despised Shiyu for being too weak was called Ding Yao. When the two of them saw Shiyu, they felt that the early morning was not a good sign. After all, the meal yesterday was basically a guaranteed 60,000 yuan for free. In the end, when they encountered Shiyu, not only were they dealt a blow, but they also spent 30,000 yuan each. If they had known, they wouldn't have gone to eat there yesterday. Don't worry, today is the basic test. You guys will be fine, Shiyu comforted. The two of them were speechless. Of course they knew that it was fine with them. The so-called basic test was for beast tamers to enter the designated location and summon their own pet. Through the color of the beast tamer's summoning array, the examiner could determine whether the beast tamer's level had reached the standard. Then, there would be a corresponding machine to test the pet's energy. The pet's energy level would reach the transcendent level qualified. These were all the old assessments over the years. There was nothing new. Your green silkworm, aren't you going to have it evolve? Although they felt that Shiyu wasn't human, the brothers were very curious about him. The transcendent level green silkworm even mastered the transcendent level worm silk. Has this ever been achieved by a beast tamer? Currently, in Donghuang, the only green silkworm that had mastered the transcendent of the worm silk had already evolved into the monarch species Ice Phoenix moth. However, this one had not reached the transcendent level in the form of the green silkworm. The two of them had been discussing it the whole night yesterday, but they still didn't understand where this Shiyu came from. Where did this big boss come from? Where did this second-generation heir come from? If he didn't have a legendary beast tamer father, how could he have such a green worm? There's no hurry, Shiyu said. Wasn't he still unprepared? Buggy wasn't anxious yet. By the time it went all out, the world would tremble. What the F***CK was this person saying? There was no hurry. Bringing a transcendent level green silkworm to attack people randomly was ridiculous. Zhao Rui, holy shit, I've already imagined the shocked expressions of the surrounding examiners and candidates when you send your pet out later and the machine detects that it meets the transcendent standard. The examiner would definitely be dumbfounded by the transcendent level green silkworm. This, Shiyu was stunned. Speaking of which, during the test later, he only needed to test the level of one pet. Which one should he send? If he remembered correctly, the examination machine seemed to be able to detect the specific energy level. It would be specific to the level. It was very advanced. From a certain point of view, it might be similar to the battle detector in Dragon Ball. Of course, it was only to test the amount of energy in the body. This was only one of the criteria to determine the strength of a pet. In a real battle, the accompanying skills, skill level, and proficiency were also very important. Shiyu was conflicted. Buggy and 11 seemed to be pretty ruthless. The former's race was too shocking, while the latter, because the foundation laid down was too strong. After the transcendent transformation, the total energy in its body seemed to have reached a very terrifying level. Even if one didn't consider the skill proficiency, it would definitely be a wonder among transcendent pets. Well, it was indeed too outstanding. Shiyu had no intention of hiding his abilities, nor was there a need to. After all, the assessment would show his strength sooner or later. He was conflicted about whether he could measure both of them at the same time. He wanted to know the specific energy values of 11 and Buggy. His lousy cell phone could only detect big levels and could not accurately detect detailed energy conditions. As expected, he still had to change his cell phone. Chapter 108, The Job Examination Begins. Chapter 108, The Job Examination Begins. Union Calendar, January 1st, 178, 7 a.m. In Donghuang, ancient capital city's examination venue of the Lotus Lake Arena, the door was finally opened. The candidates rushed in noisily. The scene was bustling with activity. Most of the people present were young, and there were also some middle-aged men who came to give it a try for their academic degrees and dreams. At that moment, the buzz-cut cousin looked at Shiyu, who had left, and felt an itch in his heart. It was such a fucking pity. They were not in the same examination venue as Shiyu. They might not be able to see the scene of Shiyu's green worm showing off and shocking the examiners. He kept feeling that he had lost 100 million yuan. At this moment, Shiyu looked at the venue displayed on the admission ticket and walked along with the crowd and signs. This feeling is really similar to the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, apart from the written test, we came prepared this time. Shiyu chuckled. Lotus Lake Arena, exam venue number 10. Soon, Shiyu arrived. To be honest, he felt that something was wrong, because it wasn't Arena 11. This was a little interesting. The lucky number was gone just like that. The basic test was tested together at many examination venues. Only in this way could the candidates guarantee that they would finish the test in the shortest time possible. In the morning, there was the field basic test, and in the afternoon, there was the indoor written test. The assessment efficiency was very high. In a short day, he could complete 2 assessments. Moreover, the contents of the written test were all judged by the machine, and the results could be announced the next day. On the day the results were announced, the candidate rested for a day. Then, it was the 3rd assessment. At this moment, Shiyu and the other 79 candidates were standing around the number 10 examination venue, surrounding the blockade of a huge testing table. This detector wasn't built directly here, but it was transported here. It was very similar to a boxing ring, but it was bigger. It was less than a meter tall, but it was 10 meters in length and width. It was an energy detector, and its precision was very high. Standing on it, one could not only detect the pet's energy data, but also the pet's race, height, weight, physical development, and age. At the moment, 3 tables were placed inside the blockade facing the testing table. Behind the table, 2 men and 1 woman were controlling the computer alone. The 2 of them were reading the information with calm expressions. Yet another vocation assessment. The female examiner looked up at the candidates who had almost arrived outside the blockade and sighed. Every year, there were people who were happy and people who were sad. I wonder if people will take things too hard this year. I'm a little curious about the quality of the candidates this year. Needless to say, it will definitely get better each year. The other 2 male examiners chuckled. They were all professional beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital. Every year, the basic level examiners were randomly transferred from professional beast tamers. Although it was only a few days, the treatment was very good. At this moment, seeing that it was about time, the middle-aged female examiner in a professional black skirt stood up and opened the blockade, saying, "All right, quieten down." She looked at everyone with a dignified gaze. "I'm the main examiner for your basic test, Zhuangping. Next, I'll be in charge of your basic test. This test is very simple. When you hear your name later, you just have to go to the testing table and summon your own pet. There's no ranking for this basic test. You'll pass if you cross the line. But the pets you summon might affect the questions of your wilderness assessment according to their race and attributes. So, if you have many pets, think about which one you should summon first. The 3rd assessment is the wilderness trial. I believe you have already understood it. At that time, you will be thrown into a wilderness area. Then, you will be asked to survive there for a period of time. During the survival period, I will arrange some assessment missions for each of you, either to hunt a certain ferocious beast or to take some resources. The mission arranged will, to a certain extent, counter the pets you send for testing next. Do you understand? The 80 prospective beast tamers below the stage listened quietly and nodded in unison. He understood. For example, if he sent a fire element moon flame beast to participate in the basic test now, in the third stage, the mission would let the candidate deal with water elemental ferocious beasts and adopt water elemental resources. He was always making things difficult for others. Although it was difficult, the Beast Tamer Association didn't hide this rule. They directly reminded the candidate on the surface. Most candidates had contracted 2 pets. If both pets reached the transcendent level, in a sense, this also gave the candidates the right to choose the mission type in the third assessment. The candidates could completely use this rule to make their third assessment easier. After all, they could counter 1 pet, but could they restrain both? Of course, for candidates who contracted 1 pet or only had 1 pet that had reached the transcendent level, the rules were not very friendly. Time's up. Then, we'll start the basic test. The candidate whose name is mentioned, do as I said before. Move faster. As soon as the examiner Wang Ping finished speaking, a male examiner holding a register cleared his throat and called out by name, examination number 1439, He Yu. The first candidate whose name was read was a girl in a ponytail who wasn't even 20 years old. When she heard her name, her heart skipped a beat. She raised her hand nervously and shouted, "I'm here. Go up and test." Wang Ping also held a register and nodded. She looked at the information in her hand. On it was recorded the photo, name, age, gender, and identity of this girl named He Yu. Under the full attention of the audience, the first candidate, He Yu, jogged up to the testing table. The moment she stepped on the testing table, the glass-like venue immediately lit up, scaring the little girl. But soon, she stabilized her emotions and carefully looked at the examiner. "You can directly summon your pet after going up," Wang Ping said. "All right." The girl nodded and took a deep breath. In the next second, not far in front of her, a huge gray array that was flickering with countless light spots like a star map appeared in mid-air. Right on the heels of that, a water-like ripple appeared on the surface of the formation. A cute little creature in a standing posture, light blue body, clear blue eyes, purple eyes, an appearance similar to a flying momunga floated out of the summoning array. Name Super Flying Mouse. Attributes, Spirit. Race level, High Transcendent. Race skill, Psychic Wave, Clone, Barrier. It was a relatively rare spiritual pet. As everyone looked at the super flying rat, the next moment, the monitoring station's automatic voice broadcasted the test situation. Race name, Super Flying Rat. Race level, High Level Transcendent Level. Level of growth, Transcendent Level. Energy value, 599 points. After the voice broadcast was completed, the girl, He Yu, blushed and clenched her fist excitedly. Good, not bad. Below, a small number of people had blank expressions. Most of them nodded secretly. Obviously, not everyone knew what this value represented. At this moment, the examiner in front of the computer also received other more detailed data of the super flying rat. Then, he seriously uploaded it. The examiner who called out its name began to record the paper information. As for the examiner, Wang Ping, she added. Energy value represents the amount of energy in the pet's body. The energy in the body of a pet in the awakening stage is basically within 100 points. As for the transcendent level standard this time, it's 500 points. This value largely determines whether the pet can use high-level skills and whether it can use skills multiple times. You can use it as a reference to determine the strength of your pet. After the pet's growth level reached the transcendent level, it did not undergo the many awakening transformations like during the awakening stage. Its strength would not undergo a qualitative change at a certain point. Instead, it had to slowly accumulate. This was because pets of this level had already passed the stage of rapid growth. Their racial skills had basically been awakened. Next, there was only this big level in the entire transcendent level. There was no small level division. As for the next growth and transformation of the pet, that would have to wait until the commander level. At this time, the pet's strength would undergo a relatively large qualitative change. The pet could even release energy, solidify, and condense energy crystals themselves. In the wild, some commander rank creatures relied on this method to nurture their clansmen. The difference in strength between a group with a commander rank creature and a group without a commander rank creature was very obvious. Examination number 1440, Jin Fei. Race name, Shadow Leopard. Race level, High level Transcendent. Level of growth, Transcendent level. Energy value, 761 points. Examination number 1441, Ji Yuan. Race name, Wind Gathering Vine. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Level of growth, Transcendent level. Energy value, 524 points. Then, candidates were called names one after another and went on stage to test. However, the testing segment was basically very ordinary. There were no explosive points. Until examination number 1461, Bear Star. Race name, Thunder Lion. Race level, Low Class Commander. Level of growth, Transcendent level. Energy value, 1214 points. At this moment, the calm atmosphere of the basic testing segment was directly broken. Holy shit, it went over 1000? F*CK, it's twice as much as my Earth crystal butterfly. It's ridiculous. The commander races are awesome. Everyone looked at the young man on the testing table and the golden lightning lion beside him, and they were all shocked. Low-class commander species, Thunder Lion. This energy value almost completely destroyed the pets of the previous examinees. Raw, on the examination table, the Thunder Lion growled and enjoyed the feeling of being watched with the beast tamer. The beast tamer named Xiongxing had a calm expression but was abnormally satisfied in his heart. He, the center of attention. Not bad. The three examiners nodded silently in the face of the first candidate who broke through 1000, but they didn't say much. At the transcendent level, the battle power of the pet was actually the pet's race, skills, and self-training situation. Through daily training, pets could slowly increase their upper limit of energy and increase their skill proficiency. In battle, this was the competition. Among them, high-level pets definitely had natural advantages. Their upper limit of physical fitness was naturally higher than low-level pets. This couldn't be helped. It was normal for pets with high races to have high energy levels. But this didn't mean anything. As long as the energy difference between extraordinary creatures wasn't too great, this difference could be made up for. If the skill proficiency of high-level pets was not high, they could not actually use their energy advantage. On the contrary, if a low-level pet trained one skill and combination skill to a very proficient level and could instantly explode with all its energy, it wouldn't be much weaker. Although the pet's energy level reflected the pet's strength to a certain extent, the key was still the performance of the skill that specified energy. These three examiners were all high-level beast tamers, so they naturally wouldn't be as shocked as the candidates. What a joke! They were just a group of trainee vocation candidates. Even if they didn't need to test their pets, it was within their judgment. This was experience. At this moment, Shiyu watched silently among the candidates. It seemed like it was going to be his turn soon. He wondered how much 11's specific energy level could reach. Although its race wasn't high, none of the candidates who had summoned middle-level transcendent pets had an energy value above 700. 11 was clearly not ordinary. Not only had the evolution Holy Spring improved his physical fitness once, but the feedback brought by the hardening of the transcendent level racial skill and the feedback brought by a bunch of external racial skills could increase the upper limit of his energy. He was very curious. Examination number 1464, Shiyu. As Shiyu thought about it, it was indeed his turn. At this moment, the first candidate to break through 1000 had just appeared. The surrounding candidates were still in a state of agitation. It felt insipid, as if all the limelight had been suppressed. F*CK, he had contracted a commander species creature at this stage. He was rich and willful. Next, Shiyu went on stage. the male candidate was still all right. He only took a silent look at Xiaoyu and lost interest. Xiaoyu, who was wearing an iron-eating beast short-sleeved shirt, was too ordinary. It was obvious that he wasn't very impressive. The pet's an iron-eating beast, right? Otherwise, which normal boy would wear an iron-eating beast short-sleeved shirt? At this moment, the female candidates were evaluating Xiaoyu's looks in their hearts. There's finally a more handsome candidate. Just like that, Xiaoyu boarded the testing table under the gazes of the candidates and 3 examiners around Venue 10. Summon your pet, the examiner Wang Ping said. On the examination table, Xiaoyu nodded. In the end, he decided to summon 11. The transcendent level worm was too ridiculous. It was better not to agitate everyone. Low profile, low profile. 11. Xiaoyu communicated with 11, who had been waiting for a long time in the beast-taming space. In the next moment, a grey summoning array appeared on the ground in front of him. Under the lingering light, 11, who was more than a meter tall, appeared in the arena. The 1 meter tall little iron-eating beast clearly hadn't reached adulthood yet. Its gaze was firm as it stood on the field with its fat stall. Its soft black and white hair fluttered with the breeze. From the bottom angle, it was very perfect. It's indeed an iron-eating beast. However, although it was perfect, the race of the iron-eating beasts completely hit the predictions of the other candidates. The hint of Xiaoyu's clothes was too obvious. Next, the middle-level iron-eating beasts wouldn't have much energy even if they reached the transcendent level. About 550? The candidates made their judgment. Forget about candidates, even the 3 examiners, out of boredom, also estimated after taking a glance. At this moment, the monitoring station automatically broadcasted 11's energy situation. Race name, iron-eating beast. Race level, medium transcendent. Level of growth, transcendent level. Energy value, 3,186 points. Energy points, 3,186 points. At this moment, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone's pupils dilated slightly. Of the 2 male examiners in charge of recording, one's hand was still on the keyboard, while the other's pen stabbed heavily on the paper with rich expressions. It looked like love. There were only gasps around. 3,186? Was he sure it wasn't 586? Not 1,186? Instead, 3,186. This number was a little ridiculous. For a moment, everyone present couldn't think straight. The sound of the detection counter echoed in everyone's ears, and their mouths were slightly open. How was that possible? What went wrong? One had to know that the energy value of a pet that was commander level just now was only 1214. How could a middle-level iron-eating beast have this number? At this moment, the 3 examiners were even more shocked than the candidates. This was because they knew that normally speaking, the upper limit of the energy level of a transcendent commander race was only 3,000 points. The value of this iron-eating beast was completely not something a creature of a medium-level transcendent race should have. On the contrary, even if it was a young monarch species, after breaking through to the transcendent level, it had to go through a certain amount of training to reach it. In short, how was this value possible? This was too unscientific. The 2 male examiners paused for a second. The examiner, Zhuangping, looked at the calm Xiaoyu and the little iron-eating beast on the testing table in disbelief. They weren't surprised at all? Could it be that he had already expected this value? The main examiner was silent, unable to understand. Age, not even 2 years old? At the same time, a male examiner was flabbergasted as he looked at the other detailed data on the iron-eating beast on the computer. He was shocked again. F*CK, did it have to be so ridiculous? Even if it had started raining in the womb, it couldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, it was an iron-eating beast famous for its laziness. At this moment, after the sudden silence in Venue 10, there was no sign of recovery. Around the testing table, regardless of whether they had tested it or not, all of them widened their eyes. Especially that beast tamer of the Thunder Lion. He was a little dizzy and felt a little stunned. With this comparison, why did it feel that the Thunder Lion was weak? Was this really an iron-eating beast? And not a young monarch wearing an iron-eating beast coat? Is it done? On the testing stage, Shi Yu asked. 11 was indeed still fierce. It's done. Below, the main examiner, Zhuangping, took a deep breath and tried to memorize Shi Yu's appearance. At the same time, she judged in her heart that after Shi Yu's basic test information was transmitted, he would probably receive a lot of attention. This was also the goal of the first test. It was to allow the Beast Tamer Association to pay attention to candidates with potential in advance. At this moment, she didn't think that the machine was broken or that Shi Yu and the others had cheated, because it was absolutely impossible for there to be a problem with this machine. Even if the pet used enhancement skills, even if the pet used shrinking skills, even if the pet's condition was poor, this machine could perfectly detect the real situation of the pet. This was specially made for the vocation assessment and had been modified by countless mechanics. Therefore, this value was probably real. Moreover, judging from the calm looks of Shi Yu and his pet, it could be seen that this value was probably the true energy value of this iron-eating beast. This was clearly an iron-eating beast with a mid-level transcendent race, but it was comparable to a monarch-level pet cub. Ridiculous! If it wasn't a racial mutation, then this beast tamer named Shi Yu would definitely have invested an astronomical amount of resources into this iron-eating beast to strengthen its potential. This was the only possibility. Although that was the case, the 3 high-level beast tamer examiners still couldn't calm down for a long time. They weren't as calm and collected as before at all, because this had indeed broken their understanding. Even Lin Hongyan, a master-level beast tamer who specialized in iron-eating beasts, had always felt that Shi Yu's little iron-eating beast was ridiculous. Let alone these guys. Even after his iron-eating beast had evolved, he still felt that it was lacking compared to 11. Come back, 11. At the moment, Shi Yu roughly understood 11's energy situation. It was lower than he had imagined. But it was all right. After all, its true strength was the skills with high proficiency. In terms of battle power, the other pets might not necessarily perform better than 11. Woo! 11 nodded and returned to the beast taming space. At the same time, Shi Yu walked down. As expected, after testing 11's energy level, Shi Yu began to be curious about Buggy again. After returning to the research institute, he would ask if there were such machines in Ancient Capital University. He felt that there should be. This is your information card. Please go to the designated location in the afternoon to do the written test. Your assessment information should also be refreshed after the assessment official website. After Shi Yu came down, the male examiner in charge of recording the data gave him the subsequent assessment information card. At the same time, he raised his head curiously and sized up Shi Yu. Icefield City, Pingcheng? This was the birth point of Shi Yu according to the information. It was a little familiar, as there were indeed iron-eating beasts there. In short, he had to pay attention to this monster candidate in the future. Thank you. Shi Yu took the assessment information card. After taking a look, he put it in his pocket and walked out of the blockade. The moment he returned to the assessment crowd, the dozens of candidates around him immediately became noisy. Holy shit, brother, what's wrong with your iron-eating beast? 3186, it's fake, right? Brother, can I get your contact information? Can I touch your iron-eating beast? Even the candidate who had led the Thunder Lion race earlier didn't receive such treatment from Shi Yu. Shi Yu's scalp immediately turned numb. Then, he looked at the red-faced bespectacled woman who wanted to touch the iron-eating beast. His vigilance was raised to the limit. This person didn't have any replication talent, did she? He couldn't let her touch him. Silence! At this moment, the chief examiner, Zhuangping, had a dark expression on her face. Noise is prohibited here. Violating the rules will be seen as giving up the assessment. All communication is to stop now. The assessment will continue. The candidate smiled in embarrassment after the organizer spoke. Then, the next candidate went on stage to take the test. In fact, he could leave directly after the test. However, most of the people still stayed behind to see how the others' test results were out of curiosity. At this moment, Shiyu sensed everyone's gaze on him and fell silent. Although he also wanted to continue looking, he felt that it wasn't suitable to stay here for long. Why not retreat first? Shiyu withdrew and left without anyone knowing. Not long after he left, two short-haired youths rushed to the venue of the 10th exam. They raised their heads and searched for something in the crowd, but they didn't find anything. The buzz-cut cousin poked a candidate casually. The candidate turned around in confusion. The buzz-cut cousin whispered, "Brother, did an extraordinary level green silkworm appear here previously? Are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" the straight-hair cousin whispered. The candidate was stunned. Damn it, idiots, where did these two idiots come from? Are you crazy? Your green silkworm can reach the transcendent level? He turned around in bad luck. He hadn't finished the test yet, so he didn't have time to deal with idiots. Why are you cursing? The straight-hair cousin was immediately displeased when he heard that. He had been beaten by a worm, so why couldn't the green silkworm be at the transcendent level? Not only could it be transcendent, it could also be very strong. Its energy level had to be at least 666, it couldn't be any lower. At this moment, they were confused. The cousins looked at each other and felt that it was a little strange. It was strange. Shiyu should be at this venue. It was fine if they didn't find Shiyu, but why didn't the surrounding candidates hear of him? The smart cousin asked another person. This time, they chose a girl who looked easy to talk to. The buzz-cut cousin said, "Beauty, did you have a candidate named Shiyu here previously?" The girl turned around and was slightly stunned. "You're talking about that iron-eating beast?" Yes. It's that beast tamer wearing the iron-eating beast short sleeve." The cousin said excitedly. They had asked the right person. "Is he done testing?" The girl looked around and said, "The test is over." "Do you know him?" "Sort of." "Then do you have the contact information of that handsome guy?" "He left too quickly." "So powerful. How did he nurture that iron-eating beast that can only be worth more than 3000? The candidate could not forget. Eh? The short-haired brother was stunned. What the hell? What iron-eating beast with more than 3000 energy points? What are you talking about? They asked. Don't you guys know that Shiyu? I'm talking about his iron-eating beast. The cousins' hearts skipped a beat. They kept feeling that something was wrong. Isn't the pet his training a green silkworm? Transcendent level, green silkworm, didn't you see it? The female candidate? An iron-eating beast with 3000 energy points, but where did the green silkworm come from? She rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, "Do the two of you have his contact information?" Ding Yao and Zhao Rui smiled awkwardly and retreated. Damn, something seemed wrong. Where was their huge transcendent-level green worm? Didn't they say that the green silkworm shocked everyone? However, what the F*CK was with an iron-eating beast with more than 3000 energy points? The two of them had blank expressions. At noon. After leaving the Lotus Lake examination venue, Shiyu found a random place to make do with a bowl of beef ramen. The basic test had just ended, and no one came to disturb him. However, for example, Senior Lu, Senior Beast Ear, Senior Panda, Hall Master Lin Hongnian, and the Archaeological 7 elites had sent him a message yesterday to wish him success. Fortunately, it wasn't completely orphan treatment. Wu, after eating and drinking his fill, Shiyu fell into deep thought about life. The written test, it was finally coming. Shiyu became slightly nervous. Why don't I take a look at a few more questions? In the small room, the air conditioner was blowing. Shiyu felt that it was quite comfortable. He felt that it didn't matter even if he waited here until the afternoon. He took out 5-year examination mock questions and casually looked at a question. The greenback eagle has an extremely fast flying speed, and it has pretty good performance in battle and reconnaissance. How fast can a greenback eagle, which has grown to the transcendent level and has mastered a proficient level wind wing skill, reach? Simple, I know this question. Choose C. Chapter 109, Wuji Airlines Tactic. Chapter 109, Wuji Airlines Tactic. Following that, Shiyu attacked for another afternoon. In the afternoon, he started to carry his beloved little school bag and headed to the examination hall. In the beast-taming space, 11 rubbed its fists. Buggy transformed into a classic headscarf with fighting printed on it and decided to go big. Because Shiyu had said that if it couldn't pass the written test this year, it shouldn't do anything else for the next year. They do a year's paper together and wait for next year's assessment. Wu-Ji, this scared 11 and Buggy. If they had known that Shiyu was so ruthless, they would have worked hard no matter what. The written test started at 2 p.m. It lasted for a total of 150 minutes and could be handed in early. When Shiyu arrived outside the examination room, the candidates who had already arrived immediately looked at Shiyu. Their gazes were like electric torches that nearly blinded Shiyu. That gaze seemed to be saying, "Big boss, please guide me." Shiyu? It was still that group of people from Venue 10 in the morning. Even the examiners were the same trio. However, why were they looking at him? If it was the third assessment of the wilderness trial, he might still be able to destroy other candidates indiscriminately, but this written test really couldn't be destroyed easily. It couldn't be. He couldn't even guarantee passing himself. If anyone wanted to cheat, please don't look at his answers. Otherwise, he would be screwed. Everyone, go in. Sit according to the seat number. Shiyu arrived at the right time. At this moment, the examiner, Zhuangping, stood outside the door and spoke to the candidates waiting outside. Shiyu directly entered the examination room. This place is pretty big. The examination room was modified to the battle room, so it was not a problem to store 100 people. After Shiyu found his seat, he looked at the mechanical life in charge of monitoring the ceiling and fell into deep thought. He also had a headache. This feeling was so familiar. It felt like he had returned to his high school days. It couldn't be said to be a beautiful memory. It was better to let him bring 11 and Buggy to challenge another dragon cub. If an ancient legendary beast tamer with relatively little information encountered a modern genius legendary beast tamer, whose chances of victory are higher? When Shiyu took out a pen, he was more curious about this question. How much could this pet knowledge increase the strength of a beast tamer? After mastering it, there would definitely be improvements to beast tamers, but it was more worth pondering about how much it was after quantifying it. Moreover, was there something special about the ancient beast taming civilization? Generally speaking, no matter what civilization it was basically getting more and more developed. However, the history of this world was a little strange. There was a mythical era that came into contact with the world's origins and laws. The mythical creatures of that era were active. These mythical creatures mastered the power of various laws, so they were undoubtedly the strongest. There were also countless gaps in the totem era and the beast-taming era, hiding many secrets. For example, the tribe that had mastered the 2 evolution methods of the iron-eating beast looked ridiculously strong. If only there were pets that could travel through time and take him to the ancient times. Let's start handing out the papers now. Everyone, check if there are any problems with the papers first before filling in the information. Just as Shiyu was letting his imagination run wild, the examination time arrived. The 3 examiners started to distribute the papers. The first thing Shiyu did when he got the paper was not to fill in the information, but to look at the questions. He could ignore the political and historical questions that gave him points for the time being. It mainly depended on the big questions about common pets. As expected, there's questions about the green silkworm. This wave is stable. No one knows the green silkworm better than me. The various vocation assessment venues in ancient capital had already entered a quiet written assessment segment. At this moment, in a conference room of the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital, 9 master-level beast tamers sat down one after another. They were the examiners of the subsequent 2 assessments. The first 2 tests of the vocation assessment were to screen a batch of candidates who did not meet the basic requirements. The real assessment actually started from the 3rd level. According to the association's requirements, we have a mission next. It's to combine the results of the 1st and 3rd stages to choose 16 key candidates. At that time, there will be special arrangements for them during the final ranking battle. Among the 9 master-level beast tamers, the only middle-aged man who enjoyed the title of top-level beast tamer was also the overall in charge of the professional assessment in ancient capital, Master Chu Jie. At the moment, the basic test information of the various venues has been gathered. Everyone, let's analyze it together. After saying that, he pressed the remote control. The big screen in the meeting room displayed 50 names, pet names, and some numbers. This is ranked according to the energy values detected in the basic test from high to low. We'll choose the 16 key seed candidates from here. After Master Chu Jie finished speaking, the master examiners nodded and looked at the screen. Then, the first information stunned them. Yin Xingfan. Beast taming space level, level 2. Test pet, low-level monarch species, transcendent level Zonian rock beast. Energy points, 3,991 points. Yin Legend's son really participated in this assessment? In the seat, a bald master exclaimed. Looks like it. He contracted a monarch species pet at the age of 12. Ridiculous! When the masters saw this surname, this unscientific pet race, and this unscientific energy value, they were immediately stunned. Legend Yin had really invested a lot in this son of his. He had successfully contracted a monarch species pet before becoming a professional beast tamer. It seemed that this little kid, Yin Xingfan, had perfectly inherited his father's beast taming space strengthening talent. This little guy is indeed impressive. Master Chu Jie nodded. It was said that apart from Ancient Capital University, the other 8 top universities had long contacted Legend Yin, hoping that his son would go to their place to study and further his studies. After the vocation assessment, the 9 great academies would definitely have to spend a lot of money to fight for this little Yin Xingfan. This Yin Xingfan's talent was indeed terrifying. He was also very curious how the outside world would react if the first place of this year's assessment was taken down by a 12-year-old teenager. In short, when faced with this information, apart from feeling that it was ridiculous, the examiners couldn't think of any other description. Of the 16 key seed candidates, there had to be a place for Yin Legend's son. All start equals 2. Zhong Qianyi. Beast taming space level, level 3. Test pet, high-level commander species, transcendent level thunder cloud sprite. Energy points, 3567. Many examiners recognized the second name. This girl was a genius from a small city. Even her parents weren't beast tamers. However, she had awakened an extremely powerful beast taming talent, elemental coordination. The abnormality of this talent was that it could ignore the intersection of energy and assist pets to make powerful combination skills of different elements and different attributes. For example, the combination skill of lightning and fire, the combination skill of light and darkness. Not only would there be no problems, but it could also form an effect that was greater than when used alone. This was actually her second time participating in the vocation assessment. When she first came to the ancient capital to participate in the vocation assessment, she did not pass. However, with this stage, a top-notch master with similar talent took a fancy to her talent and accepted her as a disciple to nurture. In 1 year, it seemed that not only had she made a breakthrough in the level of the beast taming space from last year, she had even contracted a stronger pet. Without a doubt, this candidate was also someone who needed to be paid attention to. In fact, she had already reached the standard of an intermediate beast tamer. Professional beast tamers were divided into 3 titles: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The criteria for primary and intermediate level was actually in the level and battle experience of the beast taming space. The pets were basically still at the transcendent level. Only high-level titles required beast tamers to have a pet that had grown to commander rank. All start equals 3. Miao Dong Dong. Beast taming space level, level 2. Test Pet, High-Level Transcendent Species, Transcendent Level Parasite. Energy Points, 3294. The candidates this year had indeed surprised these master examiners too much. This person. What's going on? This Miao Xiaodong, he's a worm master, or a GU master. This parasitic GU parasitizes the emerald tree python of a low-level monarch race, Master Chu Jie said. Insect masters and GU masters were actually the same as dragon tamers, mechanics, plant control masters, spirit mediums, and elementalists. They were all known as branches of beast tamers. However, GU masters were too small in number, not even 1 in 10,000 beast tamers could be found. The requirements for beast taming talent and cultivation methods were extremely high, basically all inherited through families. High-level transcendent race, parasitic GU. This GU worm was not powerful, but at the same time it was also very powerful. It could parasitize the corpses of other dead pets and occupy their bodies with nests, similar to possession. Right now, Miao Xiaodong, who was ranked 3rd in the basic test energy level, had obtained this result by controlling a dead monarch species pet cub. The masters nodded and started guessing Miao Dongdong's background. Dong Huang only had so few GU masters, and there were even fewer powerful GU masters. Who knew where he came from? All start equals 4. Shi Yu. Beast taming space level, level 2. Test pet, medium transcendent species, iron-eating beast. Energy points, 3186. The master examiners? This? What's going on? They could understand the first 3. One was because of his beast taming talent, which allowed him to contract a monarch's pet in advance. One was because she had made a comeback and his level was higher. One was because of the speciality of the bug master, but what was the 4th place, and who was he? He, as the overall in charge of this vocation assessment, Chu Jie obtained more information than the examiners. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shi Yu's profile picture. He's an internally determined candidate in the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. It said that a few months ago, he just cracked an ancient ruin and discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast. This news hasn't spread yet. The iron-eating beast has the potential of a monarch after its evolution. His iron-eating beast seems to have awakened part of its evolution bloodline. It's also very unusual. And I heard that apart from the ancient ruins of the iron-eating beast, he also cracked a trial-type ruin in his hometown. He's a genius in the archaeology world. The archaeologists were shocked. So that was the case. These archaeologists were not simple either. After all, there were simply countless opportunities in those ancient ruins. This Shi Yu was also worth paying attention to. He wasn't much worse than the people in front. All start equals 5. Yu Shu. Beast taming space level, level 2. Test pet, high-level commander species, nether bone young dragon. Energy points, 2999. Everyone was no stranger to this candidate. The parents of this candidate were both top-notch beast tamers in the ancient capital. He had perfectly inherited his parents' talent and had pretty good attainments in dragon taming and spirit control. The nether bone young dragon was a race formed by the skeleton of a dragon after its death. It wasn't considered a legitimate dragon, and unless it evolved, it had always been in the form of a young dragon, so its race level was relatively low. But even so, it was very powerful compared to ordinary candidates. If the examiners didn't remember wrongly, this Yu Shu even contracted a dragon soul of a commander race. After the bone dragon and dragon soul fused, they weren't necessarily inferior to monarch rank pets. The dragon bones and dragon souls already had most of the power of dragons. He explained, the selection of the key seed candidates requires not only the results of the basic test, but also the other pet of the candidate and their own beast taming talent. After all, the results of a pet don't mean anything at the moment. Understood. The examiners nodded. This vocation assessment was going to be interesting. At least, none of the beast tamers in the top 5 of the basic assessment were easy to deal with. At the same time, in the examination hall, Shi Yu fell into deep thought. If they were in the wild and their pets were infected by the poison of the floating poison spider, what should they do? 11's high-speed healing didn't seem to be useful. It only fixed ordinary injuries. I wonder if it's useful to add points to a higher level? If I can't reach Transcendent, I should at least have some antidote effect at the maximum level, right? Shiyu's thoughts flew. However, clearly, this was definitely not the correct answer. The correct answer was to let the beast tamer think of a way through the other natural resources in the wild. What plants in the surroundings could cure this poison? The two of you. Shiyu's face darkened. 11. Buggy, damn it, why must I be infected with this kind of poison? Can't I just kill the other party before I get infected? At the moment, Shiyu had already answered most of the papers. His answer was pretty smooth, but there were still some questions that Shiyu couldn't think of no matter how hard he tried. But from the looks of it, this was the only way. He had to pass. 150 minutes passed quickly. There were a bunch of people who handed in their papers in advance, but without Shiyu, they waited until the end. After putting away the papers, Shiyu instinctively wanted to do something. For example, exchanging answers with classmates. However, he didn't seem to know anyone at all. Forget it, the results will be out tomorrow. There should be an answer online later, right? Just go and get the right answer. Following the crowd, Shiyu quickly left the Lotus Lake examination venue. He didn't give the lady in the same examination hall a chance to get his cell phone number. Then, he sighed. He finally made it through the most difficult stage. If it went smoothly, he should be able to participate in the third assessment the day after tomorrow. At that time, it would be simple. Shiyu, who had experienced training in the wild on Mount Tuanmang, was very confident in the third assessment. No matter how the examiners counted 11, he felt that he could still kill them randomly. Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute. Because the next assessment was the day after tomorrow, Shiyu definitely had to return. In the Research Institute, the Panda Senior clearly knew that Shiyu was coming back after the exam in the afternoon. However, she looked at the unhappy Shiyu and immediately understood. Did he fail? Try harder next year, she asked cautiously. Not at all. Shiyu's face darkened. Although he had answered many questions wrongly, he definitely passed the threshold. He had already checked the answers on his phone in the taxi just now. The problem was very big, but not very big either. It felt neither high nor low. Then why are you looking so miserable? The Panda Senior was amused. Shiyu, I got the wrong question for a question. I lost 5 points for nothing. He put on a painful face. The Panda Senior smiled and said, don't think too much. It's fine as long as you pass the written test. You have to have a high beast taming level, a strong pet, and good grades for the written test. How can there be such a Superman? Most people just pass the written test. Oh, Junior is back. As Senior Panda consoled Shiyu, the archaeological 7 elites had just returned from God knows where. Their eyes lit up when they saw Shiyu. Junior Shiyu, we heard that your iron-eating beast's energy level has reached more than 3,000 points. Impressive. This wave is off. There's definitely hope for the top 10. Shiyu was stunned. You guys are pretty well informed. Zheng Yingjie laughed and said, after all, there are so many people watching the basic test. There are 1 or 2 ridiculous values that spread very quickly. Do you remember that Yushu we talked about before, and Yinchuan's son? That Yushu's nether-bone young dragon seems to be almost 3,000. Your iron-eating beast is impressive, even stronger than dragons of the same level. Everyone expected 11's strength. After all, perfect level hardening, expert level multiplication, expert level thunder palm, and even having awakened an evolutionary bloodline. What a joke! He couldn't be weak. However, although they had expected it, this data that was comparable to a young monarch pet still surprised them a little. It had yet to evolve. If it were to evolve, what would happen? Shiyu didn't mind this. After all, 11 had even beaten the Frost Dragon Phantom. He was more curious about the 12-year-old child. The 12-year-old really participated in the assessment? Lin Yue said, not only did he participate, his basic test results are still the highest at the moment. He seems to have contracted a young king of a monarch race, his energy level is almost 4,000. I heard he's a handsome little boy. I wonder if I'll have the chance to be his senior. Sigh, my girlish heart. You. The other 6 elites looked at her in disdain. Is that so? Shiyu was stunned as his heart skipped a beat. Monarch cub? Damn, there really was one. His energy level was so much higher than 11. He probably also mastered a super skill, but he didn't know how his skill proficiency was, including other skills. I feel that if I want to get first place, it won't be so stable. Shiyu fell into deep thought. However, if the other party had the beast-taming space-strengthening talent, Shiyu would not suffer much in battle. Unlike beast-tamers with enhanced talent, who could increase their pets in battle. After all, those people could forcefully turn a proficient-level skill into an expert-level skill. It was troublesome. Where's Hallmaster Lin? Shiyu asked Senior Panda. He had something to do back in Pingcheng. What's wrong? Said the Panda Senior. No, Shiyu nodded. That was fine. He had been conflicted about whether to replicate the impregnable skill. After all, there were only 5 pages in the skill index. Compared to replicating this skill first, he actually wanted to hold back and see if there was a chance to encounter other rare skills first. After all, this skill wouldn't run away or anything. He could replicate it sooner or later. Moreover, to be honest, the impregnable skill didn't help 11 much at the moment. Unless it was above expert level, though there would definitely be no time and energy. There was no need. In 11's current state, it was pretty good. In the future, under the circumstances that he had mastered a profound skill, it was not impossible for him to give it a try. Since Junior Shiyu has already finished his exam and is resting tomorrow, why don't we go out for a meal tonight? Senior Wangler suggested. Everyone looked at Shiyu. Shiyu, I'm fine with anything. On the first day of the vocation assessment, there was a commotion in ancient capital. Almost everyone on the local forums was discussing this batch of vocation assessments. Those few with higher basic testing energy values were naturally the focus of discussion. Of course, apart from those who discussed the local assessment situation, there were also those who discussed the assessment situation in other cities. After all, the level of beast taming in ancient capital city was not very high among the 9 first-level cities. For example, in the capital where the Beast Tamer Association's headquarters was located, the second-generation heirs gathered would only be even more ridiculous. However, this had nothing to do with Shiyu anymore. Shiyu had already had a good meal before returning to sleep to rest. He fell asleep. The next day, after Shiyu opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to take out his cell phone and open the scoring website. After inputting the name and exam number, the page refreshed, and Shiyu's heart stopped. Name Shiyu. Examination, GD 1464. Results, 250. It was nearly 10 points higher than the estimated score. In a situation where the full score was 300 points, this result was very standard. After all, the vocation assessment had a very high requirement for the written test. Passing was not calculated according to 60%. However, Shiyu was speechless. Why did this result feel a little mocking? Heh. Forget it, just cross the line. He was happy today. With a smile, Shiyu directly entered the ruined space. He found the panda and the chirping worm to announce the good news. However, just as he arrived, Shiyu was even more speechless. What are you guys doing? On the other side, 11 and Buggy seemed to have developed something on their cell phones. Buggy directly transformed into a pair of metal wings and installed them on both sides of 11's body, connected by transcendent level hardening. At this moment, 11 was flying at a low altitude with a serious expression. He couldn't fly steadily at all. Woo! Gee! What was it doing? Climbing into the sky. 11 decided to try the training method of falling from a height of 10,000 meters. It was for the thrill. At that time, its whole body would harden, and it would be thrown down from a height of 10,000 meters by the worm to hit the enemy with gravity acceleration. It was a super skill after all, right? Previously, when they heard Shiyu say that he might study the dual combat strategy in the future, 11 and Buggy did not stay idle either, and conceptualized it. This was the Wuji Sky strategy they had developed. It could be used for training and battle. Perfect! You guys are really smart. Shiyu looked at the few huge pits on the ground as his eyelids twitched. Can you control your strategy well and guarantee that it won't hit your beast tamer? Oh, he could just be etherealized, so it's fine. Chapter 110, Wilderness Survival Trial. Chapter 110, Wilderness Survival Trial. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Soaring Sky Strategy, to think you could think of that. If you could achieve zero off-target quantity and ensure that you could hit the target directly, with very high accuracy, that would be alright. With the acceleration of gravity, it looked like a high-speed kinetic weapon. But the problem was that even with the support of supervision, 11 couldn't do it. After all, it couldn't control itself during the fall. But 11 and Buggy have indeed become smarter. They all know how to study battle tactics. It had to be said that the upper limit of this battle tactic was pretty high. If Buggy could bring 11 into the world and throw him down, its power would be comparable to a meteorite hitting the ground. The premise was that 11 wouldn't die during the process and after hitting the ground. This was a little difficult. Woo! Gee! After being pulled out, 11 sat obediently on the stool while Buggy lay on its head. The two of them had looks of anticipation. Shiyu had passed the written test. Even if they didn't contribute much, they had worked hard, right? What rewards would there be? I'll reward you with a large amount of resources. Shiyu chuckled. 11 and Buggy's eyes lit up. What did it mean? Speak in detail. After that, I'll give you 3 days to bring you to a place filled with a large amount of rare resources. At that time, you can pick whatever you want. It's all yours. Shiyu's expression was calm and very heroic. However, 11 and Buggy felt that something was wrong. Woo! Gee! 11 and Buggy discussed for a while before opening their cell phones and casually pressed a few buttons. Then, a video started playing. In the video, a woman in a professional suit was broadcasting the news. After a day of strict assessment, the current number of people passing the first 2 stages of the professional assessment in Ancient Capital is 6440. These 6,440 people will be carrying out the most important assessment in the vocation assessment tomorrow. It's also the assessment that determines whether they can become professional beast tamers, which is the field survival assessment. At that time, they will be thrown into the huge trial island with 100,000 transcendent-level ferocious beasts and live for 3 days. In this dangerous place, there are all ferocious beasts that are extremely threatening to humans. But at the same time, it's said that resources are everywhere here. There are a large number of rare resources from level 1 to 3, and the resources are 10 times richer than in similar dangerous places. According to the assessment situation in the past years, during the Wilderness Survival Trial, apart from completing the corresponding assessment missions, the resources obtained by the candidates during the assessment are all personal. Of course, these resources are definitely protected by a large number of ferocious beasts. Therefore, I can imagine that this Wilderness Survival Trial will be a test where risks and opportunities coexist. 11 and Buggy looked at Shiyu after watching the video. It meant that in the third assessment, not only did they have to complete the corresponding assessment mission, they also had to be fighters for a few days and work hard to collect resources. Pa! Shiyu smacked his forehead. Damn, why are the two of you looking for news yourselves? That's about it. Shiyu crossed his arms and said stubbornly, we have the ruins bead, so you know what I mean. This island of trials is similar to Mount Tuen Mang. It was specially prepared by the Beast Tamer Association in Ancient Capital for the vocation assessment. There are many low-level resources inside, and there are no commander-level ferocious beasts. It's the best place for us to showcase our abilities. As long as you have spare energy, our efficiency in obtaining resources will definitely be dozens of times faster than other beast tamers. Every year, in the Wilderness Survival Trial segment of the vocation assessment, a bunch of candidates and pets would die. But similarly, those who survived could also obtain pretty good growth from this treasure land. These resources were part of the benefits that the candidates might get while letting the candidates take the risk of the assessment. However, it was also because of these resources that the training island used as the assessment venue in ancient capital city this year was filled with transcendent-level ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts that were artificially raised were the trial stones prepared for the candidates by the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital city. 11 and Buggy looked at each other. Do a big one? Shiyu asked. Woo! Gee! 11 raised its arms and Buggy jumped down. Charge! 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 For the sake of money! With more money, he could buy more supplements and level them up. 11 naturally didn't care about the Wilderness Survival Trial, let alone Buggy. They all had the skill Absolute Sleep, so it wasn't a problem for them to crazily plunder resources for nearly 3 days and 3 nights. Charge! The 3 of them obtained consensus. 11 and Buggy's eyes lit up like hungry bears and hungry bugs. 1. For ordinary candidates, the 3rd stage was actually very difficult. They had no time to consider obtaining resources. However, Shiyu and the others were different. Those assessment missions were definitely convenient for them. Before noon, Shiyu's application interface refreshed the gathering time for tomorrow and his assessment mission. 11 and Buggy came over. Shiyu was also very curious about what mission the Beast Tamer Association would use to target the iron-eating beast race. After taking a look, Shiyu was immediately amused. Mission 1, hunting a transcendent-level Gale Sparrow. Mission 2, hunting a transcendent-level Deception Flower. Mission 3, collect a Water Lotus. They really did know how to counter 11. The Blazing Wind Sparrow was a wind-element ferocious beast of a mid-level transcendent race. It mastered the wind wings and flew extremely fast. It was undoubtedly very difficult to let an iron-eating beast that couldn't fly and only had close combat abilities hunt the Gale Sparrow. Moreover, it was in a dangerous place like the Island of Trials where ferocious beasts were everywhere. The wind sparrows there were probably very vigilant. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would run away immediately. The hunting difficulty would definitely be higher. The Deception Flower was a piranha flower that could create illusions. It liked to disguise itself into various forms and hypnotize its prey before eating it. This was a ferocious plant that was good at mental attacks. Generally speaking, it was impossible to deal with an iron-eating beast that only hardened. As for the Water Lotus, it was a level 2 resource that only grew in the water. It was also not easy to obtain for the iron-eating beasts. Both missions were chosen to counter ordinary iron-eating beasts. Unfortunately, 11 was not an ordinary iron-eating beast, but the Panda King. In Shiyu's opinion, these missions were not difficult at all. Their primary goal was indeed to take advantage of this assessment to collect more resources and enrich their little vault. Every candidate who participates in the Wilderness Survival Trial will have 3 assessment missions. 2 of them need to be completed in the field survival for 3 days. The difficulty is about the same. Although Shiyu felt that he could complete it, if it were an ordinary candidate with an iron-eating beast, he would definitely fail. Unless this candidate's other pet countered these 3 missions. For example, if an iron-eating beast tamer and a second pet were super flying rats, the 3 missions would be directly given to them for free. The Psychic Wave limited the flight of the Fierce Wind Sparrow, and the Psychic Class countered the illusion of the Deception Flower. Clone skills could be used to obtain resources, which was not a perfect pass. Of course, this kind of situation was still a minority. Most candidates, even if they had 2 extraordinary pets, they basically had 1 attribute. After all, a beast tamer with a metal element talent couldn't contract a fire element pet. Therefore, this was also the reason why very few people passed the vocation assessment in ancient capital each year. Pass the conditions of the Wilderness Survival Trial. First, survive 3 days on the Island of Trials. Second, complete any 2 assessment missions in 3 days. The one who completed it would officially become a professional beast tamer. As for those who did not complete it, it was not impossible. After all, there were various coincidences in the assessment process. Not all candidates might be able to quickly find the hunting target. During the survival process in the wild, the candidate would receive 1 point for every hunt of an extraordinary level ferocious beast, regardless of the type of ferocious beast. After 3 days, the beast tamer who did not complete the assessment mission would be ranked according to the points. At that time, the beast tamer in the top 5% of the points could similarly become a professional beast tamer, just like the candidate who completed the mission. Every year, among the nearly 10,000 candidates in ancient capital city, only a few hundred people could become professional beast tamers. The inner volume was several times that of other second-tier cities, such as the vocation assessment in Icefield City. As for the final ranking battle, it was actually an additional addition. The nature of the battle was similar to a competition. It was to give the candidates who passed the 3rd round a specific strength ranking. At that time, there would be a lot of spectators. This could also better let the major schools and businesses understand the true appearance of this batch of professional newbies. Gather at the 2nd airport in ancient capital tomorrow at 7 a.m. After Shiyu confirmed the gathering point and time for tomorrow, he decided to do the same thing again. The distance was still not close. Why not just spend the night there today? The reason why they gave the candidates a day off was not to let the candidates rest, but to let the candidates quickly prepare resources according to their assessment missions and formulate a plan. However, Shiyu did not have to do any preparations, so he looked especially relaxed. They're all here. When Shiyu went out, the archaeological 7 elites were playing with the iron-eating beast cubs transported from the iron bamboo breeding base. When they saw Shiyu come out, they immediately asked, "Has the assessment mission come out?" "What is it?" "Gale Sparrow, Deception Flower, a small mission," Shiyu said casually. The 7 archaeological elites nodded and didn't say anything. After all, they were all candidates who had passed a certain vocation assessment. He knew that this kind of targeted assessment mission could counter ordinary pets, but it couldn't restrain Shiyu's little iron-eating beast that was comparable to a young monarch. Shiyu would definitely pass this round easily. Even if he didn't take the assessment mission route, taking out the little iron-eating beast to multiply it would not be difficult at all. He could just choose to wipe out the transcendent beasts and get points. However, what made the 7 archaeological elites more worried was that when they asked Shiyu when his second pet was, he said it was a green worm. A green worm that had yet to evolve. This was very awkward. Wouldn't that mean that Shiyu would have to fight with just one pet against multiple throughout the entire process? Including the ranking battle later. "What are you doing?" At this moment, when he saw Shiyu coming out with a backpack, Senginjia asked curiously, "Don't tell me you're planning to find a place to stay near the next examination venue." "That's my plan." Shiyu chuckled. Good heavens. No one expected Shiyu to be addicted to sleeping in the examination hall. He was really unwilling to get up early at all. This habit. If he was pulled into war, wouldn't she run to the entrance of the enemy camp to sleep at night? Speaking of which, there was a big problem with Shiyu's lifestyle. It was almost noon and he had just come out. It was the same previously. If he didn't see anyone in the morning, what was Shiyu doing at night? Stay up late to meditate? Shiyu had no choice. He needed to sleep more when he was growing. "Do you need me to give you a lift?" said Lin Yue. "Shiyu, it's all right, it's all right. I'll go over myself." As he wasn't as familiar with the archaeological 7 elites as he was with Senior Panda, he didn't trouble her. Speaking of which, where did Senior Panda go this morning? However, it wasn't important. After chatting with Qingjie, Shiyu left the research institute coolly. At the same time, Hanging 11 crawled out of Shiyu's pocket. The green silkworm unzipped the backpack and revealed its head. Next was the wilderness survival trial. Shiyu decided to let them protect him from now on. Only then would Shiyu feel safe. Shiyu felt that it was not enough just to turn into ethereal. I forgot to ask Hall Master Lin. How strong can a beast tamer's battle power be when combined with the iron-eating beast's transcendent level hardening? As soon as Shiyu went out, he fell into deep thought. If 11 hardened its whole body, could Shiyu one-punch an ordinary transcendent level ferocious beast? Although he had been beaten up badly the last time, Shiyu still had a martial arts dream. At the second airport of ancient capital city. The area here was relatively small compared to the first airport, and it was rarely open usually. After it was open, the flying purpose was all for business flights. For example, the ancient capital university wanted to send a batch of students to the capital to exchange and learn. Or, a certain unit of the beast tamer troops in the ancient capital wanted to go to a certain place to carry out a mission. At this time, the second airport would be opened. When Shiyu arrived, it was noon. The airport was still sealed off. He took a casual look and started looking for food. In the restaurant's private room, Shiyu also contacted Hall Master Lin. It's Shiyu. Did the assessment go smoothly? Isn't it time for the third assessment? On the other side, Hall Master Lin's laughter came. Yes, thanks to you, the third round will definitely be fine, Shiyu said. The hardest part of the wilderness survival trial was that the pets could not replenish their physical fitness in time. However, the vocation assessment was very humane. It did not exclude the wealth of the beast tamer from their strength. It allowed the beast tamer to bring a large amount of supplements, nutritional supplements, medicine, and even the most effective energy crystals to recover energy. Naturally, people like Shiyu had prepared a pile. Among them, the energy crystals provided by Hall Master Lin when he contacted the dojo before he left Pingcheng. It was enough for 11 to use for a month. I actually wanted to ask you how the iron-eating beast should cooperate with the beast tamer after mastering transcendent level hardening. Just apply the hardened substance to the beast tamer through contact? There won't be any danger, right? Shiyu was waiting for an answer, but there was silence on the other side. Hello? Is the signal bad? Strange. Hello? Lin Hongnian, son of a B*TCH. He was thinking about why Shiyu was asking this. Lin Hongnian said, don't tell me that 11's hardening proficiency has already reached transcendent. Don't joke around. It had only been half a year since the contract was made. Moreover, 11 hadn't even mastered hardening when the contract was made. Yeah, would you believe me if I said so? Shiyu smiled. Like hell I believe you. Master Lin Hongnian shook his head. This ability can indeed be used on beast tamers, and it won't have any impact on beast tamers, but the premise is contact. If beast tamers and iron-eating beast don't maintain contact, the hardened substance will automatically disappear, so the tactical meaning isn't very big. Generally speaking, only when beast tamers face powerful long-range attacks and can't dodge, and when the iron-eating beast is beside them, will they let the iron-eating beast assist in increasing their defense. In short, it's useless. Compared to entrusting my life-saving hope to this skill, it's better to nurture a pet that's more agile and can create shields now. Master Lin Hongnian gave him a suggestion. Iron-eating beasts are not suitable for a close combat bodyguard at all. Transcendent level hardening. It wasn't fun at all. Master Lin was deeply touched. In all aspects. All right. Shiyu was just asking to clear his confusion. He couldn't maintain armament haki in the human body for a long time to become Iron Man. It was boring. Low-level skills, useless. He'd spent so much on them, too. Wait. There seemed to be a max level to look forward to. I have nothing else to do. Then I won't disturb you anymore. After Shiyu spoke to Master Lin, both parties hung up. Soon, Shiyu left the restaurant, found a hidden corner, and disappeared from the world. He wanted to tear the test papers and relax. He wanted to prepare for the wilderness survival trial tomorrow. However, one thing was for sure. The contents of the paper indeed recorded a lot of field survival knowledge. If he mastered all of it, the survival ability of a genius beast tamer in the wild would definitely be stronger than that of a bad student. It was better not to tear it up. Let 11 and Buggy revise again. Although they could crush the whole test with their strength, who knew what might happen? January 3rd. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Wilderness Survival Trial. More than 6,000 candidates gathered outside the second airport. Not far away, there were many onlookers. In addition, the media of the ancient capital television station searched for the more famous candidates crazily, wanting to interview them. However, there were too many people and it was too difficult to find. For candidates like Yin Zhengfan, Zhong Qinyi, Miao Dongdong, Shi Yu, and Yu Shu who had made a little name for themselves on the basic test, the media reporters couldn't catch them at all. They could only watch helplessly. In the end, they could only choose to casually find a few candidates with passable looks to interview and get a feel for it, hoping they would accidentally share their missions in the test. 7 a.m. The blockade line of the second airport opened. Under the guidance of the soldiers of the Beast Tamer troops, the candidates entered in batches. Then, according to the line drawn in advance in the airport, they stood in a huge formation. When there were more people, everyone appeared to have no presence. Shi Yu stood in the crowd and, like everyone else, silently waited for the assessment committee's arrangements. Soon, under the guidance of the examiners and soldiers who were maintaining order at the scene, the more than 6,000 candidates boarded 6 huge aircraft in batches. Damn, a single one can hold thousands of people. I wonder what race level it is. It has to be at least a high-level commander. A candidate immediately exclaimed after coming up. But soon, he received some disdainful looks from the candidates. Look at this naive look. There's an answer, Shi Yu smiled after sitting up. He didn't know who was stronger between the ancient beast tamers and the modern beast tamers. However, he knew that modern beast tamers must be more comfortable than ancient times. The experience was brought about by mechanical lives with various technological crystals. Computers, cell phones, cars, and planes. There wasn't such a thing in ancient times, right? In terms of talent, those mechanics might not be inferior to the beast tamers who had mastered special cultivation methods in the ancient times. In fact, these technological crystal mechanical lives could even break through the atmosphere and carry people to the moon. In comparison, even in the mythical era, not every mythical creature could break through the restraints of the planet, right? And now, a special modification, a mythical mechanical life form, could do it. It could even completely become a taboo weapon of a country, deterring wild overlord creatures and other countries from afar. Sigh. The flying transport was divided into 3 levels, similar to a plane. Clearly, it was also a mechanical life form. After Shi Yu came up, he casually sat in a seat. Beside him sat a nervous-looking boy. He kept sighing, causing Shi Yu to feel a little depressed. Since he was already here, he should be happier. What are you sighing for? Although Shi Yu didn't know him, he decided to enlighten him with the mentality of helping others. Nervous, the boy said. I heard that the venue of the assessment is quite dangerous. It's indeed quite dangerous. Right, my frigid tree basic test only has 1,300 points of energy. I wonder if it can work, the boy said humbly. Shi Yu? Shi Yu turned his head and no longer meddled in other people's business. This kid just wanted to show off his results, right? 1,300 points, low-class commander species frost tree. Did he not think he would wreck everything in the wild? What are you nervous about? The candidates with more than 500 energy points had yet to say anything so depressing. What about you? He hurriedly asked about Shi Yu's basic results, confirming Shi Yu's guess even more. Guess, Shi Yu said with a grin. Z? Z? Can you hear me? At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice came from inside the aircraft. It was the sound of a machine. The person who spoke shouldn't be on the aircraft. I'm the overall in charge of this vocation assessment. Firstly, congratulations on successfully passing the first 2 levels. However, the 3rd round is the key to the vocation assessment. I don't know if you guys are prepared, but it's too late to regret now. Next, you will all be sent to the Island of Trials to undergo a 3-day survival assessment. You are very lucky. At the moment, there are a large number of rare resources on the island, almost everywhere. There are even rare spatial and dragon-type resources. You have many opportunities to use these resources to complete a self-reinforcing. What I want to remind you right now is that the vocation assessment encourages competition. If two candidates discover a resource at the same time, as long as it doesn't hurt the beast tamer's life, you can compete for the right to belong through any method. Whether it's a battle or an equal distribution, it's up to you. Of course, these are just additional benefits for participating in the vocation assessment. The most important thing for you is to complete your assessment mission and survive. During the assessment process, please also prioritize your own safety. If you encounter danger, you can seek help from other candidates or give up the assessment. Although the assessment encourages competition, it also encourages mutual assistance. However, please remember that regardless of whether it's hunting ferocious beasts or completing missions, you are only allowed to complete them alone with your own strength. The team results are useless. The assessment committee will watch you at any time. An unfamiliar voice echoed in the ears of the candidates through the aircraft for a long time. Not only did it encourage candidates to help each other when in danger, but it also encouraged competition when resources were encountered. Shiyu touched his chin. He wasn't concerned about this, but he had heard that there were spatial resources. This was too beautiful. After all, an ordinary spatial-type resource like the Space Crystal Fruit was also 500,000 yuan each. Space element resources were basically not worth less than a 6-digit number. In other words, there were several divine beans. He had to work hard. Apart from competing for a higher ranking during the ranking battle, he couldn't let go of the resources everywhere at the moment. Even if he didn't take them, they would have to be enjoyed by the ferocious beasts on the island. It would be a waste not to take them. We're about to reach our destination in 3 minutes. In the aircraft, as the candidates were thinking silently over the words of the in-charge, another voice came from the aircraft. At this moment, the flying device had already begun to fly. The island of Trials was outside ancient capital city. It wasn't very far. With the extreme speed of this flying device, it could indeed reach in a few minutes. It didn't even shake. Just as everyone was in a daze, an electronic voice came from the aircraft. Destination has arrived. Please follow the guide and head to the aircraft exit in an orderly manner. A moment later. Outside ancient capital city, above a huge island that was as big as a city, countless black dots landed. 6 huge flying transports floated above the blue sky. Figures walked out of the flying transports one after another and slowly landed at different spots on the island of Trials. It was not a parachute jump, but faint blue fluorescent light spread over every candidate. Psychic power. If one observed carefully, they would discover that higher up in the sky, in the white sea of clouds, a huge eye more than 100 meters wide was open, silently looking down. The eye was shining with a blue light. It was using its mental strength to throw every candidate from the sky to the designated assessment location. Name, Eye of the Sky. Attributes, Machinery, Spirit. Race level, E-medium Monarch. Race skill, Psychic, Heavenly Eye, Deterrence. Introduction: it's an artificial mechanical life. It has analytical abilities and powerful psychokinesis that exceed supercomputers. Although the vocation assessment in ancient capital city was strict and the most intense in the Inner Scroll, at the same time, the resources invested in a vocation assessment organized by a first-level city was not what those second-level cities could compare to. This was also why the competition for the assessment in a first-level city was so intense, and there were still many people who came to challenge it. His entire body was enveloped by psychic power. As Shiyu slowly descended from the sky, he raised his head and looked at the huge eye in the sky. It's too high, I can't touch it. But forget it. The super skill Heaven's Eye isn't very useful. It can't be upgraded too, so it's definitely far inferior to the highest level supervision cost ratio. The original name of the island of Trials didn't matter anymore. After it was chosen by the Beast Tamer Association as the Wilderness Survival Assessment venue for the vocation assessment, the name of this place had always been this. The island was very large, and there were more than 100,000 ferocious beasts everywhere. However, the scale and strength of the ferocious beasts had always been under the control of the Beast Tamer Association. After all, as a vocation assessment location, there shouldn't be commander-level creatures. At this moment, on the trial island, in the mountain range, in the snow mountain, under the volcano, in the forest, by the forest. In various environments, there were already candidates who had been thrown into positions closer to their hunting targets. As the island was huge, the candidates would not encounter it easily in the short term. Twilight Forest. Shiyu should have landed at this place. At this moment, in the dark forest, Shiyu wanted to curse. Couldn't they send him to a prettier point? The seaside at the edge of the island was pretty good. Woo! Gee! 11 climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder, and the green silkworm climbed onto Shiyu's right shoulder. All right, let's go. Let's leave this place first, Shiyu said. Regardless of whether there were wind sparrows or deception flowers nearby, this place was not likable. It was better to slip away first. The assessment mission depended on fate. If they encountered it, they would hunt. If they didn't encounter it, then forget it. In any case, the points from the ferocious beasts they encountered when they gathered other resources were probably enough for them to advance. Woo! 11 nodded heavily. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked behind a thick tree. With a buzz, the leaves fell. In the next second, a 1-meter-tall mantis with sharp double blades, a hunter in the forest, and a huge saber that was preparing to ambush Shiyu and the others fell. Name: Great Blade Mantis. Attributes: Insect. Race level: Medium Transcendent. Race skill: Slash. They had agreed that there were transcendent-level ferocious beasts everywhere, but this one seemed to have only awakened level 10. It was meaningless, it didn't even have points. However, expert-level deterrence was very useful. Gee, at this moment, Buggy was just about to pull the prey over with the worm silk when Shiyu stretched out his hand to stop him. Let's go. This thing wasn't worth anything, nor was it like a ginseng baby. After fainting, those babies could still be hugged and nibbled. However, there was definitely no such thing as a cute pet like baby ginseng in such a place. On this training island, there were all wild beasts, and ferocious beasts with strong attack tendencies. After turning around, Shiyu looked at the sky again. Speaking of which, could that eye of heavenly silk accurately record the points of more than 6,000 candidates? If it was comparable to the analytical ability of a supercomputer? Perhaps it could. Resources are really everywhere. At this moment, before leaving the forest, Shiyu discovered an unripe level 2 dark element resource, Darklight Grass. To be precise, 11 discovered it. Its supervision could see the energy flow and avoid the meaningless battle just now. It was very convenient to find resources. Woo! However, after 11's reminder, Shiyu was in no hurry to attack. This was because not only was there an extraordinary level ferocious beast nearby, there seemed to be other beast tamers spying on this resource. Hiss! Perhaps it sensed that a life form had entered its territory. In the forest, the ferocious beast that regarded the Darklight Grass as its own couldn't sit still anymore. A huge python covered in dark patterns slowly crawled around the Darklight Grass, its snake eyes observing its surroundings. This was a dark element transcendent level snake-type ferocious beast. Its battle power was definitely not low. Seeing this, the beast tamer on the other side immediately had the intention to retreat. Chapter 111, Panda Night Attack. Chapter 111, Panda Night Attack. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the silent forest, a huge python nearly 7 to 8 meters long with obvious dark patterns was entrenched around the Darklight Grass. It stared at its surroundings cautiously. Its expression was fierce to the extreme, but its heart was in a panic. It had already sensed the enemy's aura, but precisely because it sensed the enemy's unusual deterrence, it didn't dare to act rashly. Not far from the dark screen grass, Shiyu, 11, and the others stood behind a huge tree. On the other side, a lone candidate was standing behind another huge tree. There was also a blue centipede with multiple feet wrapped around his body. The Mad Flow centipede was a watertype pet of a high-level transcendent race. The dark ring poison python was also a ferocious beast of a high-level transcendent race, and it was a rare dark-type and poison-type ferocious beast. This beast tamer was clearly afraid, because the dark ring poison python was not to be trifled with at first glance. If he didn't settle it properly, he couldn't go back alive anymore. His parents would not be pleased about that. "Are you going?" At this moment, the sudden sentence shocked the dark ring poison python and this candidate. There were others? This candidate clearly didn't notice Xiaoyu and the others. This was the power of the perfect level supervision. The energy vision trait of perfect level supervision could directly let 11 capture the energy fluctuations in a large area. For example, 11 could almost directly judge the exact amount of energy in the bodies of the Mad Flow centipede and the dark ring poison python. Its judgment was that its opponent was not very strong, only 1/5 of its strength. Do you have any dark ring poison python or dark light grass for your missions? If you do, you go first. After you go out, just add me as a friend and give me a red packet, Xiaoyu said with a yawn. I didn't. I was just passing by. The candidate opposite was speechless. Should he say that he was a good person or a money grubber? However, he gave up on this resource and this ferocious beast. This guy could fight whoever he wanted. If he had the time, wouldn't it be nice to go and find those low-level transcendent bug-type transcendent ferocious beasts? Xiaoyu and this candidate started communicating through the air. Dark ring poison python? These people weren't very polite. Although it couldn't understand, why did it feel like it had been mocked? The dark ring poison python's eyes turned red. Son of a B*TCH, it couldn't take it anymore. It suddenly stretched out its body and opened its huge mouth, wanting to eat the unripe dark light grass and escape. It didn't even wait for it to mature. Now that there are people eyeing it covetously, it would be a gain if it ate it. It was a snake, after all. In short, no one else can get it. Holy shit! The series of actions of the dark ring poison python clearly stunned the candidate on the other side and his Mad Flow centipede. It ate it just like that? Not waiting for it to mature? Xiaoyu was also somewhat silent. F***ck, what the heck was with this snake? You're a ferocious beast that caused the deaths of thousands of people every year. Is your temper so weak? Shouldn't you kill us and then silently guard your food until it ripens? What kind of snake just eats it? However, Xiaoyu and the others clearly wouldn't give the snake this chance. Boom! Just as the dark ring poison python was about to directly eat the underripe dark light grass, an invisible wave instantly spread from afar. This was the terrifying aura the dark ring poison python had sensed previously. Previously, it was still very faint, but at this moment, it clearly sensed that the aura was surprisingly terrifying and strong. Buzz! At this moment, the dark ring poison python's movements directly stopped. Its mind was in a daze and even a little dizzy. In order to save physical strength, 11 didn't use all its strength. In the next second, Buggy did a follow-up move. A transparent thread shot out and wrapped around the dark ring poison python's poisonous body. In the next second, the worm's silk caved in and dark red blood splattered. The dark ring poison python's body was directly divided into two and it was dismembered on the spot. Woo! Gee! 11 and Buggy looked serious. They felt that their cooperation was not very smooth. However, everything happened very quickly. This made the other candidate who was observing in the dark suddenly widen his eyes and take a step back with a hoarse voice. His Mad Flow centipede also felt a chill in its heart at this moment and trembled all over. Because in their eyes, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The dark ring poison python directly died, and the scene was abnormally scary. The sudden change shocked them so much that their hearts skipped a beat. They ignored everything and turned to leave, as if Xiaoyu and the others, who had yet to show themselves, were even more terrifying than this dark ring poison python. Uncooked dark light grass. Its value isn't high. If there's no mission, it's useless for ordinary people to harvest it. The energy will quickly disappear. However, if it's transplanted into the ruins, there's still hope of saving it. After it ripens, it can still be sold for tens of thousands. It's all right. Why did he leave directly? Shiyu looked up and shook his head. He slowly walked to the vicinity of the spoils of war and began to clean the battlefield to collect valuable resources. As Shiyu gained something, the assessment had only started for less than an hour, but pets had already died and candidates had already left the assessment. In the sky above the island of trials, in the huge aircraft, many examiners were expressionless as they watched the rapid changes in the data. They were still too young. It seemed that some candidates still came to participate in the vocation assessment without adequate preparations. With this kind of strength and quality, they might as well obediently find an ordinary job to support them in their old age. Why did they have to take things so hard and step into the profession door? Did they think that it was just a normal game, a battle of rules? When can the Eye of Heaven synchronize the data? The person in charge of the vocation assessment, Master Chu Jie, asked. It's being loaded, the technician replied. You're talking nonsense. The other examiners smiled and looked at the screen that connected to the Eye of Heaven silently. On it, the assessment data of every candidate was updated in real time. At the moment, in the highest record, there were already candidates that have hunted 5 transcendent-level ferocious beasts. It was the little girl who had mastered the talent of elemental coordination. This talent was indeed violent. In terms of output ability, she might be the most outstanding candidate this year. At the moment, Shiyu was still trying to walk out of the twilight forest. He had a panda on one shoulder and a worm on the other. He walked step by step. After walking for a long time, Shiyu fell into deep thought. Why? He was a beast tamer, why did he have to walk himself? 11. Who? 11, who was on Shiyu's shoulder, revealed a lost look. Moreover, it had a bad feeling. Come down and get bigger. Then, get on all fours. 11? What for? 11 felt uneasy and didn't dare to go down. I've carried you for so long. It's time for you to carry me, right? If we continue like this, the first one to run out of stamina might be me, the beast tamer. Shiyu chuckled and said, hurry, hurry, hurry. Moreover, I think I've found the correct way to use transcendent-level hardening. The pandas in this world, also known as the iron-eating beasts, were different. Unlike on Earth, they were used to walking on 2 legs, but it wasn't like they didn't walk on all 4s. At this moment, Shiyu's intention was very clear. He wanted 11 to be his mount for the time being. He wanted to ride the iron-eating beasts like how he rode a horse. Iron-eating beasts could also be mounts. He should have known that he had actually been an iron-eating beast's mount for so long. This shouldn't have happened. Moreover, when he rode the iron-eating beast, he would always be in contact. Didn't the conditions for beast tamers to harden the whole time be fulfilled? Shiyu carried the messy 11 down and looked at it seriously. Sob. 11 looked conflicted. What about fighting? Why don't we let Buggy become a dragon and carry us? Buggy? What did it have to do with it? The beast tamer clearly wanted to be a panda knight, not a dragon knight. Shiyu said, I feel that you still have to do it. The insect skills consume too much physical strength. If you do it, the consumption will be like a drop in the ocean. It's not even 1% of the usual training volume. It won't affect anything. Just carry me while doing reconnaissance and using deterrence. The average level of the ferocious beasts on this island of trials is not high. It's not interesting. The enemy can just be left to Buggy. It's just nice to train it. Gee! Buggy expressed that it could. This island was the first step in its rise. As the green silkworm at the bottom of the food chain in the transcendent world, it was determined to defeat those top-notch predators and nurture its deterrence. 11. Woo! Sob. Seeing that Shiyu and Buggy were on the same side, 11 cried. As it cried, she multiplied into a size that could carry Shiyu. It was miserable. The Panda King had directly become a mount. 11 couldn't say it out loud, but forget it, who knew that its beast tamer could come up with this? Actually, go even bigger. Then, I think I can sit on your shoulder. Forget it, that would be too wasteful of energy. Shiyu patted the iron-eating beast under him, feeling very pleased. As for Buggy, it came to 11's head. Woo! 11 turned around and asked if they could start moving. We still have to wait. Shiyu looked at the surrounding trees and instructed Buggy, cut down a tree and cut a suitable wooden saber for me. Buggy was confused. He was going to start again? It was doubtful, but it still did as instructed. Soon, a suitable wooden saber appeared in Shiyu's hand. Seeing this, Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle and say, 11, harden. Buzz. At that moment, Shiyu seemed to be wearing invisible armor. At the same time, the wooden saber in his hand had become countless times harder. Shiyu carefully made 11 take 2 steps forward. He directly swung his saber at the tree beside him. In the next moment, the huge tree split into 2 and fell. I'm invincible. This wave will definitely not fail. Chapter 112, 3 Space Skills. Chapter 112, 3 Space Skills. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 11's hardening, 11's deterrence, his own etherealization, and the support of Buggy. Even if he went to PK a transcendent creature with 4 layers of protection, Shiyu had no idea how he got injured. The soul of courting death burned fiercely. As a simple person, his joy was actually very simple. As long as there was excitement, it would be enough. Charge! Woo! Shiyu turned into a panda knight and let 11 sprint out of the forest. It had to be said that with 11 opening the way, their speed had increased ridiculously. Moreover, as 11 ran, it was extremely domineering, and no ferocious beast dared to stop them. However, this was clearly not what Shiyu wanted. Under his special request, they took the initiative to find a ferocious beast. On the ground, there were fallen leaves everywhere. Shiyu rode on the iron-eating beast and looked at the Gale Sparrow foraging in front of him. Oh, wasn't this the assessment mission target? What a coincidence! This transcendent-level Gale Sparrow had just swallowed an awakening-level red-crowned snake into its stomach when it immediately welcomed unexpected guests like Shiyu. Jew! The Gale Sparrow, which was covered in brown feathers, clearly didn't realize the severity of the problem, because 11 had retracted its passive deterrence. At this moment, it only had eyes for the fat caterpillar on 11's head. Slurp! Slurp! It had just finished eating a red-crowned snake, and the 1-meter-tall wind sparrow was still not satisfied. Its gaze was sharp and greedy, and the DNA engraved in its blood directly moved. It hadn't been easy. It completely didn't expect to see such a fat worm on this island. Buggy, bastard bird. Gee! Buggy let out a hiss, its whole body trembling slightly, wanting to personally teach its natural enemy a lesson. Damn bird! It had endured a long time of suffering for this. Don't panic, leave it to me. However, Shiyu said confidently. Don't worry, Buggy, since I've contracted you, your beast tamer will protect you well. He could capture a mere Gale Sparrow easily. Buggy turned to look at Shiyu with a dark expression. Can you do it? Woo! Under Shiyu, 11 said weakly. Even if it didn't trust Shiyu, couldn't it trust its transcendent hardening? Since Shiyu was willing to play, why not cooperate with the beast tamer? Gee, the leader had already said so. What else could Buggy do? As the man and 2 pets interacted, the Gale Sparrow felt like it had been insulted, just like the dark striped poison python from before. This was too much. Jew! It let out a loud cry again. The surrounding leaves vibrated, and green energy waves spread on its wings. The Gale Sparrow was a medium-sized wind element bird-type pet. It was a medium-level transcendent species. It had racial skills such as wind wings, whirlwind drill, and wind feather. Wind Wings was a speed-raising skill, while Whirlwind Drill formed a small whirlwind on the sharp long beak with extremely strong penetration power. At this moment, the Gale Sparrow's Wind Wings and Whirlwind Drill were activated at the same time. It suddenly attacked the green silkworm on Eleven's head from the sky, planning to chop up and eat its prey first. If you use the long-range skill Wind Feather, I might be a little afraid of you. Unfortunately, you used the wrong skill. On the iron-eating beast, Shiyu looked at the green light that flashed before his eyes. He raised his wooden saber with a calm expression. In the next second, Eleven's deterrence erupted. The Gale Sparrow suddenly stopped in midair. At the same time, Shiyu, whose whole body and weapon had hardened, swung his wooden saber. Profundity, great shock! At this moment, it was as if Shiyu's saber had swung out, displaying an extremely powerful aura that shocked the Tempest Bird. The Tempest Bird had no place to dodge, and it was directly smashed to the ground like a meteor in mid-air. Bang! Shiyu's transcendent physique, in combination with Eleven's transcendent hardening, was surprisingly effective. Damn it! With a swing of the saber, the blazing Wind Sparrow naturally wouldn't lose its ability to fight because of this. Buggy attacked in time, and at this moment, Shiyu fell into deep thought with an indignant expression. Next time, can any of you record this for me? Shiyu felt that such a handsome moment should be preserved. 11. Worm? Woo! 11's watery eyes widened. Which jerk said that giving battle recordings was meaningless just a while ago? Why was it that when it came to him, it wasn't like that anymore? Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, "Did I say anything like that? Damn, at most, I'll record it for you during the ranking battle. I'll hire a professional cameraman to record it for you, all right." Just like that, Shiyu completed an assessment mission. For some reason, the Eye of Heaven that was in charge of recording paused for a moment. After satisfying Shiyu's Swordmaster addiction, Shiyu and the others finally placed their focus on traveling and gathering rare resources. It took about an hour before Shiyu and the others came out of the dark and humid forest. Outside the forest, there seemed to be a valley. 11 climbed onto a higher rock and looked around. Then, it suddenly looked at the sky and cried out. GG! G! Apart from 11, Buggy suddenly became excited too. He spat out a worm silk and sensed something with it. Shiyu also heard their conversation. 11, I sensed a strong energy wave nearby. Moreover, the energy wave is very similar to the bug skill wave. Buggy, yeah, that's right, it's spatial fluctuations. Both of them looked at the blurry sky in the distance. You mean, a spatial creature is fighting? Shiyu was slightly stunned and patted 11 without another word. Then what are you waiting for? To the venue! In the next second, 11 leaped down from the mountain rock. Shiyu, damn, slow down. In the valley, where Shiyu and the others were headed, a handsome young man about 1.5 meters tall, with a lean figure and fair skin, stood calmly on the ground. Not far from him, a white butterfly creature with huge transparent wings was fighting 9 transcendent creatures alone. The 9 transcendent creatures were all killing bees of low-level transcendent races. Although they were only low-level transcendent races, these 9 killer bees had reached transcendent level on a rare occasion. At this moment, they were staring at the enemy in front of them crazily with their dark red eyes. The spikes on the tail of their stomachs were ready. However, even if any professional beast tamer or intermediate level beast tamer encountered these 9 transcendent level killer bees, they would still feel a headache and fear. At this moment, facing this huge white transparent butterfly, they felt as if it didn't even care. Every time they stabbed the butterfly with their tails, they either went straight through the butterfly's body, as if they had stabbed air. That, or the butterfly teleported to other places, making them hit nothing. The 9 killer bees weren't stupid. They also wanted to directly attack the humans in the distance, but the 9 of them seemed to be restricted in a certain space and couldn't leave this area at all. Every time they flew far, it was like hitting a transparent wall. It was very aggrieving. After playing around for a while, the patience of the 9 killer bees had already been worn down to the limit. At this moment, the teenager slowly said, "Let's finish them. Someone's here." In the sealed space, the transparent butterfly nodded gently when it heard its master's command. In the next moment, the space in the domain where the 9 killer bees were located seemed to tremble, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Then, strong vibration waves gathered inside. Almost instantly, the 9 killer bees exploded and died. Bang! On a rock somewhere, Shiyu's heart surged when he saw this shocking scene. This age, is that Yin Jingfan? It's just F*King ridiculous. Apart from the Zonian rock beast that contracted a low-level monarch race, there's actually a spatial pet. Name, Spatial Crystal Butterfly. Attributes, Space. Race level, High-level Commander. Race skill, Instant Transmission, Advanced Spatial Skill, can be used for short-distance space jumps. Concealment, High-level Spatial Skill, can hide the body in an alternate space to avoid damage. Space Shackles, Advanced Spatial Skill, can create a certain range of ceiling space, and can cause spatial oscillations in this range to cause damage. It's one of the strongest commander races. Although it doesn't have any super skills, it's comparable to a monarch species creature. At this moment, information about this creature appeared in Shiyu's mind. Slowly, his gaze flickered. He had previously asked the Archaeological 7 elites if there were any students who cultivated spatial pets in ancient capital university. The answer he got was very disappointing. There wasn't even one in the huge ancient capital university. It was obvious how rare spatial pets were. However, right now, 3 high-level spatial skills appeared in front of Shiyu. And every one of them had extremely high tactical value. Teleportation, the most powerful life-saving skill of traveling. Concealment was similar to Shiyu's etherealization. It was also a life-saving skill. Space Seal, strong control and output skill, invincible. What was this? Heaven's love? At the same time, Yin Jingfan, who had finished the battle below, raised his head and looked at Shiyu. The young man looked handsome and elegant, but there were other qualities in his gaze that others couldn't see. Shiyu met his gaze and fell into deep thought. I have to find a way to replicate it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 113, Evolution Countdown. Chapter 113, Evolution Countdown. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. May I help you? The candidate of the spatial crystal butterfly looked up in Shiyu's direction. Then, there was a slight silence. Because the appearance of the person was a little strange, no, very strange. On the mountaintop, Shiyu and Buggy were riding the iron-eating beast. Shiyu even held a wooden sword. This shape made the 12-year-old boy a little confused, but he felt that it was awesome. So handsome. Hello. Shiyu patted 11 and smiled as if he was a good person. During the process of coming down, he looked at Yin Jingfan, who had straight hair like a girl's head. He was clearly a boy, but he was even more delicate than a girl. His smile was even wider. He looked like a polite and obedient child. Perhaps stealing the butterfly skills would go smoothly? Woo! Soon, 11 carried Shiyu down. Shiyu and 11 were all right, but Buggy looked at the spatial crystal butterfly flying back to the young man in admiration. So powerful. And so handsome. What would it look like after it evolved? Are you Yin Jingfan? The candidate who's first in the basic test. After Shiyu got down, he got down from 11 and looked at the other party. In the face of Shiyu and the others' questions, Yin Jingfan's expression did not change. He nodded and said, "It's me." As expected, it's you. You can participate in the vocation assessment at the age of 12. Impressive. I was still playing with mud at your age, Shiyu first said what the other party might like to hear. Thank you. I actually have a lot to learn. Yin Jingfan. By the way, my name is Shiyu. Hello. Yin Jingfan nodded, thinking that Shiyu definitely had something to do. Well, I heard you contracted a pet of a monarch's race. I didn't expect you to have a spatial crystal butterfly. Shiyu looked at the spatial crystal butterfly and asked curiously, "Can I ask you a question? When the crystal butterfly evolved, what did it use to break out of the cocoon? Did it rely on concealment to directly ignore the cocoon and come out, or did it rely on instant transmission to directly teleport out, or should I say, space shackles? There's no other meaning. As you can see, I've also contracted a green silkworm and want to nurture it in the direction of the spatial system, so I'm more curious." Shiyu revealed a bright and warm smile. Yin Jingfan looked at the bugs on 11's head. "Want to nurture it in the direction of space?" Shiyu had an evolution plan? If there was, why would he ask such a question? However, Yin Jingfan still answered, "Relying on spatial shackles." The cocoon could be seen as a sealed space. The spatial crystal butterfly spreading its wings inside caused spatial fluctuations. Whether it could shatter the cocoon determined whether it could evolve perfectly. And concealment and instant transmission were racial skills that could only be awakened after breaking through the cocoon. Is there anything else? After a simple explanation, Yin Jingfan, who didn't look like a young genius, asked again. "There's one more." Shiyu hurriedly said, "I heard that the instant transmission skill can also carry people. Can you let me and my green silkworm experience it? Of course, it's not a wasted experience. We will pay you. Because I want it to evolve into a spatial system, we're more curious about the experience of spatial movement skills. Instant transmission could carry people and move together, but without reaching transcendent level instant transmission, it could only teleport with the carrier." Shiyu wanted to use this method to come into contact with the spatial crystal butterfly. Yin Jingfan showed a troubled expression. "Carrying someone in instant transmission should consume a lot of physical energy, right? I can use this as a reward." Shiyu took out an ethereal stone. The beast-taming spatial strengthening talent was a money-sucking business. It urgently lacked spatial-type resources. Shiyu knew this. A piece of ethereal stone for a teleportation experience card. This was a very good deal, right? Ethereal Spirit Stone. As expected, Yin Jingfan's gaze was attracted by the Ethereal Spirit Stone. It was indeed as Shiyu had imagined. This talent to increase the level of space was very difficult. Cultivation resources like the Ethereal Spirit Stone were almost necessary. Yin Jingfan completely didn't expect that Shiyu would take out an ethereal stone worth millions as a reward for one experience. From the looks of it, he was very sincere. However, Yin Jingfan's next words made Shiyu's heart skip a beat. "I don't want to." "Shiyu? This damn child, didn't he know to feel sorry for his legendary father? He can't always let his father provide cultivation resources. It's time to learn to earn it himself. This is too expensive. I don't want your ethereal stone. I can let the spatial crystal butterfly give you a taste of instant transmission, but I have a condition." Yin Jingfan looked at the iron-eating beast beside Shiyu. "I've also heard of you guys. Shiyu, iron-eating beast, basic test energy level 3186. Can you let it fight my spatial crystal butterfly?" Compared to the ethereal spirit stone, Yin Jingfan was more interested in the combination of Shiyu and the iron-eating beast. The reason why he came to participate in the vocation assessment at this age was to train himself. Because if he waited until he was a little older, the vocation assessment would be completely free of pressure for him. His goal was to surpass his father and climb to the highest level, so he wasn't prepared to let go of any opportunity to improve himself. He might not necessarily have a chance to encounter Shiyu in the next ranking battle, so it was better to challenge a candidate with pretty good strength now. "Let the spatial crystal butterfly fight my iron-eating beast?" Shiyu was slightly stunned. "That's simple." "All right," Yin Jingfan said gently. But soon, Yin Jingfan fell silent and had a worry. If they fought now and defeated Shiyu's iron-eating beast, would it affect Shiyu's subsequent assessment? He didn't mind. After all, no matter how the spatial crystal butterfly was exhausted, there was still a pet of a monarch species. However, apart from an iron-eating beast, Shiyu seemed to only have one green silkworm with combat power close to 0. The battle will be in 3 days. When the assessment is about to end, I'll wait for you here, Yin Xingfan said after thinking about it. 3 days later? All right. Shiyu nodded again. After a few seconds, he deduced what the other party was thinking. Good child. This Yin Xingfan seemed to have decided to postpone the battle in order to not affect his assessment. Shiyu recalled how he had fought with his friends for the TV remote control at the orphanage when he was 12 years old. He felt that it was completely incomparable. A good upbringing was really important. Then 3 days later. Although he felt that the battle now wouldn't affect anything, Shiyu still nodded in agreement. At that moment, as Shiyu finished speaking, Yin Xingfan nodded. His spatial crystal butterfly immediately waved its transparent water-like wings and slowly flew towards Shiyu. Buggy, Shiyu called out to Buggy, who immediately climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder with a G. Apart from secretly learning skills, Shiyu indeed had the intention of letting Buggy experience spatial movement skills in advance. Perhaps it could increase the affinity of Buggy and the spatial element. At the same time, 11 was stunned. What about me? These guys went to experience instant transmission, what about 11? Woo! 11 immediately shrunk back to a size smaller than a worm. It pulled Shiyu's pants and climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder. It planned to experience it together. This scene stunned Yin Xingfan across from him. Multiplication? An iron-eating beast that could multiply? Yin Xingfan fell into deep thought. Forget it, a transcendent-level iron-eating beast with more than 3,100 energy points was already very unscientific in itself, so it was fine if it could multiply. As expected, just as his father said, the world was very big. There were all kinds of beast tamers and pets. And if he wanted to become the strongest beast tamer, he had to meet different people and beasts one by one and defeat them. Yin Xingfan gradually revealed an imperceptible solemn gaze. Then, I'll be troubling you. At this moment, on the other side, Shiyu stretched out his hand, indicating for the spatial crystal butterfly to come into contact with his hand. At the same time, he activated his telepathy and said to the spatial crystal butterfly. Mimi? Shiyu could also communicate with it. Clearly, this spatial crystal butterfly did not expect this. It nodded slightly and responded politely like its owner, landing in Shiyu's hand. It was difficult to imagine that such a spatial crystal butterfly had instantly killed 9 ferocious and fatal killing bees just now. At this moment, the spatial crystal butterfly landed. Shiyu activated the skill index at the same time. Confirm recording. Skill, teleport. Skill, concealment. Skill, space shackles. Status, can be taught. Shiyu copied 3 high-level spatial skills in one go, and there were only 2 more skill slots left. At the same time, he turned to look at Buggy on his shoulder. All of them could be taught. This was related to the Buggy's full-level spatial element Worm Silk and the fact that it had already mastered the spatial skill, Phantom Illusion. It could now be considered a halfway spatial green silkworm. In comparison, 11 didn't have any spatial talent at the moment. Apart from its main metal attribute, its thunder attribute talent was pretty good. After all, it quickly comprehended the thunder palm. After the replication was completed, Shiyu looked fine on the surface, but his heart had already bloomed like a flower. All right, there were 4 spatial skills. At the same time, the spatial shackles and illusions could be used to break out of the cocoon. The preparation of the skills before the evolution of the worm was almost completed. Of course, like deterrence and multiplication, he could also teach it to Buggy in the future. It was also a pretty good way to use deterrence points to increase the bug's mental attributes. After these skill points reached proficiency level and above, it would be best if the perfect level guaranteed that they could break out of the cocoon 100%. Next, Shiyu only needed to prepare the corresponding spiritual and spatial evolution materials before he could let Buggy try to evolve. Because their evolution method was relatively unique, there was no need to consider a specific evolution ingredient formula for the DIY evolution path at all. They just needed to find rare materials with corresponding attributes. At the moment, Shiyu had already made plans. He had obtained a pretty good ranking in the vocation assessment. After entering the Ancient Capital University, if there were resources reward, he planned to use the Ancient Capital University as a platform to find spatial evolution materials. As for 11's evolution materials, Xiyu felt that after the iron-eating beast evolution theory was announced, as a beast tamer who had discovered the iron-eating beast's evolution method, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain them. He might even be able to get a very large convenience and discount. At the thought of this, Xiyu immediately felt that the two pets under him had the potential to become overlords of their species. Evolution was just around the corner. At the same time, on the professional assessment committee's side, the 9 examiners finally had the video data synchronized with the Eye of Heaven. Due to the huge amount of calculations, they had to update the assessment mission progress in real time and calculate the points of more than 6,000 candidates. They wanted to rescue the candidates at the first moment after they decided to give up the assessment. Only now did the Eye of Heaven upload some video information to the examiners. At this moment, the 9 examiners had also waited for a long time. After all, they still had to combine this assessment to choose 16 key seed candidates. How to let these candidates perfectly display their strength and potential in the ranking battle was something they needed to consider in the future. At the current assessment mission progress, no candidate had completed 2 missions. However, in terms of points, there were already candidates with 16 points. It was equivalent to hunting 16 transcendent creatures. It's Yin Xingfan. The examiners watched the replay data of Yin Xingfan's video. Then, they saw the process of Yin Xingfan bringing the spatial crystal butterfly to instantly kill transcendent-level creatures, including the scene of the spatial crystal butterfly 1 vs 9 instantly killing 9 transcendent-level killer bees. All the examiners' gazes were stunned, feeling that it was ridiculous. They didn't expect that Yin Xingfan actually had a quasi-monarch race's spatial crystal butterfly. He felt that there were very few candidates who could face his Zonian rock beast and the spatial crystal butterfly at the same time. If Legend Yin Sun really takes first place in the end, there's nothing bad about it, the master examiners said after a moment of silence. In any case, they were all ancient capital people. It was the age that might agitate the other candidates. Then, they watched the replay of Zhong Qianyi's battle video, which was currently second in points. In the video, a black cloud followed beside a woman. The black thundercloud blew gently, and a high-level skill, Storm, and another high-level skill, Thundercloud Lightning, formed a combination skill that was several meters in size. It directly killed the 5 transcendent rock wolves in front of them. In terms of the visual impact and real damage caused by skills, this one was better. High-level skills with different attributes were actually casually combined. This combination skill was probably the highest among this batch of candidates. Whether it was Yin Xingfan or Zhong Qianyi, the current situation was all easily crushing the ferocious beasts they encountered. All the examiners nodded and gave high recognition. Then, they began to look at the current performance of the candidates one by one according to the results of the first basic test. Although the performance of the third candidate, Miao Dongdong, was inferior to the first 2, he had a parasitic GU that parasitized the emerald tree python. Similarly, no matter what transcendent-level ferocious beast they encountered, they would end it with an instant kill. Overall, their performance was indeed worthy of their basic test results. Then, as the examiners looked at Xiyu's current video data, they fell silent collectively. The first transcendent creature Xiyu hunted was the dark poison python. In the scene that the examiners could see, Xiyu was leisurely leaning against a tree. On his shoulder was a super small iron-eating beast and a green silkworm. Why is that iron-eating beast so small? It doesn't match the basic test data at all. Multiplication. I heard that one of the racial skills of the iron-eating beast in its evolution form is multiplication. Could it be that Xiyu, this little iron-eating beast, has comprehended multiplication? It's possible. But what's with that green worm? Everyone looked at the video again. In the video, the dark poison python in front of Xiyu and the others wanted to swallow the dark light grass in one bite. At this moment, the dark poison python was stunned. Then, its body exploded into pieces. It was extremely sudden. What's going on? The examiners were stunned. Because during the broadcast just now, they didn't see Xiaoyu and the others attack at all. The dark poison python directly died for no reason. The examiner, Master Chu Jie, had an extremely serious expression. As he chose to replay it, he said, "Look carefully." The video was continuously paused. The scene before and after the dark strike poison python was insta-killed was fixed on Eleven and Buggy's expressions and movements. At a certain moment, Eleven's pupils suddenly constricted, and its expression was extremely dignified. A nearly corporeal spiritual wave that was difficult to see swept over. The worm didn't seem to make a move, but its mouth clearly had a standard silk spitting action. However, the worm's silk that it spat out was transparent. Everyone looked back and realized that Xiaoyu and the others had indeed made a move. However, the process of making a move shocked the examiners. That's a deterrence? The examiners' expressions were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that Xiaoyu's iron-eating beast would actually awaken its deterrence in advance. However, this was still all right. What shocked them the most was that the dark stripe poison python was actually killed by the green worm's silk. Transparent worm silk, even if it's a perfect grade worm silk, it won't have any obvious properties. It's all invisible. The head of the assessment, Master Chu Jie, watched the video in silence. Through his words, everyone analyzed the implied meaning. Transcendent level worm silk? How was this possible? The masters were shocked, even more so than when they saw the spatial crystal butterfly. In Donghuang, the second silkworm that had grasped the transcendent level of worm silk had appeared. Not only that, Master Chu Xie said in an incomprehensible tone. Even if it's a transcendent insect thread or an awakened level green sponge insect, it's definitely impossible for them to instantly dismember the dark pattern poison python with the insect thread. Although the dark pattern poison python is not a transcendent creature known for its defense, it is still a high-level race. Moreover, its growth level is at the supernatural level. This green sponge insect. The growth level of this green silkworm has probably been nurtured to the transcendent level by that participant. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. They looked at Xiaoyu and the green worm in the video and felt like they had seen an unscientific pair of weirdos. Ridiculous. He's the same as Yin Jingfan. Not only is his first pet ridiculous, but his other pet is also ridiculous. The examiners hurriedly looked at Xiaoyu's next video information. Compared to those head candidates, Xiaoyu's hunting points didn't seem to be much, but he had completed one assessment mission. They quickly opened it to see Xiaoyu's further performance. Then, he saw the scene of a beast tamer riding a panda and holding a wooden sword, slashing down the Gale Sparrow with a sword. His posture and expression made him look like a master who had been immersed in the way of the sword for decades. However, it was a little strange. Perhaps because the Eye of Heaven had lived for a long time, it even playfully stuck a thumbnail at the side, as if it was giving this scene a thumbs up. This was the first time that the Eye of Heaven, which usually only edited simple videos, had done something like this. That was enough proof of how surprising this whole thing was. All the teachers? What the hell was this? Why did the scene change so quickly? There was something wrong with this candidate called Xiaoyu. At the moment, ordinary candidates were struggling to survive. They tried their best to choose some weak transcendent creatures to hunt. A slightly stronger candidate faced the danger calmly and searched for his assessment mission target. The candidate at the head, on the other hand, arrived at the Island of Trials and went through it as if he were just taking a stroll in his garden. Apart from that, there were also some candidates with clear goals. For example, Yu Shu, who had a young nether bone dragon and a dragon soul, seemed to be looking for something. I heard that there's a dragon-type resource, dragon soul grass, on the Island of Trials. I wonder if it's true. Where exactly is it? Yu Shu rode the bone dragon and wandered around with a conflicted expression. Dragon soul grass was a third-level dragon-type and spiritual-type resource, but its value was comparable to other fifth-level resources. This was because it was born from bathing in dragon might. It could allow the deterrence effect of ordinary creatures to be close to that of dragon might. It was also a rare resource that could allow creatures before the Monarch level to have a chance to awaken deterrent skills in advance. This resource was still very attractive to Yu Shu, who was half a dragon tamer. Therefore, at the moment, not every candidate's goal was missions and points. For example, Shiyu had completely forgotten about that at this moment and was excitedly experiencing instant transmission with 11 and Buggy. Impressive. So handsome. Exciting. Woo. Gee. Shiyu, 11, and Buggy kept praising the spatial crystal butterfly that brought them into a flicker. Due to telepathy, the spatial crystal butterfly could clearly feel the praise of outsiders, and it couldn't help but maintain a good mood. Telepathy talent? When Yin Zhengfan saw that Shiyu was playing so happily with his spatial crystal butterfly, he immediately felt that something was strange. He kept feeling like he had missed something. Perhaps it was an illusion. Chapter 114, Correct Usage of the Skill Index. Chapter 114, Correct Usage of the Skill Index. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Happy times were always very short. As Yin Zhengfan and Shiyu both wanted to continue the assessment, after Shiyu and the others experienced instant transmission, the two of them bid farewell to each other. He also agreed to return here to battle before the assessment ended to determine the winner. 3 days later, Shiyu watched Yin Zhengfan and the space crystal butterfly leave and smiled. He quite liked this child. Not only was he polite, but he was also easy to talk to. His pets were also rare and their skills were high level. He really wanted to make friends with more of his pets. How do you feel? Shiyu asked 11 and Buggy, do you want to learn? Gee. Woo. Buggy's eyes lit up, finding it very interesting. In the blink of an eye, it teleported to a very far place. How magical! It was just that it was a little carsick during the teleportation process. It wondered if it would be better when it was the one doing it. Compared to Buggy's yearning for new skills, 11 was relatively calm. As a skill master, 11 was analyzing the disadvantages of instant transmission. After all, 11 had heard that the child wanted the space crystal butterfly to fight it. Therefore, it had to seriously analyze its opponent's abilities. Due to its attributes, this space crystal butterfly's strength was still very ridiculous. Even for some low-level Monarch races, the outcome of a battle between ordinary transcendent-level creatures with super-level skills versus this butterfly was still unknown. This was because of the attributes. Among the major attributes, space was the king, and time was the supreme. It and Buggy often saw this saying on the internet. From this, it could be seen that the space element was very powerful. If he wanted to fight this space crystal butterfly, the battle strategy that 11 could think of was to counter speed with speed. Although the space crystal butterfly's teleportation speed was very fast, its natural flying speed and reaction speed might not necessarily be stronger than it. No matter how fast instant transmission was, it still required time to activate. Moreover, this move was not an attack skill, so it also required time for the reaction time when the space crystal butterfly attacked. 11 felt that it was enough as long as he could use this period of time to instantly kill the space crystal butterfly with the super high speed increase brought about by the perfect level Thunder Palm. Moreover, it had a deterrent skill that could limit the reaction speed of the crystal butterfly. Your analysis is pretty good. Shiyu nodded and said, the proficiency of the space crystal butterfly's instant transmission, concealment, and space shackles shouldn't be very high. In terms of skill proficiency, you have a huge advantage. In terms of energy, you should also have discovered it just now, right? 11 nodded heavily. According to its supervision, the total energy of that space crystal butterfly might not even be 2/3 of its total. Therefore, if it was a battle of attrition, 11 had a higher chance of winning. Shiyu and 11 analyzed the flaws of the 3 spatial skills one by one. Gee? Buggy looked bitter. Stop analyzing. They were such cool skills, but after the analysis, why did it suddenly feel like it wasn't amazing? It made Buggy have the illusion that even if it learned it, he still couldn't defeat 11. Ha ha. Shiyu smiled. It was not a big problem, not a big problem. The upper limit of these 3 skills was still higher than the skills 11 had mastered at the moment. Analyzing the battle chances of 11 and the Space Crystal Butterfly was completely based on 11's high skill proficiency. As long as one of the skills of the Space Crystal Butterfly reached expert level, the pressure on 11 would be much greater. Regarding this, he needed to be careful. However, Shiyu judged that the other party's skill proficiency shouldn't be high. After all, Yin Jingfan and the Space Crystal Butterfly were not that old. Moreover, skill proficiency was a skill that was more complicated the higher the level, and the harder it was to increase skill proficiency. A low-level skill could be mastered after a pet trained hard for a year. However, for a high-level skill to reach expert level, the amount of training needed was several times that of a low-level skill. This was also why the consumption of points when Shiyu raised high-level skills was much higher than low-level skills. For example, for super skills, perhaps a monarch's pet might not even be able to upgrade from entry-level to proficient level after years of hard work. The difficulty of raising the proficiency of high-level skills was too high. This also gave some low-level pets a chance to defeat strong enemies by using combination skills and profundities formed by low-level skills. If you learn instant transmission and we upgrade it to transcendent level, 11 won't be able to defeat you even if he dies of exhaustion, Shiyu said to Buggy. Buggy was again in unexpected ecstasy. Woo! 11 pouted. TSK. Stupid worm. It actually placed its hope of defeating it on the additional points. It had no ambition. It looked like it had been completely corroded. When the worm's instant transmission reached the maximum level, 11 firmly believed that it would have definitely mastered a skill that could shatter space and would be also maxed out by the Beast Tamer. Everybody knew how to get points. Everyone stood on the same adding point line. They competed in hard work. In this aspect, 11 was no weaker than a beast. Then, Shiyu took the wooden sword and rode 11 to start a new adventure. There were indeed many transcendent creatures here. Before long, they encountered another transcendent level ferocious beast, a water element mad python. Shiyu was speechless. Why were there so many snakes? And they were all pythons. Weren't there any snake spirits like Medusa or Little White and Little Ching? That would be more exciting to chop. At this moment, the dark blue giant python was circling by the rock. It stared at Shiyu and the others in cold blood and decided if it wanted to eat more later. It was mainly because it had never eaten such a strange creature before and didn't know if it was delicious. There seems to be a lake ahead. After discovering the water elemental ferocious beast, Shiyu seemed to feel that the air had become much more humid. He immediately made a judgment. He was familiar with the mad python. It had the race skill maddening and torrent tail. Back when he was training at Mount Tuanmang, there seemed to be a small boss called Mad Python. At that time, Shiyu even had the thought of replicating Mad Python. Madness, hardening, multiplying sounded fierce, but this was the first time he really encountered a Mad Python. Having a water-type ferocious beast meant that there was a water source. He had a mission, and that was to obtain water element resources. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be lakes and rivers near the landing point. Hiss! Shiyu, 11, and Buggy still chose to ignore the Mad Python and think about other things. This made the Mad Python extremely silent and had the urge to go crazy. Just as Mad Python was thinking, Shiyu suddenly looked at it. Have you ever been slashed at the speed of light? Mad Python? After Shiyu finished speaking, he slowly raised the saber. In the next second, perfect thunder palm, transcendent level hardening, expert level deterrence, perfect level super sight activated at the same time. Lightning wrapped around its full limbs as it erupted with a terrifying speed. Following that, 11 and Shiyu's figures flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived beside the Mad Python. When the Mad Python reacted, the wooden sword had already stabbed into its head and beheaded it. Crack! Profundity, thunder flash. Shiyu's voice slowly fell. His body and hands were trembling. After all, his speed was too fast. If 11 hadn't used hardening to stabilize him and used his supervision to accurately stab the wooden sword into the mad python's body, Shiyu would have been sent flying like a worm. In the distance, Buggy crawled up in confusion. He looked at the cool beast tamer and the extremely cooperative leader in front of him and felt depressed. Couldn't they bring it along? It could use the ability of illusions to add special effects. It wasn't completely useless. At this moment, the mad python did not know what had happened at all. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was shocked for the second time after observing more than 6,000 candidates. As a monarch-level pet, it could naturally tell that the reason Shiyu could successfully posture was all because his pet was assisting. But were these guys doing a movie? This was a vocation assessment. How could you guys do this? It saw that other candidates were working hard to use their beast-taming talent to strengthen their pets and let their pets hunt. Shiyu? He let his pets assist him crazily while he killed the enemy. How could he do this? The Eye of Heaven was silent. It couldn't take this. It had to edit it seriously and shock all the examiners. Before long, Shiyu and the others arrived at the edge of a lake. This lake looked calm, but Shiyu felt that there was killing intent hidden. Transcendent creatures were probably underwater. However, they still had to make a fuss over the lake. That was because there were a few water lotuses on the lake's surface. The water lotus was in the center of the lake, very far from the shore. In this situation, it was really difficult to collect them without water element and flying-type pets. They were really bullying beast tamers who only cultivated iron-eating beasts. But I have 2 cards. How can you target me? Shiyu chuckled. He didn't expect that he would complete the so-called assessment mission in less than half a day. What did it mean to be fully prepared? What did it mean to be crushed by strength? Buggy, Worm Silk, go and get the water lotus. Looking at the water lotus hundreds of meters away, Shiyu instructed the worm on his shoulder. Buggy understood and spat out a long transparent worm silk, flying away. Very quickly, with a whoosh, the water surface was sliced open. A water lotus was plucked by the worm and quickly swept back. There were no obstacles during this process. Only when the water lotus was swept to Shiyu's side did the lake suddenly tremble. Boom! The water surface seemed to have exploded, and an extraordinary high-level elemental creature, the Wild Flow Fairy, suddenly crawled out of the lake in the form of a waterspout. In addition, all over the lake, dragon carps of low-level transcendent races and praying rain frogs of medium-level transcendent races also appeared. They were basically at the awakening level. Shiyu looked at the changes in the lake and the water lotus beside him. He was basically certain that the boss of this lake was this Mad Flow Fairy. Name: Mad Flow Fairy. Attributes: Water. Race level: High Transcendent. Race skill: Mad Flow, Water Wall, Purification. The Mad Flow Fairy was a rather strange elemental creature. It liked water very much. Many floods and torrential rain were caused by it organizing a large number of water-type creatures. Its habit was to turn all land into water. In comparison, the dragon carp and rain suppliant frog that appeared were relatively harmless creatures. To be able to survive in such a place, it must be because of the protection of the Wild Flow Fairy. Mad Flow Fairies that had the cleansing skill were still very popular with other water-type creatures because they could cleanse water sources and increase the quality of the water source. Therefore, they were also called cleansing water fairies. Resources like water lotuses were actually mainly used to cleanse the water quality. Therefore, when Shiyu took one away, the creatures in the lake immediately couldn't stay any longer. Boom! Under the roar of the Mad Flow Fairy, dozens of water-type creatures popped their heads out, full of intimidation. Woo! On the land, 11 raised its head and roared at the creatures that appeared in the lake, showing some deterrence. In the next moment, all the water-type creatures, including the Mad Flow Fairy, sank into the water and immediately slipped away. They seemed to be saying that it was fine, that they should just take it. The water quality here was already good enough, it didn't matter. In nature, it was also so realistic. The fist was the law. 11. Is there any way for me to split open the lake with a sword? 11. This guy was really pushing things. Gee! Baggy hurriedly said. It had a way, it had a way. Shiyu just had to pretend to swing his sword. It could use the transparent worm silk to simulate sword aura while tearing open the lake. In this way, it looked like Shiyu had cut open the lake. Then, 11 used deterrence to make all the creatures in the water faint in the lake that was split open. It was a great success in battle. As a Panda Knight, it was normal for him to use deterrent sword aura. 11, Sigma, degree, hello, Worm Director. It's indeed a method, but it's too much of a waste of energy. Forget it. Shiyu smiled. He was just kidding. He looked at the lake again. He didn't expect to see the Rain Suppliant Frog and Dragon Carp here. Name, Rain Suppliant Frog. Attributes, Water. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Race skill, Chi-Yu, high-level water skill, Water Arrow, low-level water skill. This Chi-Yu was a good skill. It was a rare ability that could change the weather. If it was a rainy day, the performance of the water-type pet could receive a good increase. It was equivalent to another kind of water element talent. However, Shiyu did not mind too much. After all, there was no suitable weather-based pet in his team. However, this Dragon Carp was very interesting. Dragon Carp. Attributes, Water. Race level, low-level Transcendent. Race skill, Leaping Dragon Gate, no-level water skill. Like the green silkworm, this Dragon Carp was a weakling in the pet world. At the same time, it was also one of the few creatures that could rely on increasing their racial skill proficiency to evolve naturally, just like the green worm. However, its evolution difficulty was much higher than the green worm, so its status was also much lower than the green worm. It was said that as long as the Dragon Carp trained the water slapping skill, which looked like a salted fish turning over, to perfection level proficiency, it could evolve into a dragon attribute and become a sub-dragon. This leaping dragon door sounded very cool, but actually, just like the worm silk, it was a useless skill that could be trained to perfection. At most, it would cause a small impact wave. But it was this useless skill that could increase the Dragon Carp's race potential. At this moment, when he saw the Dragon Carp, Shiyu fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, although these levelless skills were trash, they didn't seem to be completely useless. He felt that maybe he could look for it in the future and see if there were any suitable levelless skills to teach 11 and Worm. After all, teaching levelless skills was too easy. It didn't take much physical strength and time to quickly reach the maximum level. Then, it would turn something rotten into something magical. After that, after reaching the maximum level, it could also be deleted, leaving empty pages of the skill index. Compared to that, who knew how long it would take to delete the inner power and plant control in the skill index? Shiyu felt that even if he became a legendary beast tamer, these two super skills would probably still be lying in the index. From a certain point of view, this might be the correct usage of the skill index's deletion function. A day later, Shiyu had already ridden 11 and swept the surroundings of the landing point. During this period, he also encountered many candidates, but the assessment did not allow teaming up, so they did not have much interaction. However, when they saw Shiyu riding the iron-eating beast, the candidate they encountered was still very shocked. This was the first time he knew that iron-eating beasts could be used like this, but he didn't know what use it had. Iron-eating beasts weren't mount races either. Save energy for travel? Clearly, they didn't have the chance to experience Shiyu's hardening swordplay. Currently, those who saw Shiyu take action had all died. The beasts, naturally. There are level 3 resources again? Woo! In just a day, Shiyu and the others had gathered many rare resources. Because the assessment mission had been completed, Shiyu did not care about the number of ferocious beasts he hunted. He focused on finding valuable resources and ferocious beasts. His goal was clear. Their efficiency in gathering resources was still very high. Thanks to 11's perfect supervision, they could judge the strength of the energy wave from afar and use this method to determine which direction and corner had rare resources. They could find one at a time. Woo woo woo! However, 11 seemed especially serious this time. In addition, it felt his hair stand on end. This was the first time. Gee! Even Buggy felt a sense of familiarity, let alone 11. Woo! In the end, the two pets widened their eyes and were completely certain. It seemed to be dragon might. There was the aura of a dragon. A dragon-type creature, or the dragon-type resource? Shiyu was also stunned. On the stone path, little Iron Eater 11 ran with Shiyu agilely with its short legs. It became more and more familiar with being a mount. At this moment, it was pleasantly surprised. It was the dragon's might. Dragon might was actually a deterrent skill. However, it could only be called dragon might if it was used by the dragon race. Because the quality of the dragon race far exceeded other creatures in all aspects, it also caused the performance of the dragon's might to far exceed the deterrent of other monarch-level creatures. After all, purebred dragons were natural kings. None of their race levels were lower than monarch level. 11 had experienced the dragon's might of the ice dragon Phantom before, and it was indeed very unusual. Therefore, it was very excited this time and felt that it could fight with the dragon again. As for Shiyu, he felt that it was dreaming. How could there be a giant dragon in such a godforsaken place? Soon, Shiyu and the others arrived outside a valley. Not only was there no candidate around this valley, but there was also no wild creature. It seemed that all of them had been scared away by the dragon's might. At this moment, just as they approached the valley, 11, Shiyu, and Buggy felt a very strong pressure. If it weren't for 11 using deterrence already, Shiyu and Buggy might not have been able to withstand it. Close. Shiyu's gaze froze. He ordered 11 to approach the valley to see what was going on. However, just as they took a step forward, a brown lizard-like figure appeared. Roar! This brown giant lizard that was as rough as a rock stepped on the gravel and issued a warning with a dignified gaze. Then, a strong deterrence wave shot out. It was actually a deterrent skill, but from the deterrence level, it was only entry level. It was really no match for 11. But even so, Shiyu and the others were still very surprised. Because this was a wild ferocious beast. Apart from his pets, Shiyu had only seen one pet that had awakened deterrent skills before it reached the level of a monarch. That was the Ice Wolf King from the breeding base of Icefield City. Moreover, Shiyu felt that the deterrence of this lizard was not as simple as ordinary deterrence. It even had a hint of dragon might. Name: Earth Rock Lizard. Attributes: Earth. Race level: Low-level Commander. The rock lizard was a commander evolutionary branch of the rockback lizard and the rockback lizard, a transcendent species. It was a transitioning stage for dragon element evolution. Although it wasn't even a subspecies dragon yet, it already possessed some dragon element characteristics. At this moment, seeing such a creature with dragon might, Shiyu was indescribably surprised. Good lord! Talent? Monarch potential? If not for the fact that the assessment rules did not allow them to take away and contract the ferocious beasts here, Shiyu really wanted to capture them alive and pack them up. However, he also understood the association's concerns. It was basically impossible for a ferocious beast that had grown to the transcendent level in the wild to be tamed by a beast tamer. Its wild and ferocious nature was too strong, and it could only be forced to contract. But in that case, as the ferocious beast grew, there would be a risk of backlash against the beast tamer in the future. Not many beast tamers would contract with the risk of backlash, no matter how talented the pet's potential was. In comparison, weren't the obedient pets cultivated by the breeding bases good? Capturing and contracting high-level ferocious beasts was too risky. The mainstream views in the beast tamer domain also suggested that beast tamers contract those pet cubs and nurture them from young. This was beneficial to establishing restraints. Of course, the truth was not absolute. It wasn't like there weren't beast tamers who specialized in capturing mature wild beasts. However, the mortality rate was several times higher than other beast tamers. At this moment, because Shiyu and the others were not afraid of deterrence at all, and because 11 had always displayed an even stronger and scarier deterrence that was almost corporeal, the extraordinary rock lizard's eyes were filled with apprehension. Is this earth dragon lizard talented, or is there some rare resource inside? Shiyu looked at the nervous appearance of the rock lizard and looked deep into the valley. Roar! At this moment, another valiant dragon's roar came from the distance, stunning Shiyu and the others. A moment later, a black spot appeared in the sky. A young bone dragon about 2 meters in size with a small tamer on it flew over. Damn, after flying for half an island, I finally found this place. This beast tamer was extremely surprised. Ah! However, as the young nether bone dragon flapping its bone wings was about to land, this candidate suddenly discovered the earth dragon lizard and Shiyu, who were facing each other below. His expression changed as he observed carefully again. Then, after discovering that the situation below was still normal, he relaxed inwardly. Good, looks like the dragon soul grass hadn't been obtained first. Roar! It was clearly a bone dragon, but it could actually make noise. The nether bone young dragon landed. Its beast tamer Yushu started to size up the earth dragon lizard that was releasing its dragon might, and the Panda King 11, who was also using deterrence to suppress the other party. At this moment, his relaxed mood immediately tensed up again. His heart skipped a beat and stopped. Damn it, there was still something wrong. Where did this earth dragon lizard come from? Could it be that all the dragon soul grass had been eaten? Moreover, what the hell was this beast tamer riding an iron-eating beast that could use deterrence? Roar! The green eyes of the nether bone young dragon flashed, reminding its beast tamer that the iron-eating beast was not to be trifled with. Its aura was very terrifying. Yushu's expression changed. He realized that the good mood he had when he found the rumored Dragon Valley disappeared with a bang. Moreover, he kept feeling that this mission of his wouldn't be very smooth. Nether bone young dragon, you're Yushu? At this moment, Shiyu turned around to observe the person's bone dragon pet and asked curiously. In just 2 days, he actually saw the 2 popular candidates mentioned by 7 elites consecutively. His luck was pretty good. Yushu? After Yushu got down from the young nether bone dragon, he looked silently at Shiyu, who was riding an iron-eating beast and holding a wooden sword. A moment later, he also determined Shiyu's identity. There were only a few people who scored high on the basic test. Everyone knew the other party's test pet, so it was naturally easy to guess its identity. Originally, Yushu was very unconvinced that the ability of a mere iron-eating beast was above his nether bone young dragon, but now, after discovering that this iron-eating beast actually knew how to use deterrence, he only felt that it was ridiculous. Damn, where did this monster come from? His nether bone young dragon was a high-class commander species, and it was even a dragon type. Yet, it was still a little short of awakening deterrence. What was wrong with Shiyu's iron-eating beast? Well, from the looks of it, you deliberately came here. Shiyu asked. Yushu's expression darkened. This was none of his business. Although he thought this way, he still nodded. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden at all. There are the dragon-eating resources I need inside, but it looks like we discovered it at the same time. How is it? How do you plan to compete? He looked at Shiyu with interest. Although this iron-eating beast didn't look weak, after his nether bone young dragon and dragon soul fused, its battle power was comparable to an extraordinary pet of a monarch race. If it was according to the standard resource competition method, Shiyu would not be his match. He wasn't even afraid of Yin Zhengfan's beast. In short, he was determined to get the dragon soul grass. The main reason was that this thing was very rare even in the outside world. It was very difficult to buy. Although there were high-level substitutes, the high-level resources were too high for his pet. Instead, the level of this dragon soul grass was just right. The lizard? Get lost, that belonged to it. It looked at the iron-eating beast and the bone dragon more fearfully. It kept feeling that both parties were coveting the dragon soul grass in the valley. There's indeed a treasure. Shiyu was stunned and found it interesting. He had a premonition that this resource was not simple. Perhaps this trial island wasn't all a pile of trash and low-level resources. GGG, before Shiyu could make a decision, the bug became excited. Why not let it deal with this bone dragon and that dragon lizard? It felt that there would be dragon element resources inside, and it wanted to fight for them itself. Shiyu, you're not his match either. Unless... It wasn't that he looked down on Buggy. Even if the Buggy's battle power was fully released, it would only be a transcendent pet comparable to low-level commander races. It was barely enough to deal with this lizard, let alone the bone dragon. Insect, * equipment, equipment. What the worm meant was that expert-level illusory phantom could use external items to increase the quality of the illusory phantom. Low-class commander races weren't its full battle power at all. With so many ice element energy crystals and that ice dragon whiskers, just like during training, if it was used, it could transform into an ice dragon and crush this dragon lizard and bone dragon without any pressure. Chapter 115, Ice Dragon Bug vs Soul-Attached Bone Dragon. Chapter 115, Ice Dragon Bug vs Soul-Attached Bone Dragon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. How do you plan to compete? At this moment, after hearing Buggy's petition, Shiyu smiled. So this worm was thinking about wearing equipment. It couldn't defeat the enemy naked, but couldn't it defeat it with a +20 golden legendary equipment? Indeed, the abnormality of an expert-level phantom was that it could strengthen the phantom with external things. If he didn't include this ability, it would be a little unfair to say that the battle power of the bugs was only at the level of transcendent-level ferocious beasts of low-level commander races. It had already been added to the expert level, why should it be used as a proficiency level? However, Shiyu's expression was strange. Buggy was ruthless. If he didn't remember wrongly, Buggy must have caught a cold when it used the ice element energy crystal and the ice dragon whiskers to train previously. It had been sleeping with a blanket for days and directly rejected the cold. Ice element energy crystals were all right. But the ice dragon whiskers that the clam used, even if it wasn't a level 7 resource for an overlord creature, it had to be close, right? As a green silkworm, wearing such equipment would naturally be a huge burden. Of course, the burden was great, and the gains were also great. Although the combat power of the transformed ice dragon was very poor in terms of skills and could only use some basic ice-type moves, the physical fitness of the dragon race was undoubtedly powerful. It was very resistant to attacks. Just like the ice dragon Phantom 11 encountered, its physical quality was ridiculous, and its control over elemental energy was also ridiculous. It was equivalent to an overlord race cub without any super or high-level skills, only having the strength of the body. This was already very strong. Just based on this point, it felt that it could go head-on against ordinary monarch species creatures. After all, a real ice dragon was an overlord race. Squashing a commander species creature of the same level was as easy as squashing a worm. In this case, Buggy indeed had the capital to interfere in the competition of the vocation assessment. Previously, the ice dragon whiskers and ice element energy crystals were both external forces. In addition, the burden of using the bugs was relatively high. Shiyu did not count them in the battle power Buggy. Now, since Buggy wanted to try again, it wasn't impossible to try. How else can we compete? Both parties compete with all their might. If you're afraid of affecting the assessment, you might as well give up. Yushu chuckled, hoping that Shiyu would back off. He had no intention of fighting one-on-one. After all, his strength was in team battles with pets. 2 vs 2? Alright, but shouldn't we deal with this earth dragon lizard first and see what's inside? Shiyu said. Yushu shook his head and glanced at the rock lizard, not paying much attention. It was just a low-level commander species earth dragon lizard. Even if it had awakened its deterrence, in terms of battle power, it might only be comparable to the thunder lion Shiyu encountered during the basic test. Its energy level was about 1000. For a genius like Yushu, who had a single bone dragon that was close to 3000 energy points, this earth dragon lizard was also a ferocious beast that could be insta-killed. 1 point, I'll take it. Yushu didn't ask for Shiyu's opinion and directly let his pet attack. In the vocation assessment, no matter the level of the ferocious beast's race, as long as it grew to the transcendent level, hunting was 1 point. Therefore, it was really tiring and not pleasing to hunt a powerful ferocious beast like the Earth Dragon Lizard, but that was for ordinary candidates. Yushu's eyes were filled with arrogance. He was very disdainful of this creature associated with the word dragon, but not dragon type. Roar! At this moment, the rock lizard's heart skipped a beat as it suddenly realized that something was wrong. Right now, it didn't seem like it was a good time to watch this show. It subconsciously wanted to burrow into the ground and return to the valley first. At this moment, Yushu's nether bone dragon flew up. At the same time, a green soul flame appeared in its skeleton body, forming a dragon shape that wrapped around the body of the nether bone dragon. At this moment, the aura of the young nether bone dragon became extremely terrifying. Even without the dragon's might, the earth rock lizard could feel the spiritual pressure of a dragon-type creature. Name, Nether Bone Young Dragon. Attributes, Undead, Dragon. Race level, High-level Commander. Race skill, Dragon Claw, Intermediate Dragon-type skill, Dragon Breath, Advanced Dragon-type skill, Corpse Strengthening, Advanced Undead-type skill, Bone Reassembling, Advanced Undead-type skill. Name, Dragon Soul, Incomplete. Attributes, Undead, Dragon. Race level, Low-level Commander. Race skill, Possession, Advanced Undead skill, Soul Flame, Advanced Undead skill. The two pets of the commander species completed the fusion almost instantly through the possession skill. In the sky, the young nether bone dragon covered in green soul flame suddenly condensed a black flame breath. A powerful combination skill with the properties of dragon, undead, and fire blasted out. Hoo-hoo! Blazing dragon breath flames attacked. Below, the earth dragon lizard roared as sand and rocks gathered around it. In the face of the attack, it instantly swept up the high-level skill Rock Sandstorm to resist. The rock sand that filled the sky twisted into a force that collided with the dragon flames. However, this soul fire dragon breath formed by the dragon soul possessing the young nether bone dragon instantly penetrated the rock sandstorm with a bang. Under the shocked expression of the earth rock lizard, it turned into raging flames and got swept into the flames. Roar! The miserable cry of the earth dragon lizard came from the dark green inferno. The battle power of both parties was not on the same level at all. Are you still planning to compete? Yushu smiled. He had the pride that most dragon tamers had and was extremely confident in his own strength. Not far away, Shiyu, 11, and Buggy watched this scene in silence. It was fancy. Wasn't it just insta-killing a lizard? Sob. 11 curled its lips. If it wasn't to save energy and use supervision to find more resources, one deterrence from it could directly knock this lizard out. All along, when they were traveling, the passive deterrence that 11 displayed was at entry level. Such a deterrence wave was enough to deter the enemy's battle intent. As for proficient level deterrence, it could already cause mental damage and directly stun the enemy. As for the expert level deterrence that 11 mastered, also known as the King's Aura, the huge aura could stun hundreds of enemies and condense into a wave that crushed the enemy. It was a deterrence that could resist the dragon's might of the Ice Dragon Phantom. It was very difficult for any opponent whose mental willpower was inferior to 11's, even if they were also at the transcendent level. After all, this was an expert high-level mental skill. At the transcendent level, how many pets could train high-level skills to the expert level? The proficient level was the limit. However, although 11 felt that its opponent was being fancy, it glanced at Buggy. Can you do it? Gee! Buggy was very unhappy because it was looked down on. Wait and see. Buggy also understood that with added points and hard work, it definitely couldn't surpass the leader. Then, it could only rely on wearing divine clothes. With the enhancement of his divine armor, he could slay dragons like bugs. Sob. 11 shook his head. It didn't matter. It was a 2 vs 2 anyway, so it could try again if it didn't work. At this moment, Yushu was waiting for Shiyu's answer. However, Shiyu was not frightened as he had imagined. Of course I'll be competing, but I'll go and see what's inside first. Shiyu smiled. This guy was trying to scare him? Too young. However, although he was young, Shiyu casually glanced at the young nether bone dragon. Its fur skills were alright, but the possession skill of the dragon soul looked awesome. This was a skill similar to the fusion beast taming talent. Beast tamers with the fusion beast taming talent could take the initiative to choose to fuse with different pets. As for undead-type soul pets with the possession skill, they could also choose to possess different pets, or even beast tamers. This was also a very mainstream life-saving skill among spirit mediums. Shiyu heard that there seemed to be a legendary spirit medium in the ancient capital who specialized in developing the possession skill. He contracted a heroic spirit with explosive battle power. After the heroic spirit possessed him, this spirit medium was said to be able to suppress overlord creatures alone. In short, this was also a good skill. Unfortunately, 11 and Buggy definitely couldn't learn it, or else he would be even more handsome. What else could be inside? Dragon Soul Grass. Yushu glanced at the familiar rock lizard with strange patterns on the ground and shook his head. After patting the bone dragon beside him, he followed Shiyu, who was riding the iron-eating beast, into the valley. In the valley, 3 plants that looked like green wings swayed at the core. The plant emitted strong spiritual waves that were like dragon might. Seeing these 3 stalks of grass, Yushu was overjoyed. There were actually 3 stalks. The rock lizard relied on the deterrence of these. At this moment, Shiyu and the others stared at the dragon soul grass and revealed curious expressions. Shiyu had clearly memorized a large amount of resources, but he still couldn't find any information on this resource in his mind. It seemed like it was a super rare resource. Do you know what this is? Shiyu asked. Yushu was speechless. After all this time, he didn't even know what it was and he wanted to fight with him. Dragon Soul Grass, Level 3 Dragon Element and Spiritual Element resources. Its value is comparable to resources above ordinary Level 5, Yushu replied. Only when a purebred dragon dies in a place where the lingering dragon might doesn't disperse can such a plant be formed. That earth dragon lizard should have used the pressure of the dragon soul grass to train its mental strength during its growth stage and awakened its deterrence on its own. Its talent seems pretty good. Yushu was relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't eaten directly. The dragon soul grass couldn't be eaten directly, or else there would be a huge risk of mental breakdown. It needed to be used with other materials. As long as the ferocious beast wasn't stupid, it could sense the danger of the dragon soul grass. This lizard was very smart, and it only used its pressure to train its spiritual power. As for why Yushu knew so much, it was very simple. It was because his mother had participated in the development mission of the Island of Trials before and personally hunted several subspecies dragons in this place that could breed dragon soul grass. Now, there were no more alternative dragons. All the high-level ferocious beasts had been eliminated, leaving only creatures like the earth dragon lizard that might evolve into dragons. Is that so? At this moment, when Shiyu heard Yushu say this, he knew the use of the dragon soul grass without thinking. Sure. Mental resources? It felt like they could be used as evolution materials for Buggy. It could even make deterrence have the nature of a dragon? Wouldn't it be better to use deterrence after transforming into an ice dragon? The completion level of the ice dragon phantom increased again. Shiyu and Buggy's eyes lit up. They felt that they couldn't miss such a rare resource. All right, I've satisfied your curiosity, right? Yushu smiled and said confidently. By the way, don't tell me that your second pet is a green worm waiting to evolve. The reason why he wasn't afraid to compete with Shiyu for the Dragon Soul Grass was firstly because his possession double strike battle tactic was invincible at the same level, and secondly, Shiyu didn't seem to be very smart. He rode an iron-eating beast, held a wooden sword, and even contracted a green silkworm to participate in the vocation assessment. What the heck? Nether Bone Young Dragon, Dragon Soul versus Iron-Eating Beast, Green Silkworm, how could they lose? Yushu didn't know how to lose. It was also because Shiyu was also a genius that he felt that he could befriend him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to Shiyu. Although everyone was competing, there was no need to damage the harmony. He wanted Shiyu to admit defeat wholeheartedly. It's really my second pet. Yu smiled. Not only was his other pet a green silkworm, but he even planned to let it fight 1-2 first. Then you're finished. Do you plan to let the iron-eating beast fight 1-2? No. Shu and Yu's gazes became even more serious. Both parties were determined to get the Dragon Soul Grass. In that case, they could only compete according to the traditional competition method. The two of them walked to a relatively empty place. Shu was dressed in black. As he often flew, he even wore a red windproof cloak. He looked very strong. Under his instructions, the bone dragon that was possessed by the Dragon Soul waved its bone wings and slowly flew up. In midair, it looked at Yu and the others with its empty green fire eyes. On Yu's side, Buggy quickly crawled into Yu's hand. Yu dug into his pocket and took out a level 2 ice element energy crystal from the ruin pearl. He fed it to Buggy and let Buggy put it in its mouth. As for the ice dragon whiskers, it had already been tied to its body by the transparent insect silk. After the armor was completed, Buggy's gaze was serious. It bent his body and jumped down. Worm leap. The worm successfully landed opposite the soul attached and stared at it with battle intent. At this moment, on the other side, the serious-looking Shu and the soul-attached bone dragon paused for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Looking at the indifferent Yu, the iron-eating beast, and the green silkworm that jumped out, they were speechless. Please don't tell him that Yu wanted the green silkworm to fight his soul-attached bone dragon. Are you serious? Shu looked up at Yu, but wondered what did Yu feed the green worm. I'm serious. Yu said calmly, you're considered half a dragon tamer, right? I forgot to tell you, actually, I'm the same. Shu? Before Shu could react, Buggy on the ground had already closed its eyes slightly. Hoo. At this moment, cold air started to emit from Buggy's body. After entering the transcendent level, and after the phantom illusion skill was activated to expert level +4, its spiritual power level, combined with absolute sleep, could already instantly create dream images. However, this was actually still built up by Buggy's own efforts. If Yu could replicate a skill related to controlling dreams for it, the quality of the illusions projected by it should be stronger. For example, in terms of details, perhaps it could really know how many hairs a cat in a dream had. The skill, Phantom Illusion, was actually equivalent to providing a core. As long as the user constantly assembled other skills to increase the quality of the Phantom, its upper limit was very high. At this moment, Shu still didn't know what had happened. The soul-attached bone dragon also felt a little confused, but in the next moment, the atmosphere had already started to change. The sky suddenly darkened, as if blue snow clouds were condensing. In an instant, hail and snow started to fall. The snow mixed with strong winds formed a snowstorm. Countless snowstorms appeared. At that moment, the figure of the worm was already difficult to see clearly under the snowstorm. Originally, Shu was still in the mood to quietly watch what Yu was up to. However, in the next moment, he and the soul-attached bone dragons widened their eyes almost at the same time, revealing an expression of disbelief. Because, at this moment, under the condensation of the snow, the spot where the insect was just now was forming a huge monster, a frost dragon. Shu and the soul-attached bone dragon looked at the 3-meter-tall dragon creature in front of them, their mouths agape. The strong body of the frost dragon in front of him seemed to be made of frost. Its color was ice blue and deep, representing extreme cold. Not only its body, its neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, and fangs, its strong feet, and its pair of wings were also all strong and powerful. Its scales revealed coldness, and there was wind and snow lingering around it. It was extremely domineering. Who? The ice dragon that the worm had just projected roared and flapped its wings. During the roar, its deep eyes glanced at its opponent. The few ice-blue beards fluttered with the wind, causing the soul-attached bone dragon to subconsciously take a step back. It felt like its bloodline was being suppressed. The frost dragon in front of him, which was even larger and more like a purebred dragon, directly stunned the soul-attached bone dragon. What was going on? What happened? Impossible! Yushu shouted, staring at the frost dragon in shock. This kind of creature, could a quasi-class beast tamer even summon it? Even if it was a legendary dragon tamer, there were only a few who could tame the frost dragon. This was not a real frost dragon at all. Yushu's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the disappearing green worm in confusion. It's that green worm? That's not a green silkworm. It's a pet that can transform. Just now, it only turned into a green silkworm, but now, it turned into a frost dragon. Shiyu chuckled, and Yushu started to curse in his heart. Damn, never heard of it. Was this how you lie? Was it appropriate to let a powerful pet transform into a green worm to trick people? Moreover, he looked at the frost dragon and swallowed his saliva. This was why he said he was half a dragon tamer? Yushu's expression turned solemn. In short, he didn't believe it. The frost dragon was an overlord of the dragon race. How could it be changed just like that by a quasi-professional beast tamer's pet? It was just for show. He would immediately expose the true form of the ice dragon. Who? Facing the ice dragon phantom in front of it, the soul-attached bone dragon didn't sense that it was illusory at all. It knew that this wasn't an illusion, but a physical illusion. Under the beast tamer's command, the soul-attached flame dragon breath condensed in its restless mouth and attacked. Boom! A thick black flame pillar half a meter in diameter suddenly swept towards the ice dragon phantom. The dragon breath flame that could burn the body and soul had completely annihilated the lizard. However, facing this flame dragon breath, the ice dragon phantom was not afraid at all and similarly spat out a breath. It was just a very simple cold breath condensed from ice element energy. However, even the cold breath seemed to really be spat out by the frost dragon. It carried a strong dragon might like a flying ice dragon. Its power was incomparably huge, completely incomparable to the cold breath of those low-level ice element creatures. With a crack, the soul fire dragon breath and the cold breath collided. The result was that the cold breath instantly suppressed the dragon breath and showed signs of freezing this breath. Seeing the dragon breath that instantly froze and was pressed back, Yushu's pupils constricted. Soul fluctuation surged around his body. As a beast tamer with a soul-strengthening talent, he could strengthen the power of the undead. With a boom, Yushu and the bone dragon resonated. Huge soul fluctuations appeared on the bodies of the two at the same time. The soul-attached bone dragon soul fire dragon breath's flames were even more vigorous at this moment, and its power was instantly equal to the ice breath. Between the two breaths, intense dust and smoke instantly swept up, and the airflow spread to both sides. Strengthen, claw attack. Roar. In the smoke, the figure of the soul-attached bone dragon suddenly flew out. After activating the corpse strengthening skill, the bones on its body increased exponentially, as if it was wearing bone armor, and its whole body was incomparably heavy. At this moment, it held the soul dragon claw in both hands and crossed it towards the ice dragon phantom. In the face of the attack, the ice dragon phantom stood still and looked over coldly. Excessive movements would only consume more energy. It only needed to rely on its powerful strength to ignore and crush all attacks. With a bang, the ice dragon phantom took the attack head-on. Fine cracks appeared on its dragon scales. At the same time, a terrifying cold aura erupted from the ice dragon's broken body, freezing the curse energy and directly freezing its entire body along the claws of the soul-attached bone dragon. Click! The strengthened dragon bone was frozen and shattered, but under the repair of the skeleton recombination skill, the soul-attached dragon quickly recovered to its original state. However, in the next instant, the huge ice dragon turned around and swiped its claw. Before the soul-attached dragon could react, its entire body was ruthlessly smashed by the ice dragon phantom's ice-splitting claw again, and flew a few meters away. Roar! During this process, the nether bone young dragon and the dragon soul were forced to separate. It let out a painful cry and the ice dragon worm heavily injured the two pets in one hit. Roar! The ice dragon phantom still stood on the spot like an overlord, looking down at them and letting out a high cry. Yushu widened his eyes. Impossible! 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 he looked at the completely crushed soul-attached bone dragon in one round of confrontation with a shocked expression. How was that possible? The physical fitness of this ice dragon was actually comparable to that of the Overlord race's ice dragon. Just based on its physical fitness, it completely crushed his soul-attached bone dragon. In fact, apart from the basic skills Ice Breath and Ice Rending Claw, it didn't use any other skills. This didn't make sense. How could there be such a ridiculous transformation skill? He had never heard of it. Do you still want to fight? I think there's actually no need, Shiyu said. If this continued, the Nether Bone young dragon and the Dragon Soul would definitely be heavily injured. Similarly, Buggy would have to rely on the Ice Dragon Whiskers to transform into such a powerful ice dragon, and his mental state would suffer a heavy blow. In the exchange just now, even if there was an expert-level absolute sleep that constantly recovered physical strength at a high speed, it had already consumed more than half of Buggy's strength. The recovery speed was far lower than the consumption speed. If this continued, it would be meaningless because 11 had yet to make a move. Even if Buggy's physical fitness was insufficient, the outcome of this battle was obvious. Wu Shiyu sat down, and 11 showed a friendly expression to Yu Shu and the others. Instantly, Yu Shu's face turned green and white. Son of a B***TCH, what was wrong with this Shiyu? What kind of pet could turn into a damn dragon? Damn it! Roar, the Bone Dragon and Dragon Soul advised the Beast Tamer not to fight anymore. Son of a B***TCH, they might not be a match for this guy. At this moment, Yu Shu was completely numb. The Bone Dragon and Dragon Soul stared cautiously at the ice dragon opposite them. As for him, he looked solemnly at the iron-eating beast with 3,186 energy points and the calm Shiyu. He immediately deduced that he might really not be able to compete with this fellow. To think that he was so confident at the start. Damn it, that wasn't a green worm at all. Yu Shu had a deep grudge. Whether the ice dragon in front of him was real or fake, its battle power was definitely not inferior to the purebred dragons of the low-level monarch race. Dragon Soul Grass. You win. Yu Shu's expression darkened. It was just Dragon Soul Grass. He didn't want a mere low-level resource. Yu Shu didn't want to end the assessment early because of the 3 Dragon Soul Grass. If he continued fighting, his Bone Dragon and Dragon Soul would definitely lose their ability to fight. At that time, he would have difficulty moving in the next 2 days. I admit defeat. You guys are good. See you in the ranking battle. Also, remember not to use the Dragon Soul Grass directly. Yu Shu summoned his 2 pets and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here anymore. You're leaving already? Be careful, Tilda. Shiyu waved his hand. This person was as easygoing as Yin Zhengfan. He was a good person. He was just not as strong as Yin Zhengfan. At the same time, on the ground, the ice dragon phantom gradually disappeared, and the green worm lay on the ground trembling. Buggy, achoo! Achoo! Hopefully it didn't catch a cold. Gee, although it felt cold all over, Buggy was especially excited at this moment. This was because these 3 stalks of Dragon Soul Grass were obtained by itself. It quickly crawled to the edge of the Dragon Soul Grass and sensed the dragon might. At this moment, the insect's pupils constricted. It didn't eat the Dragon Soul Grass at all, but a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from its body. Boom! It had automatically awakened its deterrent skill. In the distance, Yu Shu, who had not walked far, turned around slightly. He looked at the intimidating green silkworm king and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 116, King of the Green Silkworms. Chapter 116, King of the Green Silkworms. What's going on? Initially, Shiyu was smiling as he watched the green silkworm run to the Dragon Soul Grass, but suddenly, he was shocked. He looked at the bug that emitted spiritual deterrence and was stunned on the spot. Deterrence? What the F***ck, Buggy awakened its deterrent skill on its own. It must be kidding. Shiyu did not react for a moment and felt that it was a little unscientific. A long time ago, after he saw that he could teach the green silkworm deterrence through the skill index, he sighed with emotion. Who cultivated a green silkworm that could have deterrence? At that time, no matter how much Shiyu thought about it, he definitely didn't expect that a green silkworm would actually awaken its deterrence on its own. It was ridiculous. Deterrence, a spiritual skill, was a symbol of aptitude of a king. After a moment of silence, Shiyu gradually calmed down. Calm down, calm down. It was all because he cultivated it well. Although it didn't seem scientific this time, it wasn't that unscientific either. His worm had already strengthened its mental strength through the proficient level Absolute Sleep and Illusory Phantom, two high-level mental type skills. It was also often used by 11 as a deterrence training target. Its mental strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, its own racial skill had even been maxed out. It had grown to become transcendent with the body of a green silkworm. To say that it was the king of the green silkworm race was already looking down on it. It should be the god of the silkworm worm race. Thinking about it this way, even a snow wolf king and a ground rock lizard could awaken their deterrence before the monarch level. After his bug defeated a dragon type, it wasn't that difficult to accept that it could awaken its king aptitude. Shiyu quickly analyzed the cause and effect, but while he could figure it out, Yu Shu and his two pets were completely breaking down. He, the dragon soul, and the bone dragon looked at the green silkworm king around the dragon soul grass in a daze. They felt its increasingly strong spirit and could not understand at all. Holy shit, Yu Shu cursed. Therefore, what exactly was Shiyu's pet? What was it? Also, why did it awaken deterrence before it even ate the dragon soul grass? Yu Shu would not be jealous of any pet that had a chance to awaken after eating the dragon soul grass. However, when he saw the earth dragon lizard and then this pet that seemed to be a green silkworm that could transform, and saw that they had mastered deterrence, he immediately felt that the dragon soul grass was becoming more and more precious like 100 lemons. Let's go, what are you looking at? It was just a deterrence skill. A skill that any pet could awaken sooner or later was just SOSO. Looking at the stunned bone dragon and dragon soul, Yu Shu's face darkened again. He quickened his pace and left. The bone dragon and dragon soul looked at each other and quickly followed the beast tamer. The green silkworm was so scary. Didn't beast tamer say that the dragon family was the strongest? Shiyu and 11 came to Buggy's side and looked at the pleasantly surprised Buggy with strange expressions. Good heavens! Now, Shiyu could only sigh. Apart from racial skills, 11 had learned Thunder Palm on his own, and Buggy had learned Deterrence on its own. Shiyu was really curious about what their next skill would be without the skill index. Shiyu estimated that it might have to happen after they evolved. After they evolved, they would definitely awaken new racial skills. Shiyu guessed that the skills 11 could awaken were definitely the high-level inner power and impregnable. As for Buggy, Shiyu couldn't analyze what new racial skills it could awaken after evolution. Didn't this mean that there would be one each for the transcendent level skills of the spiritual and spatial attributes? However, if two or more transcendent skills were awakened, the insect evolved form's race level should be judged as overlord. This was a little against common sense. Because the current research on evolution in the beast tamer domain was already very clear. There were 3 laws for biological evolution. First, the racial level might remain unchanged after biological evolution, and the evolutionary increase in the racial level wouldn't be able to cross 3 major levels. All start equals 2. Each creature has multiple evolution possibilities. Third, evolution not only changes the form of creatures, but also their species, attributes, and gender. These were all very easy to understand. For example, if the evolution of Buggy followed the current research pattern, the highest level of its evolution might be a high-level monarch race that was comparable to an overlord race. If one wanted to become an overlord race, they had to rely on the second law to carry out the second stage. 11 might be the same. This had already been confirmed in the previous evolution experiment. Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast's perfection level racial skill plus hundreds of millions of evolution materials had only raised the iron-eating beast's race level to middle-class monarch. As for that ice phoenix moth that had reached the perfection stage of the worm's silk and used phoenix-related materials to evolve, it was only a low-level monarch race. It all matched this pattern. Shiyu was curious about this now. Could his buggy with a max-level worm silk break this rule? However, he felt that it still depended on the evolution materials. As for the third law, it was easier to understand. Changing forms was inevitable, and evolution to change species often occurred. For example, during the process of dragon carp to dragon, from living body to undead, the species were considered directly changed. On the other hand, there were very few cases of gender change, and it only appeared on a small number of creatures. Woo! Gee! Then, Eleven and Buggy started to exchange deterrence insights. Great! Apart from absolute sleep, they had a second similar skill. Speaking of which, was there any way for the two of them to combine this skill and make their aura merge together to become stronger and intimidate others? The two pets started to conceptualize the second combination skill after the soaring sky strategy, to bully others. What the heck are these two even talking about? Shiyu looked at the dragon soul grass with a dark expression. That Yushu seemed to have said not to eat the dragon soul grass directly? It meant that he needed to eat it with other spiritual plant resources. Many spiritual plants were like this, especially some strong or poisonous plants. They needed to be matched with other spiritual plants to neutralize the effects. Shiyu decided to investigate it when he returned. Then, he began to transplant the dragon soul grass into the ruins bead. At the same time, on the assessment committee's side, due to the help of the Eye of Heaven, everyone exploded again. After a day of screening, these 9 examiners had already preliminary confirmed the candidates for the 16 key-seeded candidates. In the next ranking battle, these 16 people wouldn't collide too early. The collision between them would be the key to the entire ranking battle. Apart from that, these 16 people would also be the cards of this batch of vocation assessments in the ancient capital. They were to edit some of their dazzling performance in the field survival assessment this time and then announce it to the public before and after the ranking assessment. This way, the beast tamers of other cities could see the spiritual appearance of the candidates of the ancient capital. The difficult task of editing was naturally handed to the Eye of Heaven. This Eye of Heaven had been in charge of the vocation assessment in the ancient capital for several years. It was very familiar with the business and did not make any mistakes. The examiners trusted it. However, when they saw the initial version of the video announced by the Eye of Heaven, they were instantly stunned. When they saw the initial version of the video announced by the Eye of Heaven, they were instantly stunned. The 12-year-old handsome young man, Yin Zhengfan, controlled the space crystal butterfly to gracefully defeat one enemy after another. There was no problem with this scene. The space element was incomparably mysterious, absolutely eye-catching. He who controlled countless dead ferocious beast corpses with his GU worms, the strange insect master Miao Dongdong. He had roamed the island of trials with a small beast tide. His performance was also very imposing, and this special beast-taming occupation would also be a highlight. Yushu, who rode the soul-armored bone dragon and traversed the sky of the island of trials, could not be found to be in the least bit odd. Every battle revealed the posturing aura of a dragon tamer. These were all talents. But the problem was, why was it that when it came to Shiyu, it was all images of him riding the iron-eating beast and fighting using himself? Profundity, great shock. Profundity, thunder flash. Profundity, infinite convergence. In the scene, Shiyu swung his sword, and dozens of wooden swords flew out like a storm, filling the sky. The sword force was like a net, pitilessly fierce, and spectacular. It directly surrounded the dozen or so killer bees that had gathered together. In the corner, Buggy used transparent worm silk to control the wooden swords that filled the sky. It was very awesome. Worm silk secret skill, sword control. The examiners were stunned. This was F*King Professional Beast Tamer Assessment? Are they sure it wasn't the admission test of the ancient capital film academy? The examiners opened their mouths wide in shock. They were confused for a long time before reacting. This video was too deceptive. Moreover, the editing of the Eye of Heaven was also very tricky and advanced. It diluted the pet and strengthened Shiyu's performance. It was very compatible with Shiyu's posturing. It was only because they were experienced that they could tell how these sword techniques were used. The group of examiners could tell that this wasn't because Shiyu himself was ridiculously strong. Shiyu didn't have any powerful talent similar to the fusion talent to allow him to fight. It was purely because the iron-eating beast had actually mastered transcendent level hardening, perfect level thunder palm, and even an impressive deterrent skill. The green silkworm was also very ridiculous. It had mastered transcendent level transparency worm silk. It was only with the cooperation of the two pets that Shiyu completed this series of dazzling operations. Are all the candidates in Pingcheng district of your Icefield city so good at performing? Speaking of which, the skill proficiency of hardening, thunder palm, and worm silk was too ridiculous. Although it was only levelers, low, and mid-level skills, the group of examiners was still a little shocked. They dared to conclude that Shiyu was definitely one of the most monstrous candidates in this batch of vocation assessments. Unfortunately, the green silkworm had yet to evolve. Otherwise, it would be another powerful competitor for first place. Do we really have to publicize these images as clips of the promotional vocation assessment in ancient capital? A master said in silence. Didn't this Shiyu have any normal training battle scenes? Oh, wait, there seemed to be one, and only one. It was the Darkstrike poison python that Shiyu had first encountered. It was mainly because at that time, Shiyu had yet to show off his world. It's not a big problem, not a big problem. This is the initial version. Let's see if there are better materials later, Master Chu Jie said. Wait, there seems to be a battle between prospective seeded candidates. Because the Eye of Heavens will focus on some key candidates, when important candidates met and competed, this group of examiners was the first to know. The Eye of Heaven raised a short battle video. Who is it? In the video, Shiyu and Yushu entered a valley together. Shiyu and Yushu? The group of master-level examiners was slightly stunned and rather surprised. He didn't expect that the two people ranked in the top 5 of this assessment would bump into each other. They didn't know what the outcome would be. However, when they saw this valley, the master examiners immediately understood. So it was to compete for the Dragon Soul Grass. The Dragon Soul Grass was one of the most valuable resources on the Island of Trials this time. It looked like their luck was pretty good. Who will win? But no matter the outcome, I hope the two didn't have a conflict. The examiners really couldn't say for the time being. Because he still didn't know how Yushu and Shiyu planned to compete for the Dragon Soul Grass. Soon, they received an answer. They saw that Yushu directly sent out the soul-armored bone dragon. 2 vs 2? Just as they made this judgment, the expressions of all the master examiners froze. Roar, in the video, a dragon roar sounded. Their stunned expressions were almost at the same time as Yushu in the image. On Shiyu's side, the iron-eating beast was indifferent. The green silkworm directly leaped down, and instantly, its entire body was covered in snow and wind, transforming into a powerful frost dragon. In the video, the soul-attached bone dragon and the ice dragon started a fierce collision. In a short round, the ice dragon relied on its strong physique to send the bone dragon flying with a claw. Crack! During the process of flying backward, the bone dragon repaired its damaged body in pain. The power of the slap was so great that it directly shattered the skeleton's strengthened body. A moment later, Yushu and the soul-attached bone dragon left with ugly expressions. They directly gave up the competition. The frost dragon turned back into the green worm. At this moment, the conference room was extremely silent. The masters and examiners watched the video replay in confusion. Impossible. This? What's going on? You must be kidding. Where did that frost dragon come from? Perhaps because he was worried that the masters and examiners didn't understand what had happened and didn't understand some unorthodox skills. At this moment, the Eye of Heaven loaded the skill information of Illusionary Phantoms and attached it to the end of the video. Advanced Spirit and Spatial Dual Element Skills, Phantom Illusion. A powerful skill comparable to a super skill. It was controlled by a green worm? The master examiners were slightly stunned. Now, they knew what was going on with the frost dragon, but not completely. Another incomprehensible genius. I remember that there's an ice dragon ruins in Icefield City, right? This Shiyu has cracked the ruin space that appeared in Icefield City and his pet can transform into an ice dragon. Could it be an opportunity obtained from the ruin space? Are the two ruins related? A master guessed. I can't tell. But it's very likely. In short, don't think about it if you can't understand it. Whether it's the green silkworm or other pets, we just have to organize the assessment well. Master Chu Jie lit a cigarette. He came from a third-level city. He cracked the ruin space and studied the evolution method of the iron-eating beasts through the ruins. He has two pets with ridiculous strength. In addition, he was reserved by the Archaeology Department of Ancient Capital University in advance. He will only enter the vision of certain organizations earlier than we do. We were wrong. That's not an ordinary green worm at all. The type is still pending. The master examiners nodded. Shiyu's identity information was very ordinary, but his experience was very ridiculous. There was only one possibility for this outcome. Shiyu had been selected by a powerful beast tamer to be trained, or he had joined a special organization. When the masters contacted Shiyu's identity as an archaeologist, they immediately thought of that place, but it was difficult to confirm. Although a master-level beast tamer could become the president of an association in any third-level city, they could only be considered a middle-level force in the beast tamer domain. An organization like Bureau 11 was a high-level force that was equivalent to a legendary-level beast tamer. Not every master knew these mysterious institutions very well. Damn, did we miss something? He can use a pet to fight against two alone and easily defeat Yu Shu. What if the iron-eating beast was added? The expressions of the examiners changed, and they suddenly felt that the final ranking of the vocation assessment this time was blurred again. Perhaps the quality of the vocation assessment in Ancient Capital City this time wouldn't be lower than those super cities. On the Island of Trials, Shiyu, who had obtained the Dragon Soul Grass, was very satisfied. Before we set off, someone seemed to have said that there are not only dragon-type resources on the island, but also spatial-type resources. Where are they? At this moment, Shiyu, who was addicted to collecting rare resources, started to think about spatial resources. 11. It's up to you to find spatial resources. Shiyu placed his hopes on 11, who had perfect supervision. If you can find it, I'll spend a lot of money to buy you a set of your favorite training equipment. This might be a threat to other pets, but for 11, it was a temptation. However, at this moment, 11 rubbed its head crazily and showed a difficult expression. The detestable beast tamer was troubling it again. Although its supervision could detect energy fluctuations in a few hundred meters, this island was too big. It was impossible for them to search all of it in 3 days without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Wasn't this searching for a needle in a haystack? But we still have to work hard to find it. It's all worth it. G. Buggy nodded heavily. At the same time, Buggy looked at the beast tamer. When would he arrange for it to have supervision? This skill was good. After reaching the perfect level, not only could one see the enemy's approximate strength, but they could also use it to search for treasures. Most importantly, after its eyesight was enhanced, the beast tamer no longer had to worry about it playing short-sighted on the cell phone. We'll talk about it when we have time. Shiyu touched his liver. At this moment, after hearing Buggy's words, Shiyu suddenly felt a headache. This guy also wanted supervision. It felt that there was nothing wrong with teaching standard abilities such as supervision, absolute sleep, and deterrence to any pet. However, there were only 2 pets now, and Shiyu felt that he couldn't take it anymore. In the future, if there were more pets, he might not be able to increase points. However, the most infuriating thing was that the method of increasing the page count of the skill index encouraged him to contract more pets. Every time Shiyu contracted a pet, the skill index would increase by 5 blank pages. This page number was based on the number of pets, and not the level of the beast taming space. It was very annoying to his body. However, as a loving beast tamer, Shiyu didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he was very conflicted right now. When the time came, would the third one be a plant-type pet, or an undead-type pet that could be contracted? Or a mechanical-type pet with very high technology? He was quite envious now. Let's go, continue searching for treasures with me. Shiyu called 11 and Buggy. Sob. Life was not easy. 11 sighed and felt that it was meaningless to just carry Shiyu. If only Shiyu and Buggy had focused on being heavier. This way, it could at least have the effect of weight training. Woo! After loading Shiyu and Buggy, 11 turned around. They lacked a friend who knew gravity skills. 11 suggested to Shiyu. Are you short of friends? You need someone that provides you with tools for training. Gravity training method? Did this panda want to become a Super Saiyan bear? In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the wilderness survival trial. Time passed pretty quickly. Especially for someone like Shiyu who searched for resources all over the island. Actually, it wasn't a full search of the island. In the end, Shiyu only wandered around the circular area of the landing point. Of course, as a result, he forgot about spatial resources. He didn't even find many level 3 resources that were slightly more valuable. Level 1 and level 2 trash, however, was something he had found. Appeal. Putting aside the dragon soul grass, its value was barely 7 digits. It was mainly because of the agreement with Yin Zhengfan. He promised Yin Zhengfan to fight his space crystal butterfly before the assessment ended. If he went too far, Shiyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it back in time and then leave the little kid hanging. He could offer spatial resources, but leaving someone hanging was not a good behavior. After all, Yin Zhengfan was more valuable to Shiyu than spatial resources. There are still 2 hours until the end of the assessment. Shiyu looked at the time and rushed towards the valley that he had originally agreed on. In these 3 days, he didn't count how many ferocious beasts he had hunted. However, he had completed all 3 of the assessment missions along the way, so he definitely had a professional license now. Soon, Shiyu arrived at his destination. Yin Zhengfan arrived earlier than Shiyu. When Shiyu arrived, this child was sitting quietly on a huge beast and using a furry tool to massage the space crystal butterfly. The space crystal butterfly looked like it was enjoying itself. Usually, only beast tamers from the medical and feeding departments would master the massage method to relax and clear the energy circulation of different pets. It didn't expect Yin Zhengfan to be an all-round genius. Sob. Gee. 11 and Buggy turned to look at Shiyu. When could Shiyu also massage them? Shiyu? He knew the basics, but he had to add points and massage now? Did it not treat him as a human? Shiyu suddenly felt that he had worked too hard. The children were self-disciplined and hard-working, but they didn't know how to be filial to the beast tamer. There's no need to ask any questions for the time being after we go back. You have to arrange for housekeeping skills, nursing skills, and culinary skills. In the future, after adding some points, I'll be counting on you guys to take care of me. Shiyu felt that he should just be an emotionless tool. 11, Buggy_C? This was what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot? They shouldn't have said all that. Below. At this moment, Yin Zhengfan turned around with the space crystal butterfly and also discovered Shiyu who was rushing over from afar. Following that, his Zonian rock beast turned around. It was a huge rock creature about 4 meters tall that looked like a 2-legged dinosaur. Most of its body was covered in sharp chestnut rocks, and it had strong limbs and tail. The most classic feature was that there was a ring of Mane rocks as sharp as a scarf around its neck. Although these Mane rocks were also chestnut now, Shiyu knew that the most terrifying power of the Zonian rock beast was stored inside. The power of lava. Therefore, the Zonian rock beast was also known as the Little Lava Beast, mainly because the name was already officially taken by another monster. Name, Zonian rock beast. Attributes, Earth, Fire. Race level, low-level monarch. Race skill, rock transformation, earth collapse, rock ceiling, mountain collapsing, rock roar cannon, lava explosion. Chapter 117, End of the Survival Trial. Chapter 117, End of the Survival Trial. 2 low-level skills, 1 mid-level skill, 2 high-level skills, and 1 super-level skill. The Zonian rock beast had a lot of racial skills, and the 3 highest level skills were all powerful attack skills. This was a classic example of a brute. It looked powerful, and it was indeed powerful when fighting, but it had no replication value at all. The surprise was insufficient. After all, strong support and swift damage was more of his speed. Shiyu believed that piling strengthening skills and support skills was the way to go. For example, 11, hardening was an enhancement skill, while multiplication was also an enhancement skill. Inner power was still an enhancement skill. When the time came, wouldn't all 3 enhancement skills be a big move? In comparison, he couldn't let 11 learn lava explosion, right? This didn't match 11's current moves either. However, although that was the case, Shiyu still smiled when he saw them. Beast Tamers had 3 elements: Beast Tamer level, Beast Tamer talent, and knowledge base. His own knowledge base included the special, efficient training method for the skills in the secret manuals, and the special cultivation method for pets that included evolution methods. There were so many pets of the low-level monarch species, but Yin Zhengfan just had to choose a big idiot. He most likely had mastered some cultivation method that was suitable for the Zonian rock beast. Perhaps there was a super rare racial skill. This was a treasure boy. He couldn't be looked at with common sense. You guys are here. Seeing that Shiyu and the others had come, Yin Zhengfan was somewhat pleasantly surprised. He jumped down from the rock hand of the Zonian rock beast. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the Zonian rock beast? Impressive. Shiyu looked at the tall Zonian rock beast and compared it. He felt that his iron-eating beast was better. After all, this thing couldn't do anything other than fight. However, perhaps it was very efficient to send it to mine? It's all right. Yin Zhengfan also took a look at the Zonian rock beast resting with its eyes narrowed and smiled, leaving it at that. Are you ready? Do you guys want to rest? He looked at the iron-eating beast that Shiyu had squeezed into a mount and asked Shiyu and the others. Although Yin Zhengfan had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. There's no need. Shiyu glanced at the time. It wasn't far from the end of the assessment. It was better to start as soon as possible. I think it can't wait to fight a space-type opponent too. Shiyu patted 11 beside him. Woo! 11 smiled foolishly, revealing battle intent. Because he had never fought a space-type opponent, 11 was really a little curious. Its training was not good enough. As the assessment approached the end, the 9 master examiners gathered together. Apart from that, an unexpected guest arrived in a huge mechanical cruiser in the sky above the island of Trials. A middle-aged man who looked as stable as a mountain and seemed to be born with the aura of a king arrived. Yin Legend and Master Chu Jie and the others looked at this man and smiled helplessly. Why was this person here? Don't worry about me. Yin Zhongrong was expressionless. How could they not mind? The 9 master examiners muttered in their hearts. However, even if this didn't follow the rules, no one dared to say anything. After all, everyone knew Yin Zhongrong's legendary personality. He didn't care about rules in the first place. This Yin legend, whose strength could be ranked among the legendary beast tamers, only pursued the pinnacle of the beast tamer domain. This was what he valued the most. Apart from that, he cared the most about this son of his. Yin Zhongrong only had a son at the age of 50. He regarded Yin Zhengfan, the child who had inherited his beast-taming talent, very highly, and his control of his son was relatively strong. Now, he was most likely here for Yin Zhengfan. He sat in the cruiser and brewed a cup of tea himself. Then, he said, Eye of Heaven, I want to see what Yin Zhengfan is doing at the moment. The Eye of Heaven paused. Even the 9 master examiners couldn't order the Eye of Heaven. They could only wait for it to update its data and upload the situation of the candidates. But at this moment, as Yin Zhongrong finished speaking, the Eye of Heaven immediately obediently grabbed the image according to his orders. It couldn't be helped. This was a big boss after all. Even its beast tamer was very respectful to Yin Legend. To be precise, it had been beaten up by Yin Legend before, so it was more afraid of this dignified uncle. The assessment is almost over. He should be packing his spoils of war now, said a master. How's his performance these few days? Yin Zhongrong asked. Master Chu Jie said, he completed the 3 assessment missions perfectly and ranked 4th. It's mainly because he has been training the Space Crystal Butterfly from the beginning to the end and hasn't sent the Zonian Rock Beast to battle. Now that the assessment mission was completed, these candidates naturally did not care how many transcendent-level ferocious beasts they had hunted. The ones who should care were those candidates who had not completed the assessment mission and could only rely on their points ranking to decide whether they could become professional beast tamers. What really concerned these candidates like Yin Legend's son was the final ranking battle. I understand. Yin Zhongrong closed his eyes slightly and opened them. At this moment, the Eye of Heavenly Silk had already transferred Yin Zhengfan's current state. As a new image appeared on the center screen of the cruiser, Yin Zhongrong and all the examiners looked over. The examiners were stunned. That was because in the video, Yin Zhengfan was ordering the Space Crystal Butterfly to face Shi Yu's iron-eating beast. It was as if he was preparing to fight. Holy shit! The masters were shocked. What was going on? Why did these two meet? Yin Zhengfan and Shi Yu are competing for resources. No, the surroundings aren't resource points, an examiner said in surprise. Who is this person? Yin Zhongrong looked at the scene and asked. He knew his son's personality well. Like him, he basically wouldn't fight opponents he wasn't interested in. Master Chu Jie said, his name is Shi Yu. His basic test results are 4th in this assessment. He's a genius archaeologist. Archaeologist? Yin Zhongrong looked at the screen quietly. Then his strength should be pretty good, right? Facing this question, the masters and archaeologists looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Not only was it not bad, if Yin Zhengfan only planned to use the crystal butterfly to fight with that iron-eating beast, he would definitely fail. He should probably be using the Zonian Rock Beast. Maybe they should stop watching. Yes. Yes, it's not bad, and it's very unscientific. It's that iron-eating beast that got 4th place in the first assessment. Iron-eating beast? Yin Zhongrong was incomparably surprised. However, he still didn't think that Yin Zhengfan would lose. After all, the racial difference between the Space Crystal Butterfly and the iron-eating beast was too big. In the scene, Yin Zhengfan and Shi Yu had already started fighting. The Space Crystal Butterfly versus iron-eating beast. M.I. Tilda? The Space Crystal Butterfly, which had a white body and transparent wings that were as huge as water, slowly flew to an empty place. Yin Zhengfan walked near it, his eyes shining. His Space Crystal Butterfly had just evolved and needed training. He hoped that Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast in front of him would be pretty good opponents. They won't be weak. We have to be serious. Yin Zhengfan thought. After all, Shi Yu and the others were ranked 4th in the test. In front of Yin Zhengfan, 11 stretched its body for a long time. Its gaze was serious as it looked at the Space Crystal Butterfly opposite her. Shi Yu, on the other hand, observed carefully from afar. Apart from this pair of pets and a pair of beast tamers, the Zonian Rock Beast not far away, and the green silkworm on Shi Yu's shoulder were also spectators. They sized up the battlefield. Among them, the green silkworm was very curious about how much pressure Big Sister Butterfly, who had mastered spatial skills, could give to the leader. Gee! Buggy let out a low cry. On the other side, a trace of a fierce aura flowed out of Yin Zhengfan's calm expression. Compared to normal days, he looked like a completely different person in battle. Then we'll go ahead and attack first. Yin Zhengfan waved a hand, and the Space Crystal Butterfly's flying height increased slightly with an M.I. tilde. During this period, its wings flapped, and 3 crescent-shaped green lights flew out. Low-level wind element skill, Wind Blade. Apart from the 3 spatial-type racial skills, it also learned the Wind Crystal Butterfly's racial skills through other methods. the skill was instantly activated, and the green light condensed. It was an expert-level wind blade. Right now, Yin Zhengfan clearly wanted to use this move to test the iron-eating beast. Woo! On the other hand, 11's battle intent was high. The wind blade attacked, causing the surrounding airflow to surge crazily. The sound of the wind blade tearing through the air was strong, as if it could cut through metal. Under the strong wind pressure, 11, who was standing not far from the space crystal butterfly, trembled quickly, but 11's expression was very determined. Especially its eyes. When he focused its mind, they were especially bright, as if it had seen another world. Intermediate spiritual skill, perfect level supervision. Under the activation of its supervision, the destructive power of the wind blade was clear. Its speed was also infinitely slow in its eyes. Bang! 11 hardened its palm and suddenly pinched a wind blade that was coming at it. Immediately, a strong wind surged, and the seemingly ordinary move stopped the blade. However, after 11 squeezed it, its body instantly cleverly dodged the other two wind blades that were also coming at it, causing the wind blades to miss and almost brush past its body. Is it a coincidence, or? At this moment, Yin Zhengfan's pupils constricted. Not only did he realize that the iron-eating beast had crushed an expert-level wind blade, but it was also unscathed. He also discovered that it actually dodged two of the pincer attacks accurately, neutralizing their testing with almost the least consumption. This hardening proficiency was at least at perfect level. At this moment, Shiyu's expression was calm. If Yin Zhengfan wanted to train the space crystal butterfly, it would be meaningless to directly let 11 unleash his full battle power. He also had the mentality of training 11. He didn't let it throw out all its strength, but planned to win with skill. In this way, this battle would not be meaningless. It could have training effects on both pets. Battle awareness is not bad. At the same time, a round of confrontation made Yin Legend see how extraordinary the iron-eating beast was. He nodded. Perfect racial skill? And that exaggerated reaction speed, for the iron-eating beast race, was indeed as those examiners said. It was a little unscientific. At that moment, when they saw Yin Legend nod calmly, the masters smiled bitterly. This was the beginning of illogical things. In the scene, Yin Zhengfan and the space crystal butterfly quickly launched a second round of attacks. Spatial shackles. The wind blades couldn't affect 11, so Yin Zhengfan wasn't in a hurry. After all, his original intention was to use the speed of the wind blades to interfere with the iron-eating beast. The instant cast attribute of the wind blade, together with its extreme speed, was very suitable for harassing opponents before the space crystal butterfly chanted high-level skills. As expected, while 11 was fighting the wind blade, the space crystal butterfly accumulated power for 3 seconds and directly created a spatial domain, locking 11 inside. Buzz! At this moment, 11 suddenly felt the air flow faster. Suddenly, the surroundings were extremely oppressive. He felt like he was in another space. Through its perfect supervision, 11 could still vaguely see the energy flow of the surrounding space. This move was very strange. As a spatial-type move, it couldn't be sure if it could forcefully break through the shackles through the combination skill of hardening and thunder palm. However, there was actually no need to break it at all. This was because the spatial shackles couldn't directly cause damage. If the space crystal butterfly wanted to deal damage through this move, it had to cause the spatial domain to tremble. Then, it could use the spatial shattering spatial wave to deal damage to the enemy. MI. As the space crystal butterfly flapped its wings, the space that shackled 11 started to shake. Transparent spider web-like cracks began to appear around it. In the next moment, transparent waves spread towards 11. Even if it can block with perfect level hardening, it should be greatly affected. Yin Zhengfan's expression was serious. Even if his Zonian rock beast relied on its expert-level rock transformation and the physique of a monarch race to take this move head-on, it would also be injured. As for this iron-eating beast, just as Yin Zhengfan made the judgment, a scene that made him very quiet happened to 11. Woo! After the shock wave was formed, 11's expression was serious. The ground under its feet immediately turned black as if it had turned into metal. Then, the black hardening substance was like liquid metal, instantly forming a half-sphere hardening barrier that completely isolated it from the outside world. Perfect level hardening, release of hardened material. The huge hardening substance didn't come into contact with 11 and formed layer after layer of hardening barriers around its body. The shock wave came with a bang, and cracks quickly appeared on the hardening barrier. The solid hemisphere almost shattered, but before the shock wave could continue to pass in, the continuous hardening substance quickly repaired the hemisphere's barrier and completely dissolved the shock wave. At this moment, Yin Zhengfan's expression changed drastically. How could this be? It wasn't perfect level hardening, but transcendent level. In the scene, an incomprehensible expression appeared on Yin Zhengfan's young face. He completely didn't expect Shi Yu and the others to actually still have such a trump card. Seeing this exchange, Yin Legend also showed a serious expression and said, "Transcendent level hardening. He's just a newbie?" The level of transcendence represented the peak of skill. Even if there were special training methods, cultivation methods, or even if it was a low-level skill, there was no reason for it to appear in the vocation assessment and in such a young person. Yes. The masters actually felt that it was alright, because the 12-year-old Yin Zhengfan was clearly more ridiculous. When Yin Zhengfan turned 18, who knew if he would already be a young master? Crack! In the scene, the spatial shackles shattered, and the hardened substance flowed back and disappeared. The little iron-eating beast appeared again. At this moment, the hardening substance flowed into 11's palm and formed a metal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. 11 squeezed hard, and his supervision locked onto the slightly confused space crystal butterfly not far away and threw it. Boom! The hardening ball smashed towards the space crystal butterfly like a cannonball. With 11's power, although it wasn't as fast as the previous wind blades, it wasn't slow at all. "Mi!" The black meteor smashed over, scaring the space crystal butterfly into immediately disappearing. The hardening ball directly passed through the body of the space crystal butterfly and smashed towards the mountain behind. With a bang, a shattering hole was directly smashed out of the mountain, and countless shattered rocks fell. The huge sound entered Yin Zhengfan's heart, making him suddenly raise his head and look at Shi Yu opposite him. At this moment, Shi Yu had already made a checkmate. Yin Zhengfan also sensed this. I underestimated them, he understood this, and his heart became extremely heavy. However, he did not plan to give up just like that. Yin Legend and the examiners watching from the back also sensed this. The space crystal butterfly's spatial shackles could not break through the absolute defense of transcendent level. This meant that the space crystal butterfly couldn't hurt the iron-eating beast. And although the iron-eating beast also seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the space crystal butterfly, which had space concealment and instant transmission. However, these two skills had a very big disadvantage. In the hidden state, the space crystal butterfly couldn't use other skills, and the consumption of instant transmission was too high. Could it be that it was going to become a battle of attrition between the space crystal butterfly and the iron-eating beast? A battle of attrition was definitely not a good choice for the space crystal butterfly. Sweat dripped from Yin Zhengfan's forehead as he sensed the extremely strong pressure from his opponent. Is he going to lose? Yin Legend held the cup tightly and continued to stare at the screen. At this moment, apart from the Eye of Heaven, no one knew that the space crystal butterfly was facing the combination of transcendent level hardening and perfect level supervision. In a sense, this was also a profundity. In the video, the battle between the two continued. Under the lock-on of the perfect level supervision, the space crystal butterfly had just retreated from its hidden state for half a second. Bang! 11 threw out the hardened substance that had condensed into a ball with one hand and forced the space crystal butterfly to teleport in a hurry. In the next second, just as the figure of the space crystal butterfly appeared after it teleported, another black meteor attacked. The space crystal butterfly was forced to enter the hidden state to dodge again. In the arena, 11, who was facing the space crystal butterfly, was slightly calm. It was suppressing his opponent the whole time. The Space Crystal Butterfly needed 3 seconds to cast the spatial shackle that posed a threat to it. During this period, it was enough to counterattack. It only relied on hardening and supervision skills. Shiyu's expression remained unchanged. So, could the Space Crystal Butterfly force 11 to use its third skill? Gee, the green worm cried as if it had seen its future. On the other side, Yin Zhengfan stared fixedly at the changing situation, his brain continuously seeking ways to break out of the situation. However, he could only sense the pressure from Shiyu and the little iron-eating beast growing stronger. Under the reconnaissance and locking of perfect-grade supervision, even if the Space Crystal Butterfly had the spatial element, it seemed to have plunged it into an endless abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. He couldn't escape from the huge hand high above. This wasn't a suppression of attributes, nor was it a suppression of strength, but a suppression of skills. It relied on the high proficiency of the skill to look down on the opponent. The Space Crystal Butterfly, which had just evolved and wasn't proficient in its skills yet, was like a child compared to the little metal-eating beast that had trained its skills to the peak. This candidate. Upon seeing this, Yin Legend felt that there was no need to continue watching. He said, Eye of Heaven, in addition to hardening, that iron-eating beast probably also used a skill that can lock onto the enemy. It answered Yin Legend Zhongrong through the form of the subtitles. Mid-level spiritual skill, supervision. Although it wasn't as good as its heavenly eye, it was still a pretty good skill. Most importantly, the supervision development of this iron-eating beast was ridiculously high. A few minutes later, the Space Crystal Butterfly finally couldn't hold on anymore. It couldn't withstand the pressure and its physical fitness was exhausted. Shiyu and 11 didn't continue attacking because 11 had always been in control of how much energy the Space Crystal Butterfly had left. I lost. After the feedback from the Space Crystal Butterfly that it was unable to fight, Yin Zhengfan admitted defeat immediately. He looked confused and indignant. Anguish and torture. This battle was what he felt. Apart from the first time the Space Crystal Butterfly attacked the iron-eating beast, it was suppressed by the iron-eating beast the whole time. This feeling made Yin Zhengfan almost unable to breathe. After the battle, he was already drenched in sweat. Yes, Shiyu said. Perhaps the situation will change if the skill proficiency of the Crystal Butterfly is higher. He was telling the truth. However, it made Yin Zhengfan feel like this was the first time he had seen Shiyu, who was having a friendly chat with him before. Yin Zhengfan no longer had the smile from before. He could chat and laugh with people his age who were weaker than him. But facing his peers who were stronger than him, his heart immediately became extremely heavy. He was a person with unparalleled self-esteem. His goal was to get first place in this assessment. Although this was not an official battle, at this moment, Yin Zhengfan still had to admit that Shiyu and the little iron-eating beast in front of him were very strong. Raw, the Zonian rock beast looked at the tired Space Crystal Butterfly and the lost beast Tamer and got up slightly. Its 4-meter-tall body stood like a small mountain. It was asking if it wanted to fight. It looked at the tiny 11. If it were it wouldn't dodge those skills at all. Its defense was dozens of times stronger than the Space Crystal Butterfly. Even if it took the hardening attacks head-on, it wouldn't suffer serious injuries. It could defeat all opponents with brute force. Who? 11 also looked up at the big guy. Were they going to continue? Gee! Seeing the big Zonian rock beast get up, the spectating worm sighed with emotion that big sister Space Crystal Butterfly couldn't force the leader to use its full strength, and advised the Zonian rock beast not to court a rebuff. Did it think this was the full battle power of a leader? No need. Yin Zhengfan waved his hand to indicate that the battle had ended. With that said, he revealed a determined expression and looked at Shiyu and the others. Although I lost this time, I'll definitely win the ranking battle. When the time comes, it'll be a 2 vs 2. Shiyu looked at the Zonian rock beast and the Space Crystal Butterfly. He didn't know what kind of sparks would result from the cooperation of these two pets. Yes, at that time, I definitely won't lose, Yin Zhengfan clenched his fists and affirmed. He didn't regret challenging Shiyu, but regretted why he had underestimated his opponent. He didn't manage to make his pet go all out in the first battle. He lost? All right, let's fight again when the time comes. At that moment, Shi Yu sensed Yin Zhengfan's tone and looked at his expression, feeling a little panicked. Damn! He was still smiling amiably just now, why was he so serious now? It couldn't be that he was too young and couldn't take it, right? Now, the feeling Yin Zhengfan gave Shi Yu was like he could cry at any moment, making Shi Yu regret fighting this battle a little. The assessment is about to end. We can finally leave this damn place. Shi Yu took a look at the time and quickly changed the topic. Yin Zhengfan lost. In the mechanical airship in the sky, the master examiners still had the Eye of Heaven's will. They completely didn't expect that Yin Legend had just come to see his son and would encounter such an explosive scene. They secretly stared at Yin Legend, who was silently watching the scene and didn't say anything. Until he himself spoke. Can I see this Shi Yu's trial performance? Yin Legend didn't look very emotional. Although Yin Zhengfan lost, he didn't mind. After all, it was only a 1 vs 1. Moreover, it was also good to let the young Yin Zhengfan have some setbacks. Under his protection, Yin Zhengfan was destined to not have the same growth experience as him back then. Moreover, the era was different now. The chaos and factional struggles both domestically and abroad had already temporarily calmed down. In his opinion, this kind of competition between peers within 10 years of each other was very suitable for Yin Zhengfan to grow up. At this moment, as Yin Sheng finished speaking, the master examiners were a little at a loss. Yin Legend, oh Yin Legend, it was best not to look. However, this was not under the jurisdiction of the examiners. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's words, the Eye of Heaven immediately broadcasted its carefully edited time trial section, covering the current scene. Yin Chuan, who had a serious expression, looked at the image again, wanting to see the hidden ability of this candidate who had made his son suffer a setback once. Then, in the video, a young man riding a panda, holding a wooden sword, and wearing a happy expression slowly appeared. The intense scene of him cutting from the forest to the lake, from the lake to the valley. Yin Legend couldn't calm down for a long time. Looks like the training missions assigned to Zhengfan are still too few. Before long, the 3-day survival assessment finally ended. After the time was up, the Eye of Heaven started its old job. It teleported the candidates on the island back to the flying transport in the sky. At this moment, the thousands of small black dots wrapped in blue light began to rise into the sky. Under the cover of psychic power, some candidates were laughing crazily, and some candidates looked like they had lost their parents. Shi Yu was in a pretty good mood. After all, he had gained a lot this time. 3 spatial skills. 3 dragon soul grass. Buggy even awakened deterrence. There was also the scrap resource of a pearl that could be exchanged for many divine beans. Of course, if Shi Yu was in a good mood, there would be people who were in a bad mood because of him. For example, Yu Shu, who had missed the Dragon Soul Grass, did not look happy at all after the assessment. He felt that he was unlucky to have met a monster in this assessment. There was also the stronger Yin Zhengfan. It was fine before he fought with Shi Yu, the two of them could still communicate happily. After the battle, Shi Yu felt that his little friend Yin Zhengfan had directly missed out on their friendship. Son of a B***TCH, battle was so pointless. Shi Yu couldn't help but sigh. How could he replicate skills in the future? Forget it, forget it. I won't think too much. Next, I can finally sleep soundly. Before long, Shi Yu was teleported to an aircraft. However, what confused Shi Yu was that it didn't seem to be the one he was sitting in at the start. Apart from Shi Yu, there were 15 other people, including Yu Shu and Yin Zhengfan. They were the 16 key candidates chosen this time. At this moment, after meeting Shi Yu again, Yu Shu's expression darkened. Chapter 118, Ancient Capital University Resource Bank. Chapter 118, Ancient Capital University Resource Bank. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the huge airship space, the 16 people stood on the ground and observed each other. Among them, Shi Yu had only seen Yu Shu and Yin Zhengfan previously. Xiyu didn't know the others. However, judging from the cleanliness of their clothes and their full spirits, they were definitely the best in this assessment. Those who could ensure such a state in the field survival for 3 days were definitely very strong. Among the 16 people present, there were 12 men and 4 women. The ratio was about the same as the male and female participants in the vocation assessment. Xiyu's gaze took note of the 4 girls. After all, who would look at rough men? Although that was the case, apart from Xiyu looking at the girls, most of the candidates were still observing Yin Zhengfan, who was only 12 years old. After all, this age was too exaggerated. As expected, their strength and looks are on par. The 4 female candidates gave Xiyu a strange feeling. Apart from their looks, they were all pretty good. Perhaps it was due to cultural differences, but the beast tamers in this world wore fancy clothes. For example, among the 4 girls, one of them was wearing a similar chipao but more like a magician's robe. The other was wearing a black leather shirt that only covered a small portion of his body, and the other was wearing clothes that looked like ancient wuxia clothes. What the hell? It was the same on the men's side. There were also many abnormalities. It was still all right for Yu Shu, who was wearing a black trench coat and a windproof cloak to act cool. Xiyu even saw a fool wearing metal plate armor. Wasn't he tired from the weight? There aren't many normal beast tamers like me anymore. Xiyu looked at his white panda short-sleeved shirt and black pants and immediately felt that he was more affable to the people. On the other hand, these guys looked like they had come out of a cartoon. Or are these guys' clothes made of special materials that can be used to increase attributes? The clothes in this world were also very particular. For example, the worm silk of the green silkworm could be used in the field of clothing to create clothes with many special effects. However, Xiyu didn't even have enough money to eat and drink, so he didn't pay much attention to some brands with equipment. His clothes seemed to be a gift from Bamboo Stone Dojo. Firstly, congratulations on passing this vocation assessment and officially becoming a professional beast tamer. You have stepped into the door of the vocation field. When the 16 people wondered why they had appeared here, a middle-aged examiner in a formal suit walked out of the cabin door and smiled at the crowd. Hello, I'm the overall in charge of this vocation assessment, Chu Xie. Master Chu Jie? 1. Everyone immediately recognized this person from his name. Chu Jie, a top-level professional beast tamer. Only when one's beast taming space reached level 6 would they have the chance to enjoy this top-notch master honor. It was still all right if the beast taming space was from level 1 to 3. As long as the beast tamer worked hard, he could accumulate it with time. However, after the beast taming space reached level 3, it was not so easy to improve. Talent, cultivation resources, and feedback from the upgrade of his pet could not fall behind. Therefore, the level 6 beast taming space was already a very high level. After that, it would be a legendary level person that could control overlord level creatures. Master Chu Jie. A portion of the candidates greeted. A portion of the candidates didn't say anything and continued waiting for Chu Jie to speak. Master Chu Jie smiled and said, among you, probably no one plans to give up the 4th ranking competition, right? No, everyone shook their heads. Although they were already professional beast tamers after passing the 3rd round, they all knew that the 4th round's ranking assessment was the most important. This final assessment could determine their ranking in abilities among the new batch of professional beast tamers. It could decide their fate in the future. If not, then congratulations to the 16 of you again for becoming key seed candidates for this year's assessment. According to your performance in the wilderness survival trials, you have an additional point policy. You can skip the assessment ranking segment and directly enter the final ranking elimination battle. A total of 784 beast tamers passed the 3rd assessment this time. It can also be said that you're internally confirmed to be in the top 32. You don't have to compete with most of the candidates anymore. Master Chu Jie smiled. This was preferential treatment for these 16 people, and also a form of protection for the other candidates. Upon hearing that, Yu Shu, Miao Dongdong, and the others nodded. There was no surprise. They were sufficiently confident in their strength. If they participated in the assessment ranking segment, facing ordinary candidates, it was tantamount to a massacre. It was also good to directly start the competition from the top 32. The 16 of them observed each other again and understood that the people around them were their real competitors. All right, in the next 3 days, you guys can relax and rest. You can come and watch the subsequent assessment if you want, or you can choose not to come. Apart from that, there's also one more thing. The battle scenes of the 16 of you in the field survival assessment will be edited as a promotional video for this Ancient Capital vocation assessment. This is also a proof that you can become key-seeded candidates. There's no problem, right? No, the strangely dressed crowd said calmly. Instead, they were looking forward to this opportunity to appear on TV. What was this crap? Shiyu also subconsciously said that there was no problem since everyone did, but his heart skipped a beat when he suddenly realized that Master Chu Jie was looking at him strangely. Holy shit, wait, what did he just say? Promotional video? Shiyu recalled what he had done in the wilderness survival trial and his expression immediately darkened. No way? Just now, Shiyu had even said that these guys in strange clothes were stupid. Now, he realized that he was the stupid one. Shiyu wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Master Chu Jie hurriedly coughed dryly and said, "In that case, sit down. You should be able to reach the second airport in a minute. Just remember to pay attention to the assessment information later." With that, he quickly turned and left. He couldn't give Shiyu a chance to refuse. It turned out that beast tamers could still play around with so much skill. When Shiyu became a legendary beast tamer in the future, this promotional video would be the dark history of his youth. As the main examiner of this batch, he might be able to gain some fame with this. Fat 1. Not long after Master Chu Jie left, the airship shook. It looked like he had arrived at his destination. His speed was very fast. The 16 key-seeded candidates were not very familiar with each other. There was no conversation during the entire process. Shiyu wanted to go to Yushu's side and ask him how to use the Dragon Soul Grass, but when he thought about how this would agitate Yushu and also lose the friendship of this future great dragon tamer like losing Yin Zhengfan, he decided to forget it. He would talk about it after returning to school. After arriving at the destination, everyone quietly got off the cruiser. However, at this moment, the second airport was noisy. After all, thousands of candidates had arrived and landed here at the same time. At the moment, most of the candidates still didn't know the situation of their assessment results. Those candidates who completed the assessment mission were all right, but those who couldn't complete the assessment mission and planned to bet on their points ranking were still very nervous. "I'll leave first." After Shiyu came down, he smiled and waved at Yushu and Yin Zhengfan. The other 13 candidates glanced at Shiyu slightly. Yushu turned his head unhappily and ignored Shiyu. As for Yin Zhengfan, after a moment of silence, he said politely, "I'll see you in the ranking battle." Shiyu nodded and didn't stay long. He immediately left because someone was picking him up. He opened his cell phone and saw a message. There was also a picture attached to the message. The picture showed Senior Panda's location. Just like the last time he came to Ancient Capital, after Shiyu completed the wilderness survival trial, Senior Panda replaced the archaeological 7 elites to fetch Shiyu. "Where is it?" Shiyu walked out of the airport almost immediately. However, because of this, before the car could be found, he was stopped by a 2-man reporter team who was waiting for him. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a blue hat and carried a huge camera as he attacked Shiyu. The reporter lady held a red microphone warmly and asked, "Hello, handsome. We are reporters from Phoenix TV station. May I ask?" "The assessment is very smooth. I think it's not difficult. I'm very confident in the upcoming ranking battle. Thank you for your blessings and I wish you success in your work." Shiyu didn't wait for the reporter lady to finish asking. He didn't want to waste time on the interview. Under the confused expressions of the two, he quickly passed them and the crowd. The reporter was speechless. "You've already answered it, what else do I have to ask?" So uncooperative. To think I even chose the most handsome one for the interview, she said indignantly. Delete this part, it's useless. 1. Beep. Beep. Over here. After Shiyu passed through the crowd, he finally discovered the Panda Senior, who had her window open and was waving at him. Shiyu smiled and quickly walked over. He opened the car door and sat down in relief. Phew, after getting into the car, Shiyu felt the cold wind and the fragrance drifting in the car. He immediately felt relieved. It was still more comfortable to sit in a car. As expected of human intelligence. It was more comfortable than a panda mount, though 11 was more unique. 11 in the taming space? How is it? At this moment, in the driver's seat, Panda's sister was wearing large black sunglasses. She smiled and asked, "The Research Institute has prepared a celebration dinner for you. Don't say that you failed the exam." Shiyu smiled and said, "How could that be? Moreover, I seem to have become some key seed candidate. I can directly enter the top 32 without participating in the complicated competitions before the ranking battle." Really? The Panda Senior was slightly surprised. This means that your performance in the comprehensive evaluation of the assessment committee is ranked in the top 16. Not bad. Although Shiyu's basic test results were very good, the second pet was a green silkworm after all. Everyone was quite worried at first. From the looks of it, 11 was very impressive this time. Little did the Panda Senior know that the MVP for this battle was Shiyu himself. 11 and Buggy were support teams. After the car started, the Panda Senior asked questions as she drove. Shiyu also asked, "Any progress recently?" It referred to research related to the evolution of iron-eating beasts. The Panda Senior said, "It's basically done, so we have to quickly confirm the name of the iron-eating beast's evolution form." Also, Master Gue gave us his training cultivation manual. Currently, there were a total of 3 iron-eating beasts in the country that had completed their evolution. Master Gue was one of them. He was talented. He had once developed a skill training manual that quickly increased the proficiency of the iron-eating beast. Because of this, his iron-eating beast's hardening skill had reached transcendent. At that moment, he gave this secret manual to the Research Institute. Senior Panda and the archaeological 7 elites in the Iron-Eating Beast Institution were preparing to combine this training secret manual to study the method to quickly increase the Iron-Eating Beast's hardening proficiency. After all, if it were to train normally, it would be very difficult for the Iron-Eating Beast to train hardening to expert level in a year. It would also be very difficult for it to reach transcendent level in 20 years, causing the Iron-Eating Beast's evolution threshold to be too high. Therefore, the training method to increase proficiency had to be studied in detail in the future. This could indirectly increase the status and value of the iron-eating beasts. Oh. Shiyu didn't mind. It was an efficient training method to increase proficiency. He wasn't interested. It couldn't be faster than his points method anyway. However, the tribe represented by the iron-eating beast ruins should have similar training methods. Otherwise, it was difficult to imagine that dozens to hundreds of iron-eating beasts would simultaneously have racial skills above transcendent. Well, in short, he still couldn't help with this research. He could only cheer on Senior Panda and the others. On the other hand, when he was free, he could use the skill index to study the training method to quickly increase various skill proficiency in reverse. As for now, he wasn't free, leveling up was more important. By the way, you just said that the harvest was not small, the Panda Senior asked curiously. Yes, I obtained some rare resources. By the way, Senior, is there anywhere suitable to sell things? Shiyu recalled the messy pile of low-level resources in the ruins pearl and the ice element energy crystal. He decided to find a place to pack and sell them. As for the ethereal spirit stone, he definitely had to keep it first. After all, using this thing to assist in cultivation was quite fast. Just like supplements, it was also an indispensable resource. Let me think. Why don't you try contacting Chief Li? Senior Panda suggested, if you're a student of Ancient Capital University, you can actually participate in training activities frequently. The resources obtained by secondary school students during training activities are purchased at a slightly higher price than the market price. In addition, the school also buys resources obtained by students from other channels according to the market price. You can exchange it for money and credits. Then, similarly, students can also use credits below the market price to exchange for various resources. In short, it's very cost-effective. Although you're not a student of Ancient Capital University, if it's you, I feel that you can definitely use connections to get a taste. When Lin Xiaoju thought of how Shiyu could become the in charge of the iron-eating beast ruins, she immediately knew in her heart that he definitely had an indescribable relationship with Ancient Capital University. Then he should directly sell it to the university. Is that so? I'll ask later. Shiyu nodded. Famous schools were still better. They would try their best to let students take advantage of them. No wonder it was said that schools were the best place for beast tamers to grow up. The association's education fees were several trillion yuan a year, and this was also the reason why the major schools in Donghuang dared to continuously give students benefits. Soon, Sister Panda brought Shiyu back to the research institute. It couldn't be more coincidental that at this moment, the archaeological 7 elites were cautiously welcoming their mentor Ding and Director Li. The two of them also knew the future of their archaeology specialization. Shiyu, the hope of their archaeology specialization, had just passed the vocation assessment today and immediately came to greet them. Director Li, Mentor Ding? Shiyu was surprised. All right, it saved him the trouble of looking for them. He just had to ask them here. Student Shiyu, the assessment went smoothly, right? The slightly plump Director Li said with a smile, his face filled with joy. It went smoothly. Shiyu smiled. After the three of them finished exchanging pleasantries, the 7 elites politely invited them to stay for dinner. When Director Li and Mentor Ding saw that the food was sumptuous, better than the canteen, they directly took it seriously. The archaeological 7 elites were very confused. They ordered a table of high-level takeout and even invited a famous chef to cook. With this, in addition to the teachers coming over to eat and drink, the amount of food they could eat instantly decreased again. They were teary-eyed. They just didn't know how many exam points they could get with one meal. In the research institute, Shiyu began to ask about what Senior Panda had said. Of course. When Director Li heard that, he immediately laughed. Such a small matter was not worth mentioning. Looks like you've really gained a lot. Well, I'll tell the resource bank later. You can go directly to exchange it then. Thank you, Director Li, Shiyu thanked. Then, Shiyu asked curiously. By the way, what's the highest level of resources in our school's resource bank? Are there any resources with spatial attributes? The website that Granny Lu gave him was actually not very rich in resources. It was just a shopping website that some professional beast tamers often used. It had a very good reputation, was very fast in logistics, and was very safe. In terms of resources, it might not be as rich as the Ancient Capital University. For example, the website was often short on ethereal stones. Shiyu searched for insect evolution materials and was not very satisfied. There's everything you need. Even if it's a time department resource, it's not like we haven't had it before. Chief Physician Li smiled and said, as for the level of the resource, it's at most level 7. Well, the types of resources in the school's resource bank can be seen from the school's official website. You can borrow their account to take a look. Director Li pointed at the group of foodies. At the dining table, some archaeological elites stuffed themselves with food. Using the name of the celebration banquet, they ordered many delicacies that they normally couldn't bear to eat, such as 100,000 pots of lobster with weak dragon blood. They had to eat more. Use my account. Although I've graduated, I think I can still enter, Lin Xiaoju said after picking up a steamed bun. All right. Shiyu nodded. Following that, Shiyu ate while looking forward to it. He hoped that there were suitable evolution materials in the Ancient Capital University's resource bank. school started in February at Ancient Capital University. At that time, he would be a new student of Ancient Capital University. If the vocation assessment ranking was high and really gave a large sum of credits, then maybe next month, he could let Buggy try to turn into a cocoon. After dinner, Director Lee and Mentor Ding left. During the lunch break, everyone went back. Shiyu got Sister Panda's account and ran to the room to study it. After Shiyu entered the resources interface of the Ancient Capital University's official website, he immediately searched for the resources he needed. Screening search, space, spirit. Order, level descending order? Shiyu rubbed his hands in anticipation. At the next moment, the page was updated. Name, Nine-tailed Illusion Fox Heart. Attributes, Spirit. Level, Level 7 Resource. Main use Introduction, the Heart Crystal of a Quasi-Overlord level creature, the Nine-tailed Illusion Fox. The Nine-tailed Illusion Fox is good at illusions. Its Heart Crystal is mainly used to strengthen the talent in pet illusions. Click on all of them. Exchange price, 15,000 credits. Remaining number, 1. Name, Tears of the Void. Attributes, Space. Level or Level 6 Resources. Main use Introduction, the Eye of the Worm of Void that lives in spatial cracks. It's used to increase the affinity of the pet space. Click it all. Exchange price, 18,000 credits. Remaining number, 2. Shiyu was silent. Alright, the resources were indeed rich and the quality was also strong, but damn, it was so expensive. Based on the ratio of credits and money, it was over 100 million. But it doesn't seem to be very compatible with its cultivation path of illusions. The level isn't important, the compatibility is the most important. In any case, Buggy can't completely absorb such high-level evolution material. It's a waste. Let's look at other things. The growth level and resource level of the pet were actually corresponding, representing the absorption effect. It didn't necessarily mean that the higher the evolution ingredient level, the better. It would overflow with a lot of energy or burst the pet, so compatibility was the most important. Shiyu comforted himself mentally. Level 7 Spirit Gem, Space-Splitting Grass, Dream Fruit, Mirror Stone. Next, Shiyu started picking them one by one. Damn it, damn it. The more he picked, the angrier he got. He wanted all of them, but he didn't have money. In the afternoon, under the guidance of the Panda Senior, Shiyu arrived at the Resources Bank of Ancient Capital University. He planned to sell the resources first before thinking of buying anything. He smiled in anticipation. Director Lee had already contacted him, and Shiyu did not delay. After all, there were many resources in the ruins that were unsuitable for prolonged storage. It was better to take action as soon as possible. On the clean streets of the school, Senior Panda walked in front with Shiyu beside her. Suddenly, Senior Panda seemed to have thought of something and exhorted, "Shiyu, be polite later." Oh, the teacher in charge of the resource bank is very strong? Shiyu could not help but be curious when he saw Sister Panda reminding him. Senior Panda crossed her arms and frowned. Indeed very strong. Top-notch master? It's higher than that. Legendary level? Shiyu stopped in his tracks. No way. How many treasures were there in the resource warehouse of Ancient Capital University that a legendary beast tamer had to watch over? But even if they didn't have those treasures, would anyone dare to rob them? It was not a big deal for a legendary beast tamer to be a principal. But it was too generous to manage a warehouse. Not really. The Panda Senior smiled and said, "It's an overlord." Chapter 119, Buggy's Dragon Aura. Chapter 119, Buggy's Dragon Aura. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What? Overlord level? Shiyu? Shiyu suspected that he had heard wrong. This didn't seem to be the level system of a beast tamer. It was for a transcendent creature. Awakening, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Guardian, Myth. There were 7 major growth stages for transcendent creatures. The Overlord was at the 5th stage. He's not human? Shiyu fainted. Yes. Lin Xiuzhu nodded. Teacher Yao is a gem cat. Shiyu? Is it the gem cat I know? Name gem cat. Attributes, none. Race level, low level transcendent. Race skill, gem I, levelless skill. Introduction, a cat-type transcendent creature that can complete evolution through various cat's eye gems. Weren't gem cats a low-level transcendent race? If Shiyu's impression wasn't wrong, according to the current records, the gem cat with the highest racial level was only a high-level commander race. It wasn't as powerful as Buggy. How did this pet grow to the Overlord level? Which legendary beast tamer's pet is it? Shiyu asked curiously. Not a pet, Lin Xiuzhu said, but an ownerless Overlord creature. Shiyu? As she walked, she introduced it to Shiyu. This started more than 100 years ago. The suggestion started with the mythical era. At that time, the 7 human countries formed an alliance. In order to show their friendliness, the countries gave each other some special pets of their own countries. That's when the gem cat was introduced into the country from other countries. At that time, Ancient Capital University had just been established. Because the principal liked cats very much, she raised dozens of cat-type pets on the school campus. This was considered a special scenery for Ancient Capital University at that time. The students can see all kinds of cat pets on the lawn and in the corners casually. Teacher Ying was one of the gem cats at that time. It was also the oldest gem cat. It seems that the students and teachers at that time liked this gem cat very much, so they wanted to collect a good quality cat's eye gem and give it to help it evolve. But no one expected that this gem cat is very special. It can't complete evolution through the cat's eye gem. Although it can't evolve, this gem cat likes gemstones very much. It has no intention of returning the gift it has gotten. Every year on its birthday, it will receive a cat's eye gem as a gift. 10 years later, it obtained a cat's eye gem necklace. It became the richest transcendent creature in Ancient Capital University. Then? Shiyu was at a loss. That worked? The Panda Senior had a strange expression. Then, the turning point came. 100 years ago, a mystic realm of the Totem era appeared. The disaster of the undead erupted in the ancient capital. The Ancient Capital University was the first to bear the brunt of it and was swept into the disaster. Many students and pets were in danger. At this moment, this gem cat, which was like a stray cat, completed its evolution through more than 10 cat's eye gems. It obtained more than 10 high-level skills of different attributes and even super-level skills, leading some students to complete the counter-attack. From then on, it became the guardian of Ancient Capital University. It stayed for 100 years and sent away batch after batch of students and teachers. To this day, it's said that its growth level has already reached the Overlord level. Shiyu was stunned on the spot. It was ridiculous. Are you sure this growth experience is an ordinary gem cat and not a mythical creature cub? Lin Xiuzhu shrugged and said, when I first heard this story from my senior, I was at a loss for a long time. But everyone says so, so maybe it's true. Although it has never had a beast tamer, it is indeed a guardian of Ancient Capital University. It has been living on the campus since the school was built 100 years ago. At that time, it was the wealthiest transcendent creature in Ancient Capital University. It's the same now, because it's managing the resource warehouse here. It received the salary of a guardian for decades and bought a warehouse of gem collections. Shiyu fell into deep thought. It was better not to know where to start complaining. A gem cat that had grown into an overlord? For pets like the gem cat, as long as they had the rare resource cat's eye gem, they could obtain different racial skills according to the type of gem and complete evolution. But one thing could be proven. A gem cat could only complete evolution through one cat's eye gem in its lifetime. But this one from the Ancient Capital University, it completed evolution through more than 10 pieces at once. It obtained more than 10 racial skills? This didn't make sense. This talent was too strange. In short, when the time comes, don't treat it as a stray gem cat to play with and tease. Be more respectful, Lin Xiaoyu warned.
Understood.
Shiyu nodded heavily. What was the point of petting cats? He was petting pandas. Wait. You just said that this overlord-level gem cat has more than 10 high-level skills with different attributes, and even super-level skills? Shiyu was stunned. Yes. Senior Panda nodded. If I can't touch it, can I greet it by shaking its paw? Lin Xiaoyu? I'm just kidding. What abilities does it have? Did it get them from the cat's eye gem? I'm not sure either. I only know that it can clone itself, use psychic abilities, and teleport. The panda senior shook her head. I see, Shiyu fell into deep thought. He had never seen an overlord-level creature before. More than 10 high-level skills sounded very replicating. If it could use psychic and teleport, it meant that this teacher Ying had spiritual and spatial talents. However, this was not what Shiyu was most concerned about. What caught Shiyu's attention the most was the word's different attributes. It was its racial skill as a gem cat, the level-less gem eye. Skill, Eye of the Gem. Level, none. Introduction, the racial skill of the gem cat can allow the eye to evolve and become a special structure that can absorb the power of the cat's eye gem. It's a rare special racial skill without any concept of proficiency. Gem cats evolved through this skill, similar to green silkworm and dragon carp. They could absorb the power of the cat's eye gem through the eye of the gem and obtain skills of different attributes. However, the difference was that the eye of the gem skill could not increase proficiency. There was no concept of proficiency and it could only fuse one gem. Therefore, there was a limit to the gem cat's evolutionary potential. No matter how good the quality of the cat's eye gem was, they couldn't absorb it perfectly. The gem cat evolution form of the highest race recorded was only a high-level commander. However, the gem cat from Ancient Capital University was definitely super. At this moment, Shiyu was curious. Was this gem cat's eye of gem skill relatively special, causing it to mutate? For example, it could increase proficiency and absorb more mutations such as the power of the cat's eye gem. But even if it wasn't a mutation, if he replicated the skill Gem Eye, could he teach his pet and increase its proficiency? Shiyu was more curious. This was the same as the worm Silk and the leaping dragon gate. It was a skill that could change the pet's talent in attributes. Moreover, it had no attributes, which meant that the compatibility could satisfy most pets. If 11 learned the Eye of the Gem and absorbed the power of a time element cat's eye gem, even if it couldn't complete its evolution like the gem cat, as long as it perfectly absorbed the power of the gem through this skill, it would be equivalent to it obtaining a time talent. It would be like the perfect level of worm Silk that could change attributes. In other words, this was a basic skill that could change a pet's compatibility with different attributes. Shiyu was wary. In the future, if there were any skills that he really wanted to teach 11 and the bugs, but didn't have enough compatibility, he might be able to use this method to change their corresponding talent. Soon, Shiyu and the others arrived at the resource warehouse. The Ancient Capital University's resource chamber was just like a tall neighborhood. It was huge. At the entrance, there was a small house that looked like a security room. Inside, a big, soft, doll-like, white cat with a V-shaped head and smooth fur was hugging a pillow to sleep. After sensing that someone was coming, it patted the bed with its fluffy tail and slowly opened its eyes, revealing eyes that were like blue gems in the sky. Then, it slowly got up and shook its body, stretching the hair on its neck that was like a scarf. Wu tilde it yawned and jumped onto the window sill. At this moment, Shiyu and the others happened to walk over. Teacher Ying. Sister Panda greeted with a smile. Hello Tilda. The white gem cat continued to nap lazily and spoke in human language. Its voice was like a mature woman with a lazy voice. Are you a new student? The big white cat glanced at Shiyu, who was carefully observing itself behind Lin Xiaoyu, and asked. School had yet to start at this time. During the holidays, there were basically no new students. However, Shiyu had already greeted the archaeological department in advance and came through the back door.
It didn't matter.
Yes. Shiyu nodded. Then you guys go in. It took a sip of water and continued to turn around and return to the bed.
I've already informed my clone.
Shiyu? Lin Xiuzhu immediately pulled Shiyu into the place to collect resources.
Are all of these managed by its avatars?
Shiyu asked. No, but it's a holiday now. The other teachers are on leave, so it's the only one here. Then, under Lin Xiuzhu's lead, Shiyu and the others saw another cat that was identical to the gem cat just now. Clone skill. This was also a high-level skill. It was a little similar to an illusion, but it could only create its own clone. At entry level, one could only create phantom clones. At the proficiency level, he could create a physical energy clone, and he could have the same skill as his main body, which was his attribute weakness. After this skill's proficiency was high enough, its tactical value was actually very high. However, at the moment, Shiyu temporarily didn't have any need for this. 1.
What do you want to sell?
The big white cat stood in the courtyard and signaled for Shiyu to take out what he wanted to sell. These, Shiyu touched the ruins bead on his neck. In the next second, countless resources were placed in the courtyard. The mountain-like pile of resources and ice element energy crystals made the gem cat's expression darken. It glanced at the ruin bead on Shiyu's neck and felt its head hurt. This new student was not simple. There was actually spatial equipment. However, why were they all trash resources, and there were so many of them? Meow. The original Ying was making an annoyed sound too. The other employees weren't around either. It had to do the calculations itself and categorize and collect them. At this moment, when she saw the headache on Ying's clone, the panda senior smiled imperceptibly. Before setting off, she had also inquired about it.
Didn't you want to sell resources?
Why did he come out empty-handed? Immediately after, Shiyu showed her the ruins bead, making Lin Xiuzhu fall silent for a long time. Then, Lin Xiuzhu asked Shiyu how many resources he had to sell. When Shiyu mentioned hundreds of types, Lin Xiuzhu had already expected the situation in front of him. This cat preferred simple transactions. For example, if Shiyu sold a nine-tailed fox heart, it would definitely trade happily. However, it had always been blind to low-level and large numbers of trash resources because it was too troublesome to recover and the work was too cumbersome. Wait for me. Its face fell. Soon after, the pile of low-level resources that Shiyu took out was estimated. The resources collected by Shiyu from the Island of Trials, excluding the Dragon Soul Grass, were worth about 1,200,000. As for energy crystals, due to their pretty good quality, they were worth about 25 million. In total, there were more than 26 million worth of resources. Shiyu sold them all in one go. From then on, the only valuable resources left were the Ice Dragon Whisker, Dragon Soul Grass, and Ethereal Spirit Stone. 26,000,000. Shiyu was overjoyed. 260 divine beans. Even if it was a high-level skill, it could be used nearly 200 times. What did this mean? It represented 3 high-level skills. Initially, Shiyu only had 2 million yuan in savings and was about to become poor. However, after this, he became rich immediately and gained some freedom. Of course, if he wanted to finish all of them, Shiyu estimated that it would be difficult to do without at least a year or so. Constitution and money were the greatest enemies that limited his points. I've taken away the resources. Your money will be in the account in 2 hours. All right, you can leave now, the big white cat said with a headache after sending the reclaimed resources to different places. Wait, Teacher Ying, I still want to buy 3 sets of moonlight powder, Shiyu said. Moonlight powder, a level 3 spiritual type resource, was used to neutralize and match the Dragon Soul Grass. Shiyu had already investigated it clearly. Wasn't this perfect for Buggy? At that time, it would master the deterrent skill with the nature of the dragon's might. Its current Frost Dragon Phantom would be even more completed. As for the evolution materials for 11 and Worm, Shiyu was really helpless at the moment. He would wait for the vocation assessment and the reward for discovering the iron-eating beast's evolution to be transferred to the account.
By resources?
That's the job of the other clone. You guys go and find it. When the big white cat heard that, it immediately waved its paw lazily and started chasing people away.
Shiyu and Lin Xiuzhu? Are its clones still divided into each other?
Next, after spending more than 200,000 to buy 3 bottles of moonlight powder, Shiyu and Lin Xiuzhu left the resource area. Senior, thank you for leading the way. After coming out, Shiyu thanked her. After recognizing the way this time, he could come by himself next time. No problem. Lin Xiuzhu smiled and said, spatial equipment, more than 20 million yuan. Most of it was obtained from the ruins in Pingcheng, right? You're a little rich now. When he thought of how Shiyu wanted to borrow money to buy the iron-eating beast cub half a year ago, Lin Xiuzhu felt that it was unreal. This growth speed and earnings speed was too unscientific. 20 million isn't enough to buy 11 a pair of evolution claws. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Lin Xiuzhu covered his mouth and smiled. I think the evolved form of the iron-eating beast should still be called the gold-eating beast. Shiyu smiled. This naming style was too much. After Buggy evolved, would it be called the gold-swallowing butterfly? Iron-eating Beast Research Institute. After walking around the resource bank, Shiyu and the others returned. Just as he returned, Shiyu discovered a message on his cell phone. The results of the survival assessment in the vocation assessment were out. Although Shiyu had already known the results in advance, most of the candidates only officially knew now. However, at this moment, among the more than 6,000 candidates in various places in ancient capital city, only 700 were in a good mood, while the remaining thousands wore painful masks. They had fallen off the rankings. They would have to wait another year. Apart from the results, they were also informed of the subsequent assessment procedures. The final ranking battle would be held in the Ancient Capital Arena in the Beast Tamer Association of Ancient Capital City tomorrow. At that time, relevant personnel from major media, universities, and businesses would come to watch the battle. Among them, the audience had all adopted an internal invitation system. No passers-by could come to the venue to watch this rule just by buying tickets, so only a few relevant institutions could see the ranking competition. Most unrelated people could only wait for the official announcement of the assessment rankings and subsequent news editing. They couldn't see the details of the battle. But even so, there were still thousands of spectators present. This was because the candidates participating in the vocation assessment also had special benefits. They could be relevant personnel and watch the subsequent assessment. If the candidates who fell off the rankings also went to watch the assessment, the number of spectators would immediately increase. Want to watch the battle? Shiyu stared at the electronic invitation on his cell phone and shook his head. Forget it, it didn't mean much. The next ranking battle will continue for 3 days. The top 16 of the 700-plus candidates will be decided, and then the final ranking battle with the 16 seeded candidates. In other words, I have 3 days to prepare. After Shiyu returned to the room, he thought about it. Compared to watching the battle, it was better to prepare for battle. For example, he could use these 3 days to help Buggy absorb the Dragon Soul Grass and then assist it in raising its deterrence to the proficient level. That was the extent of the damage. He should just add a high-level skill as soon as possible. It shouldn't affect his condition, right? In the ruins Pearl. At this moment, after selling all the resources, the place became much quieter. Only 11 and the food of the bugs were left. At that moment, the 2 pets were practicing soaring sky and bullying tactics. They planned to use the combination of the 2 tactics. This Wuji Airlines tactic's greatest flaw was that its accuracy wasn't enough, and its opponent would easily be able to dodge. In that case, as long as they used deterrence together during the fall to deter the enemy from moving, wouldn't that be fine? This was inspired by the profundity of Shiyu's swordplay. Precision strike. This wave was invincible. Stop for a moment. Looking at the huge pit on the ground, Shiyu looked at the 11 and Buggy with a dark expression and patted his forehead. Woo! Gee! Seeing that the beast tamer had come in, the two pets quickly came over and begged Shiyu to prepare a match for them to use their dual battle tactics. It wasn't that they felt that the joint attack strategy was very powerful, but that they wanted to take a picture together. There was no point in taking many pictures together in a one-on-one battle, but using a joint attack strategy of Wuji Airlines and bullying could show their tacit understanding. Alright, as long as you guys are happy, Shiyu said indifferently. At the same time, his heart ached for the opponent of this tactical experimental subject for a second. This strategy was very dumb, but the pets that used this strategy was very strong, so it would cause the opponent to be very desperate. But as long as 11 and Buggy were happy, this was not a problem. But Buggy, is your deterrence still a bit weak? Buggy? What a big truth. 11 nodded silently. It was indeed a little lousy. It felt like it was the one doing all the deterrence, like Buggy wasn't doing much. Gee! Buggy looked at the leader with tears in its eyes. What happened to being a bully together? In the end, it wasn't using force to suppress others, but its own teammate. Shiyu and 11 nodded. Wasn't that what it meant now? Seeing that the beast tamer and the leader said this, Buggy shed tears. Didn't it just learn it a while ago? What could it do? Then let's take advantage of the time and improve. With that said, Shiyu smiled and took out the golden moonlight powder and the preserved dragon soul grass. Gee! The worm that was originally feeling aggrieved immediately lit up when it saw the dragon soul grass. It was the dragon might grass. Can it use it now? Yes. Let's try the effect first, but it might be very difficult for you to control the deterrence during the process. 11. You have to suppress its deterrence later to prevent the worm from losing its mind and going berserk. Buggy shook its head. No. Please believe in its willpower. It's not a matter of willpower or not. This is a level 3 resource. The energy intensity is very high, and it's almost level 4. Shiyu found clear water to soak the moonlight powder. Soon, the bowl of clear water turned pale yellow. Woo! 11 patted its chest. Teach it. Even if it was the might of a true dragon, it couldn't stir up any waves in front of it. There. Next, Shiyu followed the instructions he had found and let Buggy drink the moonlight water. After the worm gulped it down, Shiyu handed it a dragon soul grass. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After taking the dragon soul grass, Buggy quickly ate it. Then, they widened his eyes and waited for a reaction. A moment later, Buggy's brain was stunned. It suddenly felt a violent force surging in its body. It showed a painful expression. A huge mental wave erupted from its body, forming a substantial spiritual deterrence. It was clearly a silkworm, but its deterrence wave seemed to have turned into an azure dragon at that moment. Roar! Due to the huge power contained in the dragon soul grass, the deterrence effect of the dragon soul grass at this moment combined with the spiritual deterrence of Buggy itself, started forming an even stronger pseudo-dragon's might. Intense energy kept leaking. Fortunately, 11 was standing beside Buggy at this moment, letting the monarch aura wrap around Buggy's aura so that its aura wouldn't affect Shiyu. G. Buggy cried. It was indeed a little out of control. Now, Buggy felt that its deterrence was like a wild horse that had escaped its restraints and was running continuously. Steady, steady, the effect of the moonlight grass hasn't taken effect yet. Shiyu comforted it. After a moment, the moonlight water that the worm had drunk at the start finally had a special effect. The spiritual fluctuations of the dragon might and the worm began to slowly fuse. At this moment, Buggy's expression eased. After another 2 minutes, Buggy finally controlled his aura. It opened its eyes in confusion and unknowingly broke out in sweat. How do you feel? Shiyu asked, is there anything uncomfortable about this? Buggy shook its head. Then, it looked up in despair at 11, who was releasing its king's aura, which was also an expert-level deterrence. It kept feeling that even after it was strengthened, its deterrence still broke at 11's deterrence in an instant. 11's deterrence just now was like a big hand covering it, preventing it from really going berserk. Gee! The bug released its deterrence again. Boom! The invisible spiritual deterrence hit 11's almost physical king's aura like a drop of water sinking into the ocean. Worm, Sigma, degree. Woo! 11 took a look at the dragon soul grass and Buggy and shook its head silently. As expected, it wasn't as powerful as the point upgrade power of a beast tamer. What dragon might? It was all fluff. Skill proficiency was the way to go. Buggy? Buggy was silent, finally realizing this. Why wasn't this dragon might as powerful as he imagined? Gee! Shiyu, increase points. In the next moment, Buggy pushed aside the dragon soul grass and moonlight powder and looked at the beast tamer in anticipation. Forget it, it should choose to believe in beast tamers. Shiyu? Who asked you to use deterrence to compete with 11? The nature of a dragon might is to better perfect the ice dragon phantom. Shiyu's face darkened, but he still took out the divine bean and stretched out his hand to increase points. He planned to increase the deterrence of the worm to the proficient level first. Then, he would let Buggy use the remaining 2 portions of dragon soul grass. A moment later. Skill, deterrence false dragon might, proficient. After adding the points, Shiyu sat beside it weakly, holding a thermos. Damn it! The high-level skill was too damaging. It was still alright now, but he definitely couldn't increase it randomly before the competition, or else even with supplements, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shiyu didn't want 11 to really push him onto the stage in a wheelchair. This definitely didn't match the style of the edited survival trial. It affected one's character profile. He had to take one path to the end. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, everything was fine. Gee! This time, after deterrence reached the proficiency level, Buggy released deterrence again. Boom! This time, it was no longer an invisible deterrence. The green spiritual wave hit 11's almost physical king's aura domain like a green dragon. Then, it was like a drop of water that sank into the sea again without any ripples. Worm, Sigma, degree. 11. There was still a level difference. Shiyu speechlessly looked at the bug that wanted to use deterrence to defeat 11. Although it couldn't defeat 11, the ice dragon that was formed from this proficient pseudo-dragon might shouldn't be too weak even if it didn't use the ice dragon whiskers. Most importantly, he felt that he could really use this silkworm as a dragon now. At that time, he would directly make Buggy become an ice dragon during the summoning process. Then, it would release dragon might when it came out. He felt that even if it was a commander-rank creature, it would be scared away if it wasn't careful. Alright, the dual deterrence has been achieved. I hope the next opponent won't faint and lose the courage to attack. At this moment, looking at the deterrence confrontation between Worm and 11, Shiyu looked forward to the next ranking battle and felt that he was a little closer to first place. Target, Honor, Rewards. Chapter 120, the video came out and Shiyu ran. Chapter 120, the video came out and Shiyu ran. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In order to face the ranking battle in 3 days, Shiyu made the final sprint. In fact, it was just increasing the frequency and recuperating. As for the 31 opponents he might face next, Shiyu chose the most brutal way to understand them. That was the gossip information that passed the assessment forum. The assessment arrangements were too tight, and there was not much time for each candidate to investigate potential opponents and prepare. It was already not bad to know the opponent's pet race, beast taming talent, and pet skills in advance. For example, long-term preparations to learn targeted skills and nurture targeted new pets wouldn't appear in the vocation assessment. Perhaps only a world-class competition was worth the effort of a player to snipe someone. Shiyu felt that his skill index was a very good sniper rifle. If he was really determined to target a certain beast tamer, he felt that he was invincible. For example, if he faced a beast tamer who was proficient in fire element skills, he would arrange a fire escape skill for each pet. How would the other party play? However, even for Shiyu, who had the skill index, the investment was relatively large. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to do this. Apart from Shiyu, the other candidates were also making various preparations with the countdown of 3 days. In a study in a villa area in ancient capital, Yin Jingfan lowered his head to face his father. He didn't dare to look into his father's eyes and waited for criticism. "Do you know where you lost?" After returning, Yin Chuanqi asked Yin Jingfan about all his experiences in the survival assessment. Yin Jingfan didn't hide anything and reported everything, including how he lost to Shiyu before the assessment ended. This was his only loss in this assessment. Actually, it couldn't be considered a loss. After all, it didn't affect the assessment. However, for Yin Jingfan, it was still a little difficult to accept. This was because both Yin Legend and himself had very high expectations. Legend Yin Zhongrong wrote calmly. On the other hand, Yin Jingfan had a stubborn expression and said, "Using the Sky Crystal Butterfly to challenge the opponent's trump card, I underestimated the opponent's strength. But I don't think I've lost completely. The goal of this battle is to train the Sky Crystal Butterfly in the first place. I won't lose in the next ranking battle." Yin Chuan said, "What if I say that when you guys fought, he hadn't even used half of his strength? The perfect level Thunder Palm displayed in the video, the unknown level deterrence. When fighting Yin Jingfan, Shiyu used neither. Moreover, that transcendent level green silkworm with transcendent worm silk was also very powerful." These were all things Yin Chuanxia knew, but Yin Jingfan didn't. Yin Jingfan's expression changed, but he quickly said, "I'll still win." Yin Legendary nodded and said, "Let me tell you one last piece of information. Shiyu only became a beast tamer half a year ago. The time he contracted the iron-eating beast is less than half a year. While it could be said you two are in the same age range, it seems like he took a huge advantage of his age. But the one who really took advantage was you, who started cultivating and nurturing pets since you were young. The reason why I asked you to participate in the vocation assessment now is not because of age, but because of cultivation time. Only then will there be a meaning in competing with others on the same stage. All right, go and prepare. If you can defeat him this time, I'll give you a gift." Yin Chuanqi waved his hand, indicating for Yin Jingfan to go down and cultivate. On the other side, Yin Jingfan was suddenly at a loss. How was this possible? Didn't that mean that the time he spent cultivating the Sky Crystal Butterfly was far, far longer than the time Shiyu spent cultivating the iron-eating beast? It wasn't the unequal battle he imagined. Instead, judging from the cultivation time, Shiyu had been at a disadvantage the whole time? How was it possible for that iron-eating beast to? Who is he? You can go now. Yin Jingfan left in disappointment. Yin Legend looked at the 5 words he had written. Bureau 11, Shiyu. After watching the battle on the cruiser, he was also deeply curious about Shiyu. Then, he investigated. This investigation shocked him. He had an ordinary identity and background, but he had such ridiculous strength. So he was related to this organization. Recalling the few monster beast tamers in Bureau 11, Legend Yin shook his head. To be able to listen to the voice of history and spy on history, this talent is not necessarily worse than the beast taming space's strengthening talent, or even better. Whether it's that green silkworm or the iron-eating beast, it looks like they obtained quite a lot of benefits from the ancient ruins. Yin Legendary was originally worried that no opponent of the same age could pressure Yin Jingfan in the vocation assessment, but from the looks of it, there was no need to worry. For a long time to come, Yin Jingfan would have sufficient growth motivation. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, but only those who could stand out from the many talented people had a chance of charging into the highest domain. On the other side, Yu Shu was also being educated by a middle-aged woman who was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette holder, and had her hair permed. How did I give birth to a stupid son like you? How could someone else snatch that dragon soul grass? In the face of his mother's disdainful expression, Yu Shu's face darkened. A frost dragon, do you know what a frost dragon is? It doesn't matter if it was transformed or not. It's just like the real thing. What frost dragon? Yushu's mother was also a top-notch dragon tamer, so she naturally didn't believe in such nonsense. Even if her son was exaggerating, she was still indifferent. That's the illusory phantom skill. At least at the proficient level. It's a transformation completed with the help of high-level resources. It's at least a level 6 resource. Can you be more careful in the future before the battle? Yushu's mother rolled her eyes. He was actually so silly as to let others wear divine clothes and trick him. Illusion? How do you know? Yushu asked in surprise. Don't worry about that. Yushu's heart skipped a beat. Expert level illusionary phantom? That skill that could strengthen the battle power of the illusion with the help of external forces? What the F***CK? His expression darkened, and he had the urge to slap himself. So Shiyu couldn't afford to go against him. He actually needed external help. It was one thing to borrow it as a support item, but it was actually a resource at least level 6. Shameless. 1. It wasn't that he couldn't afford equipment of this level for pets. It was just that due to the restrictions of the rules, he didn't care. Just you wait, Yushu said, feeling stifled. The ranking battles assessment only allowed pets and beast tamers to bring equipment below level 3. When the time came, Shiyu couldn't smile anymore. This rule was also the reason why Shiyu did not place his hopes on Buggy's Ice Dragon Phantom. Why do I feel that you still can't defeat it? Yushu's mother sighed. Even if the other party was restricted by the rules during the competition and couldn't send out Buggy, she heard that the strength of that iron-eating beast seemed to be even more ridiculous. Her silly son didn't seem very smart. In short, there were too many monster candidates this year. She didn't expect Yushu to get first place. It was fine as long as he got into the top 5. It wasn't just those who had interacted with Shiyu. Those seeded candidates who had never interacted with Shiyu and believed that they could break through from more than 700 candidates to the final ranking battle were all investigating the information of potential opponents. In the blink of an eye, a day later. In the ancient capital city, in the Beast Tamer Association building complex, in the ancient capital arena. More than 700 candidates stood neatly in the venue. The surrounding audience seats were filled with thousands of candidates who had already been eliminated. Apart from that, the recruitment personnel of the major corporations, the instructors of the admissions office of the 9 major universities, the officers of the beast-taming troops, and the major media were all gathered at various places in the venue. These 700-plus new professional beast tamers could be said to be the most outstanding batch of new beast tamers in ancient capital and dozens of second-tier cities around. Next, they would be paid attention to by the various large institutions in the ranking battle segment. After that, they would encounter the crazy struggles of the various large factions. This was the pinnacle of their lives. Under the light of the cameras, Master Chu Jie stood on the stage with a smile and looked at this batch of new professional beast tamers. Congratulations to everyone present for officially becoming professional beast tamers. Our examiners have witnessed your performance in the field survival trial. No one can doubt your excellence. I hope you can never slack off in the future and start a new glory in the beast tamer domain. A total of 784 beast tamers have passed this vocation assessment. Next, you will undergo the final ranking battle. This assessment will also determine your strength ranking among the newly promoted beast tamers. By the way, among these 784 people, a total of 16 seeded candidates won't participate in the assessment ranking segment, so the 768 candidates present will first carry out the ranking competition, and after the top 16 are determined, you will carry out the final ranking battle with them. As soon as Master Chu Jie finished speaking, the 768 newly promoted beast tamers present immediately started discussing. Although there were strong seeded candidates in every vocation assessment, most candidates would think that on what basis weren't they chosen to be these 16 candidates? Whether there was a conspiracy or not, whether or not it would be unfair. Many people still had this thought. It's about to begin. Many people stared at Master Chu Jie. However, as a seed candidate, while there was preferential treatment to not participate in the preliminaries, they had to bear a certain amount of pressure. For example, the pressure of his abilities being directly exposed in public. On the high platform, Master Chu Jie said, "Before the ranking battle officially begins, the Ancient Capital Beast Tamer Association's official website has updated the exciting episode of the candidates for the survival assessment segment of this batch. The main characters of the video are the seeded candidates chosen this time. Before the assessment, everyone can admire the elegance of this batch of candidates. Next, the big screen at the arena will also play it on repeat." Whoosh! After Master Chu Jie said that, the people from the various domains, as well as the new professional beast tamers who were about to participate in the ranking battle, were suddenly more engaged. Everyone waited for a long time. Weren't they waiting for the assessment situation of the seeded candidates in the survival assessment segment? The outside world couldn't pay attention to the assessment situation in real time like the examiners. This was the only way to understand the examinees' bearing in the third assessment. "I want to see how powerful the seeded candidates are." Ridiculous. I contracted a pet of a middle-level commander species. I'm actually not a seed candidate even though I got 15th for the first test. The new professional beast tamers were all in different moods. Then, more than 700 new professional beast tamers dispersed on the spot and waited for the ranking assessment to officially start in half an hour. At this moment, no one went to rest. After a few scattered people went to pee, they immediately ran back and stared at the big screen in the venue. Why was it that others were seeded candidates but not him? It could be determined in this exciting event. At the training ground of the Battle Club at Ancient Capital University. The students from the other departments had already gone on holiday, but the batch of students with top battle power who specialized in battle between the Battle Club and the school team of Ancient Capital University was still preparing for the national competition. With their opponent being the geniuses of the other 8 top educational institutions, they didn't dare to relax for a moment. However, there was still some time to rest. The promotional video for this year's Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment has been updated. Do you want to see it? A boy who was resting with a towel around his neck suddenly shouted at everyone. Perhaps our future juniors will be inside. On the training ground, Whitebrook, who was the vice president, exited her beast-eared girl form and turned to look at the member. The promotional video of the vocation assessment, she recalled Shiyu, who Senior Liu had introduced to her. That guy's performance was indeed not bad. He was 4th in the basic test. He would probably be edited into the promotional video this time. Whitebrook's interest was piqued. She planned to see Shiyu and the little iron-eating beast's performance in the Wilderness Survival Assessment segment. At the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute, when Shiyu was still lying in bed and resting, Juingjie exploded. He gathered around and shouted for Senior Panda. The promotional video for the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment has increased. Shiyu is a seeded candidate, right? He must have been cut in. Everyone, come and see. Where's Shiyu? I think he's lazing in bed again. Forget about Shiyu, come quickly. In Pingcheng, Bamboo Stone Dojo, including Master Lin Hongyan, all the disciples of the dojo had also discovered the news. It was no secret that Shiyu had run to the ancient capital to participate in the vocation assessment, so they naturally had to pay attention. Not only them, but also President Feng of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng. As his secretary massaged his shoulders, he smiled and stared at the computer screen, intending to see Shiyu's dazzling performance. After all, Shiyu was a beast tamer in Pingcheng. At this moment, the exciting collection of survival trials released by the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital city could be said to have instantly attracted the attention of countless people. In less than 2 minutes, the number of viewers online had exceeded 6 digits, and the number was still rising. At the start of the video, when the screen was still dark, passionate background music sounded. As a promotional video, accompaniment was a very important part. Even before they saw the video, the beast tamers watching the video felt their blood boil. Boom! With a loud bang, an image appeared. The first thing that entered his eyes was a woman in a black silk chipao with a slit. She held a book in her left hand and flipped through the pages with her right hand as she walked. At this moment, the ground in front of him shattered. A 10-meter-long ground-legged centipede that looked like steel and had a ferocious face crawled out of the ground. This was an extraordinary creature of a low-level commander race. It loved to eat humans the most and was a demon in the eyes of many beast tamers. After the earth-legged centipede appeared, the woman raised her head and glanced at it slightly. In the next moment, a dazzling light descended. With a boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The terrifying lightning pillar was like a heavenly punishment. It instantly penetrated the earth-legged centipede's body and scorched its entire body. At the same time, a huge pit 10 meters in diameter appeared where the lightning landed. The woman gently put down the book, and a black cloud flew to her side. The two of them walked towards the scorched earth-legged centipede step by step. This person is the second in the basic test, Zhong Qianyi with the elemental coordination talent. That's a high-class commander species thunder cloud sprite. At that moment, seeing this scene, in the ancient capital arena, the thousands of meters candidates looked at the destructive power caused by the lightning in silence and felt guilty. They felt that even if their pets went up, they would also be instantly killed. The power of the lightning is so strong, and the control is also strong. The video had only just begun, but it had already used an explosive scene and a beautiful young lady to attract the attention of the viewers. The video immediately made many people fall into it. As Zhong Qian approached the ground-legged centipede, the scene lit up and changed. The music's tempo became faster, and directly appeared in the sky battlefield. Yu Shu rode the soul attribute Bone Dragon and easily dueled more than 10 transcendent-level Tempest Sparrows in the air. Roar! In the video, the soul-armored Bone Dragon let out a dragon roar. The terrifying soul-armored dragon breath suppressed the storm that filled the sky and swallowed many Tempest Sparrows in an instant. Then, the scene shattered. A huge rock giant was locked in a spatial domain. After the scene shattered to the point where the space shattered and turned, the huge rock giant's body directly shattered into pieces. A light butterfly flew up from the broken rock and onto the young man's shoulder. The scene kept changing. Next, it gradually played the exciting performance of each seeded candidate, making the spectators involuntarily hold their breaths as they watched the promotional video seriously. One by one, they watched the video. Every frame gave these new professional beast tamers and candidates who had fallen off the rankings a strong feeling. The seeded candidates were so strong. Moreover, this batch of seeded candidates had a very diverse development style. There was even a GU master who controlled a beast tide. He specialized in defense against the anti-injury black tortoises that could kill ferocious beasts with just a beating. Animals, plants, elements, undead, no matter what type of pet they were. These seeded candidates were incomparably calm on the island of training as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Damn, so awesome. We're actually from the same batch? Monsters, this group of people. It's right not to let them participate in the preliminaries. I don't want to bump into them. Many newly promoted professional beast tamers stared at the scene in the video with their mouths agape. Why was it that they had worked so hard to survive on the island of trials and carefully searched for hunting targets, but these people could kill indiscriminately in the same place? However, one way or another, the promotional video was indeed very shocking. As the background music became faster and faster, everyone was about to realize that the most exciting moment was coming. Here it comes. Countless people shouted in their hearts. Then, the background music reached the most exciting moment. The video suddenly changed. A figure riding an iron-eating beast, holding a wooden sword, and a green worm hanging from its shoulder appeared. What's this? This scene stunned many people. Why did it suddenly become like this? A glitch? Everyone was extremely confused. Some people also recognized Shi Yu. However, even they were stunned when they saw Shi Yu's attire. Then, what stunned them and everyone else came. On the iron-eating beast, Shi Yu's expression was indifferent. He raised the wooden sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom! Instantly, the air vibrated, as if a translucent crescent sword insect silk, was formed. A path was directly cut open in the forest in front of them. In the next second, more than 10 stone baboons walked out and looked at Shiyu with reddened eyes. F***CK, what the hell? This attack stunned many new professional beast tamers. Facing the stone baboon group in front of him, the candidate, Shiyu, was still indifferent. Facing the attacking group of baboons, the iron-eating beast took a step forward. At that moment, Shiyu raised his wooden sword again and faced the stone baboon that was charging over with its stone claws. At the same time that they attacked, Shiyu also attacked. Profundity, great shock! At that moment, the group of baboons that flew over seemed to have encountered a great horror. They revealed looks of horror, and their movements were several times slower. Shiyu swung his sword, and instantly, an extraordinary level stone baboon's body caved in as it flew more than 10 meters away. Just like that, the iron-eating beast slowly walked forward. 1, 2, every time Shiyu swung his sword, a stone baboon would be sent flying like a flying meteor. Even if some stone baboons immediately turned their bodies to stone to resist, they were still shattered by a single slash. They were no match for the other party. In a short moment, the stone baboons fled. The candidate, Shiyu, leisurely entered the forest. During this process, the wooden sword didn't show any changes. Shiyu's movements were extremely coordinated, as if it was a group of baboons that he had killed himself. The people watching the video opened their mouths wide, unable to react. The video continued. It was impossible for every candidate to only have one exciting performance. There were 16 seeded candidates, and each of them had 3 or 4 exciting episodes. The video kept playing. After a slight silence, the video returned to normal. However, not long after, at the most exciting moment, another scene of Shiyu riding an iron-eating beast appeared. Profundity, thunder flash. Lightning flashed on Shiyu's body and sword. His figure teleported and his sword pierced through the mad python. Profundity, infinite convergence. Shiyu threw out a wooden sword. The scene changed, and dozens of wooden swords instantly appeared in the sky. They obeyed Shiyu's command to cut down the bees. It was like a shooting star, killing everything in the endless path it carved. Shiyu was riding a panda and holding a wooden sword, and he was indifferent to life and death and would fight any beast he saw. When the video was completely broadcasted, everyone had already been brainwashed and had completely forgotten the exciting performance of the other seeded candidates. The only thing left in their minds was the scene of Shiyu riding the iron-eating beast and slashing with demonic nature. The scene was completely unlike that of a beast tamer. Did something strange happen? The seeded candidates who were also watching the video had dark expressions, especially Yu Shu and Yin Zhengfan. Their values were the most broken. They kept feeling that the Shiyu they knew was different from the one in the video. Ping Cheng, Bamboo Stone Dojo. At this moment, the values of the apprentices who contracted the iron-eating beast shattered. They didn't understand what was going on. What happened to the exciting performance of the iron-eating beast? Lin Hongnian was silent. His balls hurt. 1. After President Feng of the association finished watching the video, his body stiffened. Even his secretary couldn't massage him anymore. Lu Qingyi, who was somewhere, took a deep breath. She put away the cell phone and rubbed her eyes. At Ancient Capital University, the beast-eared senior who had once taught Shiyu life-saving skills was left in endless confusion. Looking at Shiyu's impressive performance in the video, Senior Panda and Juingjie were also stunned. This was Shiyu? That was 11? Excuse me, what were they doing? What the hell was this? Why was it different from what they imagined? Holy shit! As the video played on repeat, the entire Ancient Capital arena no longer had the atmosphere of the assessment. Everyone recalled the video just now in confusion. Gosh, sounds rose and fell, mainly because there were a total of 16 seeded candidates. Everyone only saw the scene when Shiyu appeared. They couldn't understand it at all. Oh, divine beasts in heaven! Who could explain what happened to them? A special beast taming talent similar to the fusion talent? Or was that wooden sword also a pet? Why were the other candidates using their pets to kill the enemy? This candidate could kill everyone himself. How did he become like this among the newly promoted beast tamers, Bai Qi, Xu Jingyin, and the others, who were also from Icefield City and had once competed with Shiyu for the Evolution Sacred Spring, also knew Shiyu. However, they were stunned because they knew him. It was fine if the difference in strength was increasing, but why was the difference in style also increasing? Similarly, the cousins who had lost to Shiyu in the battle restaurant and even the passers-by on the plane who had fought Shiyufan were all shocked. That's not a beast-taming talent at all, and the wooden sword is not a pet at all. It's that green worm that looks like it's lazing around and the iron-eating beast that's its mount. Just like how the master examiners could tell the truth, there were also some experienced master-level beast tamers present who could tell the truth at a glance. Their faces couldn't help but darken. What kind of weird candidate was this? Often, the truth wouldn't be hidden for long. In a short period of time, the video comments area had already been flooded. A group of big bosses analyzed the key points of the hidden technology of this video. Damn, this candidate is ridiculous. That iron-eating beast has mastered transcendent level hardening, so it can apply the hardening material to beast tamers and wooden swords, making the beast tamer's physique and wooden swords attack power enough to injure transcendent level ferocious beasts. There's even a perfect level thunder palm. This is a move that can release powerful speed. Not only that, but that iron-eating beast probably also mastered the deterrence skill. The expression of fear produced by those ferocious beasts when facing attacks is too similar to the effect of the deterrence skill. Is this AF * King iron-eating beast? The most ridiculous is that green worm. I took a screenshot. There's one scene where it's definitely silk spitting, but I can't see the worm silk. Holy shit, transparent worm silk, do you know what it represents? It's a worm silk with an invisible nature. It's another transcendent skill. Ridiculous, that sword aura is actually a worm silk, and the one controlling the wooden sword to slash randomly is also a worm silk. Holy shit, worm silk can even be played like this. Big bosses, slow down. At this moment, because of Shiyu, everyone analyzed the technical content in Shiyu's battle images. This analysis not only shocked the candidates, but even some masters and top-notch masters fell into deep disbelief. Although apart from deterrence, he used skills without levels, skills that were at low level and mid-level. This skill proficiency was too exaggerated. Moreover, it appeared on weak species pets like the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. How did he do that? The most shocking thing was that although the pets were clearly so strong, why was it that the battle scenes of this beast tamer were all him playing cool? Was the destruction of conscience behind all this, the fall of pets, or the distortion of human nature? Even before the ranking battle began, the major media outlets in ancient capital city had already captured the hot topic and published news. Master level analysis. The scary truth hidden in iron-eating beast Knight Shiyu's battle skills. I'll take you into the inner world of Iron Eater Knight Shiyu. Shocking. Iron-eating beasts and green silkworms can actually be used like this. The collective action of the various major film academies. Several film hegemon corporations looking for one person. What exactly is the reason behind all of this? Let's lead everyone to understand. At this moment, countless people were watching Shiyu's video with strange expressions. After hearing the masters analyze the technical content of Shiyu's battle and watching the video again, many candidates had a new feeling. So powerful. It could actually assist a weak human beast tamer to instantly kill transcendent level ferocious beasts. Its support was so strong. However, what confused people the most was why Shiyu could be so calm and not show any embarrassment. At this moment, it could be said that Shiyu was completely famous. Many people were looking forward to Shiyu's performance in the final ranking battle. At that time, would Shiyu still fight using his own body? Although the process was a little bumpy, after the big boss's analysis, everyone suddenly realized that this Shiyu was an even more ridiculous monster hidden among the candidates. At this moment, Shiyu was still sleeping soundly. Boom! 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 In his sleep, Shiyu only opened his eyes in a daze when he heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Open the door. Outside, the stifled laughter and discussion of Senior Panda and the others sounded. Quickly open the door. What's wrong? Shiyu was stunned. Junior Shiyu, impressive. You're famous. I'm certain that even if the evolution of iron-eating beasts won't skyrocket the value of iron-eating beasts, the iron-eating beast knight definitely can. Zhong Yingjie laughed wildly. Shiyu immediately woke up. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly picked up his cell phone and had a bad feeling. A moment later, Shiyu swiped the promotional video of the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment and a pile of comments below the video. After taking a look, his temperature suddenly rose, and his vision turned dark. However, he quickly stabilized himself. Where is he? Lin Xiuzhu was still knocking on the door. As for Shiyu, he silently rolled up the blanket and kept rolling around on the bed. F***ck, this day had finally come. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have messed up. 1. Don't look for me. See you after the vocation assessment. A moment later, Shiyu found a cap and a pair of sunglasses. He entered the ethereal state and directly passed through the wall to leave. He chose to run. He couldn't meet anyone he knew. When the commotion stopped and everyone calmed down, he would return.